Good morning, afternoon, or evening. Welcome to another Average Female Debater stream. I'm your gracious host. Hope everybody's doing lovely this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is for you. Good to see you, sir. World Radio is in the chat. Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. I have a debate review in store for everybody tonight. This is one of those debates that I think we really need right now. After the great debate, I think a bit of laughter would be a good change of pace. Sometimes a hilarious debate is better than an intellectual one, and this debate had all of the makings of exactly that. You have Avarice as the host and moderator. You had Emmet doing his thing with respect to authoritarianism, and then you had newcomer Loodle Miss, who seems to have a polarizing effect on pretty much anybody that he's introduced to as the defender of anarchism, which is literal chaos. It was the recipe for greatness. And I have heard amazing things. I did catch bits and bots of it, and it did seem to deliver. So I'm super excited to review it with you guys. And don't lie, even if you've already seen it, you know you want to see it again. Don't lie to me. Hey, Doomerang, good to see you, sir. Welcome into the show. So let's get right into it, guys. Why not, right? Let's go for it. I think I'm going to put it at 1.25, so if it's too fast, let me know. Please and thank you. Good to see you, Dead Blow. Oh my gosh, World Radio starting us off strong with the Big 10. Reminding me also I should create a goal if you guys want an after panel, right? Come on, thank you so much, sir, for your donation. World Radio, top supporter of the show, always comes out in style. Thank you very much, sir, once again. All right, let's get this goal started, shall we? I know you guys want an after panel. We'll do it for the usual amount. We'll see what we can get. All right, perfect. Let's get started.
Okay, thanks so much to Avarice for accepting to do this debate, to moderate the debate. Thank you to Loodle for accepting. We are today going to talk about which system provides better morality, which we have to start with what is good. How do we know what is the good? Unfortunately for Loodle, he's going to have a problem with that definition, mostly because there's no way that a person who has no structure can come up with an idea of what a good is in and of itself. Within anarchy, which is pretty much in a systemless system, what is there when it comes to the good? If I decide that the good is to go on and eat little cats because that is what I want, what would be wrong with that, right? Is there anything there that's going to tell me that that is not good? At the end of the day,
Emmet would never do that.
We'll all move towards what is the authority. Who tells you what is the good? Is there such thing as the good within or without, having some kind of system and a standard? And if there is a standard, there has to be a hierarchy. And if there is a hierarchy, there has to be something that cannot be anarchy. So that's going to be the big part of this debate. We're going to have to go on and have a direct definition of what the good is. How do we come to the good? How do we accept that is the good? Now, if I were to only say that, if I were to only come up with the idea of, well, he doesn't have a standard for good, then I would not necessarily have the debate. I also have to tell you why anarchy gives you a better system, what authoritarianism gives you a better system. And there is some quite system. The one that gets you to what the good is has to come directly from God. And God lives within a structured system. So, what does it tell you? Well, God goes on and puts kings in place. God goes on and gives us a church. In the church, what do we find? We find the structure. How do we find the structure? Oh, well, you don't go on and just read the Bible and interpret it by yourself and tell you in some kind of masturbation that you can just read it and get everything correctly in your own interpretation. Okay? There is an actual church. What does Christ tells us? I give you a church. And what is a church? Well, a church is a structure of people that have the faith. It tells you what you have to believe. It tells you how you ought to believe, and it tells you what you ought to believe, okay? All of those kind of things, all of those ideas when it comes to the authoritarian side, oh, I'm so authoritarian, can actually get you to what the good and the truth is. Otherwise, you don't have access to it. What you have access is some kind of reference-based idea, right? If I just come to you and I read Romans 9 and I tell you what I believe it is, and all we have is our own interpretation, how am I wrong? How am I wrong to tell you what I believe? Oh, I believe that I could just be the Pope and the King of the world, and I'm going to be the one who's going to be at top of everything. And what is good is what I prefer. And he's going to have trouble with that, okay? Because at the end of the day, if you live in an anarchical system, well, if you're in an anarchical system, how do you say Christ is King? How do you say Christ is God? How do you put yourself
Technically, they
before
could. They could
the
do whatever they
structure that
want.
he has set
It's
in place?
anarchy.
How do you go on and actually follow the commands of Christ when
Yeah.
he tells you to obey the authorities? So, with that, I'm go on and pass.
Oh, whoa, sorry, just a second. The moderator and host of this debate is here. It is Avarice, and he would like us to know that his name is Avarice. Yes, thank you, Avarice. By the way, thank you for moderating this for me. I know that it was offered to me initially. It probably would have been better for my bedtime, but I had other obligations, and you carried it. I heard very well. So these two guys are not easy to moderate. So it was, I'm assuming, quite a difficult job. I haven't seen it in full yet. Lobster, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Pass on the baton for his cross-examination. I'm really happy to have this debate. I've been waiting for these kinds of debate. So let's go.
Loodle's so excited.
Okay, we're gonna switch it back to
I
5-minute
could tell.
cross-examination.
I could
I will
tell
begin the
at
timer
first.
on your voice.
But it was pretty good.
All right. Do you believe humans are created in the image and likeness of God?
What does that mean exactly?
I mean, you tell me. Okay, never mind. Forget that.
No.
Where is he going with
Orthodox
that?
precepts here. So let's go forward with that. Okay, so let's just go.
My Orthodox. Okay, wait a second. Wait a second.
This is off to a great
If you're gonna
start.
say about my Orthodox precepts,
Emmett, it's cross-examination.
You can
I
cross-examine me
understand.
later on.
You're gonna-
Okay? Don't eat my time, Emmett, please.
I
You can eat
just-
all my time later on.
I just have questions about what is my
Well,
Orthodox
then
precepts.
ask me when it's your time to ask me, brother.
Yeah, wait for the time.
Do humans have free will? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did God create
And?
humans to have free will? Yes or no? Did God? Okay, well, let's go back. Let's go more basic. Did God create humans? Yes or no?
Okay, but Avarice, these guys need to be interrupted. Like, hear me out, okay? When I got offered this, I was like, this is going to be a full-time job for the however long this debate occurs. This is going to be a full-time job. But yeah, I know you want to let the Lush play out. It's all good. Abel, our resident dissenter, is here. He says anarchy requires the NAP, which requires full buy-in, which is impossible. Throws down towel and walks out. Hey, AVG. Yeah, pretty much. Anarchy is the dumbest shit ever. K2 Keep on Trucking has liked to remember that he is a member for one. Sorry, I kept mixing up words there. I just woke up from a nap. K2 says, AVG, you go, girl. Slay queen. Slay King Slay. K2 Keep on Winning is here. Good to see you.
Or no?
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Okay. Did God create humans with free will? Yes or no? You already said yes.
Yes.
You're the one pass. Okay. So
What?
God
Who
created humans with
cares?
free
What
will.
is that
Yes or no?
relevant?
Yes.
Okay. What and free will entitles humans and requires them to have genuine love, spiritual obedience to their creator if they are to succeed with his divine will. Yes or no?
Humans have to succeed. Is that what you're saying?
I said
What?
succeed to God's divine will in order to be with him in paradise.
Does he
later
mean
on, in heaven later
submit?
on. Like
They
agree with me
have to, or they should.
No. Oh my God. No. Okay. Let me make it simple. Okay.
Mhm.
Hey,
If
TVT.
humans are to be aligned with the divine
Welcome in.
essence of God, they
Yeah.
need to align themselves with His will. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So humans' free will has to choose God's will. Yes or no? In order to be
No, it
aligned
doesn't
with
have
Him.
to.
No. I phrased it wrong. In order for humans to be partaking of the divine essence, they must align their free will with the divine plan with God's will. Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So at that point in time,
Okay.
the human's free will becomes paramount to having their ability to choose God or not choose God. Yes or no?
Paramount. I don't understand what you mean by paramount.
Does he just realize that he basically made an argument for authoritarianism because he's saying that they should submit to God's will, which is an authority figure, which would be basically subscribing to authoritarianism? Am I wrong there? Like,
the ultimate, the only thing.
The only thing?
Oh my God. Okay, let me just make it simple. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Since humans have free will, and they have free will to choose God or not God, that choice is the most important thing a human can do. Yes or no?
When it comes to the salvation, is that what you mean? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so would you agree with me that
Why is this
the
so
fundamental
interesting?
thing that Lucifer had a problem with was saying that we should take humans' free will away and we should make them just automatically align with God. And so Lucifer's falling nature was because he wanted humans to align with God without their free will, to take free will away. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, well then.
where is that in the
give me what Lucifer's
Bible?
fall was about.
What the fuck?
Yes, the idea is
That
that
doesn't
there is
seem
no
right
I'm
at
telling you,
all.
keep going.
The,
Yeah, no worries, Lobster. Good to see you. Oh, Machine Lies is in here. Good to see you. Long time no chat. Hope you're doing well.
What? You want me to answer or not? I don't know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so the idea
No
of
worries,
Lucifer
TBT.
is that God is not necessary for the salvation of human. Human can be God. That is the point.
Wait, what? You just say
There is no need for the will of God. Humans have the will, and their will can be God. That's the paramount problem with.
Wait,
with
did you just tell me humans can will be God?
The lie from Lucifer is that humans with their own will
No
can
worries,
be
Abel.
God without the will of
spelling
God,
bee
without
champion.
aligning themselves to God.
And Lucifer's problem was he said we should take free will away and make them obey immediately to God. So free will is a problem. Yes or no?
No, he doesn't care.
Yes or no?
He doesn't care about the will of God.
Well, okay. Well, you can read some more scripture and figure that out. The
Oh.
point being
Okay.
here, right? No, for real though.
The
Okay, so
Thank you.
do you think the divine will respects humans' free will? Yes or no?
Could you repeat the question real quick?
Do you think the divine will and divine plan for creation respects humans' free will? Yes or no?
Emmett's face. Emmett's like, check out this. Fucker.
God gave us.
Respects.
Oh my God. Okay, we've already walked through this. God gave us.
Give him
humans-
an extra minute, Avaris. I give him my minute from the opening statement.
I was going to already add
Boss
an additional
move.
30 seconds. Do you want me to go a minute?
Let's go a minute. 30?
Yeah, I want the full minute to hear his. But go on.
Avarice, why did you
So
decide
God
just
gave
to
humans
add
free will.
30
We've already
seconds?
gone through this, right?
It's random.
Yes.
So God respects humans' free will. Yes,
I don't think so.
but He has to. He gave it to us. So God can subvert humans' free will.
Respect would be like he will accept you. He will accept you even
Welcome
if
in.
I
Let me
will
make it-
explain
let me
to
make
you
it more
because I
simple.
don't
Let me
understand
make
your
it more
question. You're making some
I'm trying to
suppositions
make
here,
I'm trying to make it more
and
simple.
I'm okay. Well, go on.
Okay, God gave us all humans.
Hey,
free will.
Pterodactyl, welcome
God
in.
cannot subvert our free will. Like
They
God
asked
can't
for it
make
in
me do something I
messages?
don't wanna do,
Okay,
right?
okay, Avarice, that makes sense.
I mean, he can.
Really? So now
Yes.
you're in Lucifer's shoes then.
Well, you're talking about the capacity of God.
What?
Can God make us do anything? Yeah.
Hey, OG2.
Okay.
Hey, Aaron.
Okay, now you're a
Welcome
Muslim
in.
now. If God is pure
Why am I
will, God can do
Muslim?
that. Because that's what the Muslims believe. What we're
Can
actually
God
talking
make you do
Oh my
anything?
God.
I'm-
Okay, go. Okay. All right, I'll give my opening. I'll give my opening. Okay.
That was a waste of a cross-examination. I'm sorry, Little, but that you accomplished absolutely nothing. You asked a bunch of questions that you later disbanded, and then you made severely incorrect assumptions about what the biblical. I mean, I can't do biblical interpretation, but even I know that that's wrong. Hey, Axiom, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Aaron says taxation is theft. I mean, only if you don't get social services in exchange for it, right? That are of equal or adequate value. Hey, Chatter King, welcome into the show. Welcome into the show. Be interested to see what Little's opening statement is, because that cross-examination belongs in the trash.
Okay.
All right. We'll move on to openings.
Let me have some coffee. Let me have a little of lung poison. Okay, we'll go.
All right. I'll start when you start talking.
All right. The fundamental problem with my friend here's position is it's incoherent. He wants you to believe at the same time that God wills all things, and also that God willed free will for men, and that somehow God does not allow men to choose their destiny. This is the fundamental problem with the Garden of Eden issue, right? Is that God gave us free will, and some humans will choose against God's will. That's what free will means. If there was an authoritarian system from the top down where God could say, hey, authoritarianism is good, we'll just make all people do my will, that would negate the fundamental precept of free will. So he's internally contradicting himself from my critique. The next thing is, how would he explain the fact that God allowed for the sin, the fall, the rejection of God?
Talk to me about it in the after panel,
The only way
Aaron.
that could happen is if he has some totalitarian God that says,
This is a separate debate.
well, I'm going to take away humanity's free will. So to bring it back to where I was hoping we'd get, but we never
Hey,
got, which is
Jared.
fine. We can do the theological thing too, and and anarchism will win on that too. Because if you have to choose between authoritarianism or anarchism, and one side supports free will and one side supports no free will, anarchism wins all day, every day, 6, 9, and 5. So let's get to actual real
Hey,
world stuff a little bit. Maybe we can go there later
good
on.
to see ya.
Is in a governmentally run country that wants to respect the will of God, as my partner here, my friend here has defined it, right? Is that which respects the will of man, which God has given him. And so anything that circumscribes that will, that makes a man not choose free will, not be able to freely choose,
This
is
a
fundamentally
bizarre
against God's will.
argument.
Because God's will to us is to us to have our free will, to choose him or not choose him. So if you're authoritarianly pushing down and saying that you must choose X, Y, and Z, while the human is out there being like, maybe I don't want to. Well, that's bad for the human, right? But that's not against God's will. So the whole thing is that, and there are lots of case examples.
So his argument is basically anarchy is free will is anarchy, ergo anarchy good. That is a false correlative. Hey, Peace, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Let me see. Chatter, I'm not going to read that comment. That's mean. I think he does a different area of law, like family law. So when God comes back to be king, he's the only legitimate authority. Agreed, Aaron. Yep. Oh, nice, Jared. That's good. I hope you sleep well. I know sleep is not your forte.
Examples we can talk to about like conscription.
Oh, if Emmet doesn't say like name one society where anarchy has worked effectively in his cross, I will be severely disappointed.
Military service, et cetera, we can go through, right? But the
Just
biggest
saying.
deal here is that in any society that respects the rule of law, divine law, free will is supreme. And since free will is supreme, because it's our image made
hey,
in the likeness
Mercenary,
of
welcome
God,
to the show.
which grants us free will, the right to choose wrong and the right to choose right, then it's up to us to choose God. And if we don't choose God, that's on us, okay? So the whole issue is that America, if we want to talk about America, or if we're going the whole world, we can talk about that later, is that
microphone
American
bombing.
constitutional values try to preserve this in the best way possible through a form of anarchism, which we call federalism. We devolve everything in our society
Federalism?
to the family unit. The family unit centered to God.
I've heard of that, but not in that
And
context
the family
before.
unit is the next thing out from that is the parish. And from that, we go to this municipality. From that, we go to the state.
Yeah.
So these are all deformed of anarchism, meaning the individual has the right to choose what's best.
How is that anarchism? Federalism is a mode of government that combines a general level of government, i.e. central or federal government, with a regional level of sub-unit governments. How is that anarchy? That's not the... What?
For them. And that has how God created Adam and Eve in the garden. That's how
sorry, I gotta bleep for that. What the?
Torah, all through Chumash, all through the Genesis, all through everything shows that human beings have the fundamental right to have free will. Authoritarianism, and he hasn't even defined that yet, so maybe we can get that coming out. Maybe he'll cross-examine me about what his definition of authoritarianism. We'll go for that. But we have a preference under divine law for voluntary action.
Idea.
We have a preference in divine law for self-reliance. We have a preference in divine law for us to determine our own path through life, to have jobs, to leave jobs, to whatever we want to do as our God-given fundamental right under the divine will of the freedom of conscience and the freedom of will that God has given us. And it's very difficult for me to see how an authoritarian system...
One moment. We've got Emmet in the chat in a passive way. Don't bug him. He's on a YouTube hiatus. He says that he is FFS, which means for bleep's sake. I'm trying to lurk in bleep in peace. I would like more soundboard. You want more soundboard? Actually, I've got a soundboard sound that you might like. You know?
Cha-ching.
Donate to your host today. Or not.
that would controvert the fundamental premise of our humanity could somehow support that. The next thing we'll talk about, I suppose, is I suppose
tipsy.
He might could go into a...
Excuse me? I just woke up from a nap, pterodactyl. What kind of wild night do you think? It's like a freaking Tuesday night, dude, in Canada. Okay, bud? Fuck right off with that logic, bud. I'm just teasing him. He's also Canadian.
Divine command theory argument that says, well, since God says it must be cool.
Matrix-like
let's do an internal critique real quick on that. I'm going to frontline that.
Put on the list.
If divine command theory holds, then God gave man free will first. So much so that Adam
I am
and Eve
drinking
sinned
Diet
against
Coke,
God.
though. Diet Coke.
So
the breakfast of
you're
champions.
going to undercut the entire premise of the story you're telling, then that can't hold. So vote anarchy based on his internal contradictions.
Hey, Witchy. No, Aaron is a member here. Green is member, and then blue is mod. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, so I think weird opening from Loodle didn't adequately apply anarchy to his original definition. Engaged in like federalism comparisons, which isn't anarchy. I would say I would give that opening probably like a 3. I thought Emmett's opening could have used more polishing as well. I needed to have a couple little verbal slips, but it was still a pretty strong opening. I'd probably give it a 7.5 or an 8. Hey, Jody, welcome into the show. Avarice would like me to know that if he ever gets modded, he is timing out all of my other mods, and he is going to white knight for every single woman on premise alone. Okay, that's weird. That doesn't seem. It doesn't seem like your character, Avarice. What's going on? Have you been body snatched or something? Hey, the ravenous one. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome into the show. All right, let's keep going.
I stand open to cross-examination, good sir.
Okay.
Okay, this is a mistake that I made when I first started debating too. I don't know if Loodle's doing it yet. It's too early to tell, but like, don't bring your court style into debate. It's a completely different arena, very different rules, very different expectations.
Okay, let's go. So, do you believe that the good comes from liberty?
No.
Hey,
Do you
Creedog,
think that
welcome in.
accepting good would be has to be done by free will?
I believe the good comes from God, who gave us free will, and we can choose it or not.
Okay. And this person that has free will.
Hey, Mushroom.
Wait, this person or every person?
I'm not done with my question. But
Yeah, ever since I lost weight, my glasses look even larger, and it's like ridiculous. So these sunglasses are the next best thing. The glasses look redonkulous. Trust me. If I wore them, you'd laugh at me.
this person,
It would make the debate review unwatchable. Okay.
this person,
Just trust
okay,
me,
that has
okay?
free will, that we have agreed that they have free will, can they choose to do evil, right?
Maybe we have a distinction in linguistics here. By this person, you mean every person or the singular person who I don't know who they are?
We're talking about an individual.
Whoa.
So this individual will be able to.
Whoa. We got a $5 dono from World Radio. Sounds like he's ... lost to Avarice for trying to time out all the other mods. Cest la vie. It's a tragedy. Thank you so much, World Radio. World Radio is smoking you guys with chats this evening. He's got 15 on the docket. Just a reminder, we are contemplating an after panel, but we need sufficient bribing. And by we, I mean me. Thank you very much. The dono goal, I believe, is pinned. So if you feel like shelling out a couple bucks for your host, go ahead. If not, you never know. Maybe we'll get an after panel with somebody else. No hate on freeloading. I do it myself occasionally. Thank you very much, World Radio. Jess White, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming here and offering your mod services, specifically with respect to Avarice. I don't know whether or not that was a good idea to give her a wrench, but she needed defense against the evil Are We Not Men? Or as he's now known, Are We Not Shrimp? What is he anymore? He changes his name so often. The Avarice Show with the Big 10 says, how much to time out mods? To time out mods? That's a tough one. I will take $1 a minute starting at $10. But you can't time out mods for the entire show, otherwise they wouldn't be able to it would be able to do it. $20 is not enough to perma-block Avarice, World Radio. But thank you, Avarice, for your donation. Let me know. Let a girl know. Pterodactyl wants Avarice to do it. You guys woke up and chose violence today. Peace Dynamo with the big 5 with the heart sign. Thank you very much, Peace. You rock. And World Radio with the big 20 says perma-block for Avarice. Yeah, you can't. That's too slow. That would be like I don't know. I don't think he would. It's too low. Yeah, there's no way that I can perma-block people for $20. Like, number one, World Radio is my biggest supporter. Avarice, not going to do that. And number two, Avarice has donated already $30 to the show, World Radio. So, like, you can actually claim, you can be like, hey, I was banned from this show. Can I get my super chat monies back? Because your super chat gets deleted. And I like capitalism. So can you guys work out your beef? Can I time you out for a much lower amount? What are we doing here? I think you blocked each other because one of you donated $20 to block the other one, and then the other one donated $20 to block the one back. So now it's kind of like, I think we're canceled out. What do you guys think of that logic? Does that work? Does that track? All right, you're just being silly. Truce offer. World Radio with the big 20 says, truce offer to Avarice. Thank you very much. I love how that was a truce offer to Avarice, but I got the money. More of that, please. More of that. You guys rock. Thank you very much. All right, this is amazing. Thank you very much, the donos. But we do need to get back into the debate review. But I think we've pretty much almost paid for the after panel at this point. If not, we will soon with these donations. This is crazy. Cypher with the big 10 says, best not time me out. I will be so angry. I will actively go on stream at a later date and rant about it with a full takedown video. You better recognize. You heard? Watch out. I'm serious. Good night. Thank you, Cypher. I know this is probably past your bedtime, but thank you very much for your donation. Thank you for coming here and being a supporter of the show. You rock. God bless. The average Joe says, what the fuck are you talking about? I love radio. What's that? Sorry. I think I need more clarification in the form of super chats as to how you feel about World Radio. I'm not getting it. Like, you love him like a friend. You love to hate him. Like, what's going on here? What are we talking about, right? Like a love in a sarcastic way, love him like a brother. What are we doing here? I need more clarification, but I need it in the form of super chats, preferably. That would be getting my attention a lot easier. Thank you very much again for your show, your support. Both of you are hilarious, and let me see. Let's go back into the stream.
Able to choose between good and evil, right?
I mean, I would say every individual does. So this person is a subset of every person. So yes, but also don't limit it.
I'm not limiting it. I'm saying that this person that is an ex-human, we can call him every human, they will be able to choose between good and evil, right?
Yes. That's why I said absolutely.
So, can this person just decide to make
his
own free will a full-on government?
Can we pause it for 1 second? Can we just agree as a concession that when he says this person, he means all humans? Is that fair?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. I'm sorry.
Can any human decide that he is through force become king?
No.
No?
So if I wake up one morning and it's like, I want to be king.
You should always be smiling during these streams, Devil. They're supposed to be entertaining.
Yeah, you go on and you do everything in your power. You convince a bunch of people.
I wait,
I'm not done. I'm not done. Yeah, tomorrow I wake up, I say I'm gonna become king. I go to all my friends back me up. We got all the guns. We go on and kill all the people that we have to kill. We institute the Emmet monarchy. Is that in accordance to my free will?
That sounds frightening.
That's a lot more than saying I'm gonna wake up and jerk off and become king.
Did I do anything against my free will in all of this?
No, you exercise your free will, but it's against God's will. That's what I'm talking about.
What? Why would it be against God's will?
The commandments and such.
The commandments? Is there a commandment that says don't be a king?
There's a commandment that says don't kill people innocently. Duh. The fifth, if I count.
They're not innocent. Who the hell told you they were innocent? They were acting against my will.
Oh, this is good already. I can't wait. I can't wait for the rest of this debate. I hope you guys are equally enthused. World Radio with the big 20 says, try to get Avarice to not use caps for the rest of the show, LOL. I don't know. He did, the thing is, he bribed me with, a lot of money. And I think he's trying to set up a debate about using all caps. So if that's something that maybe you want to, let him have at, I don't know. But I know better than to interfere with Avarice and his caps lock. I'm pretty sure that that's all he uses on his keyboard. If I had to guess, I think it's probably taped down on the keyboard. There's just no option to use lowercase. Or maybe he just removed the button entirely. Work smarter, not harder. Am I right? Thank you very much, World Radio, for your donation. You rock. You guys rock. We're already winning at grifting, and the show's we barely even started. We're at 29 minutes. It's not even 30. This is the most money I think I made on a stream in less than 30 minutes. I should start fights and chat more often.
You killed everybody. You said you went out and killed everybody.
Everybody that was going against my will. And I believe that free will is the most important thing, which means that it's the good.
I don't think he wants one.
You said it yourself. I'm in your system right now. In your system, it is the most important thing, right? So in your system, my free will that I want to become a king is the most important thing. If I go on and do everything that I can to become a king, will that be wrong at all?
So dumb. So dumb. No.
I'm asking you.
That's not an argument.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your point is so dumb then. It's not my problem. Can you please answer my question? Would that be bad?
I'm trying to. I'm saying that every individual's choice and every individual's free will is to choose the right or to choose the wrong.
Including mine, right?
Can I finish? Can I finish, please?
Including mine in this example, right?
Okay. So if you're the demonic king and you murder innocents in your example, and all the people who are choosing God's will, we're going to church, right? You murder them. That's more moral than them choosing their own.
Jess, I'm not against that, but here's the thing. I usually stay away from AI songs in my streams. So I've heard it. It is amazing. And if Avarice wants to, listen to it, I will play it because he has, bribed me sufficiently this evening. But for general rules, I like to stay away from AI music with like lyrics in it. I don't mind making house or techno or like electronic instrumental music with AI just for in betweens, but I'm not really an AI song channel. And if I ever am, I have been kidnapped by body snatchers, and it is not me. Send help. Send help right away. Contact the authorities, please.
family and their own local society because you want to be king. I mean,
It's moral to me.
I think you just conceded the whole debate.
It's moral to me, right?
That's not the point.
Is it moral to me or not?
To you under an authoritarian
See you, Jared.
system.
God bless.
It's not moral.
No,
under
it's
an
moral to me
anarchist
under the liberty
system.
system
it's
because I'm
not.
acting in accordance to my free will.
What the fuck is the liberty system? Are you coining terms in your basement?
Whoa, he's
It's-
triggered.
Am I
So
doing it
triggered.
according to my free will or not?
Oh my god, the point is that everybody has free will, not just you, dude. That's the point.
But I don't care about others. So my free will is more important than theirs. Perfect.
Creedog, I'm going to explain this to you once. They're filthy clankers. I will thank my AI assistant, but that's only because I fear them, okay? But otherwise, they're filthy clankers and not to be trusted. Also, AI music seems to sound the same to me. I don't know if they use like the same voices. It doesn't have the originality that I crave, you know? I crave something else, namely heavy bass lines and awesome drops.
But is there an internal contradiction in my case because I care about my freedom?
Yes, because your free will
yes.
as an authoritarian exerts
Okay,
over other
Jess,
people
okay.
who have the same equal right to free will.
Oh, you want to use your authority then to stop my free will then, right?
Oh, force doctrine. Let's go, Andrew Wilson.
Oh, you want to
Emmet.
use exactly. You want to use your
It's by
authority
the evil
to
Andrew
stop my
Trader.
free
We
will,
can't
right?
play that song.
Oh, you're very authoritarian right now that you want to use
Andrew
your
Trader.
authority to stop my free will to become a king. That's very
when you-
authoritarian of you. Why
it's
don't
not.
you just
No, it's not.
submit
It's
in
anarchy.
accordance to
Yes,
my free will, okay, instead of using your fucking authority to stop me for being a king?
He
Why?
just said,
I know
said that
hardstyle
I'm
is.
authoritarian for stopping
I
him
don't
from
like
coming
it.
and murdering my wife, my
Oh,
children, and
that's
every innocent
fine.
people. All right.
Yeah, you would be.
All right, it's time, boys. All right, we're gonna move.
So more of the same. We have free will. Can you be appointed your own king? Just like useless arguments. And Emmet, you didn't say once. You didn't say provide me with an example of a society where anarchists have basically ruled, and it has been an effective way of governance. Do you say that at some point, please? Please tell me that you do. I know you're off YouTube
Move into
right
the
now.
body of this
I hope that you
section.
do.
Oh, Jesus God.
Oh,
It's,
Jesus God, indeed.
Again,
Jesus
for everybody
God.
out in the audience, if you're looking to debate or get into debate, go ahead and search out Verbal Combat.
Logic under pressure.
I'm going to skip the ads. But this was really well done. He has something from pretty much every show here. I think he even had the one where Emmet, at the start, I didn't play this for you guys, but he had the one where Emmet like exposed me for the wrench that I didn't want. That was pretty funny.
Just real quick.
Go on, ask me.
I'm gonna go on and ask you, buddy. Wink,
I
wink,
just
nod,
want to
nod.
know why you want to
Buddy.
allow me to just be a king.
Buddy.
You use your authority
No,
all of a sudden
okay.
into
Oh my
stopping
God.
me for using my
I thought
free will,
you
and I
said
just
that.
want to wear my crown, man. I just want to wear my crown, man.
Okay. I'm gonna show it to you in like 2 minutes why your argument is so dumb. So,
Uh-huh.
but you're not dumb. You're smart. Your argument is
Uh-huh.
dumb. Let me. So
Uh-huh.
you said, well, Ludelman
Why is he being nice to Emmet?
Of authoritarianism
Emmet's not gonna be nice to
I
him.
never provided one. Why don't you do one right now?
What don't do what?
You told me in your opening you were never going to provide that I was never going to provide a definition of authoritarianism, and you never provided one. So I'm just giving you the floor.
No, for good.
Provide me your definition of authoritarianism. Let's go.
It's for good. You will never going to provide a definition
So
for
everything
good. For
that's
what
good
good is.
No, I'm asking you what your definition of authoritarianism is. You're
No.
dodging. What is your definition?
If you
of
want a
authoritarianism?
definition, for authoritarianism, don't lie about it. Just ask me it.
I just asked you three
Yeah,
times.
let me explain this to you. This is how you ask a question without trying to make a lie about it. Okay, you say, "Hey, Little, can you please tell me what is authoritarianism?" That is the way. If I will go to you and I tell you, "Hey, do you remember, fucking idiot, when you were kissing my boots because you're fucking retarded and you weren't able to tell me what
never said-
authoritarianism is?" Okay, if you
Average. Where
I'm
are
not
you
saying
in
that you
this
said that. I am saying that.
exchange?
I'm explaining to you. Okay.
There we go.
Got it. All right. Let's bring it down.
But I will go
Hold
on and tell you what
on.
authoritarianism is.
Whoa. I don't
Yep,
want him to
stop.
tell me about it. I asked him a
Okay,
direct
stop.
question. Sorry, go
Emmet,
ahead,
why don't we answer the question? Can you define your definition of authoritarianism?
Yeah. Yeah, authoritarianism is just the idea that you have
I'll
a
look at ChatGPT. Just define it.
Okay. Oh, let him define it.
All right, I was being a dick.
Okay, you can go fuck yourself, buddy. Authoritarianism is the idea that you will use some kind.
And this is when Emmet decided he wasn't playing nice. Yes, that's correct. Up until now, I think Emmet was actually playing nice.
authority to
an
impose
extent.
certain rules within society. And the imposition of those rules comes from the authority, especially at the top, or in the system that you are within. One of the ways that you can see it is, for example, right now we have a full-on system of justice system, okay, and they have the authority to impose the laws upon the citizens.
Okay, can we define it with you started off really good and you went sideways real quick to talk about the system we currently have. Can you just give me? I mean, sorry, that's.
I gave you an example.
Can you just define the whole way? Like, what is authority? Like, if I were to walk through a woods one day and see authoritarianism, they're sitting in a box, what would it look like to me?
It wouldn't look like anything because it's.
I'm trying to get.
It's not a physical thing, dude.
Okay,
why do you use it? Why you be dumb? I don't
Some weird line of questioning.
What's wrong with you?
Okay. If I were to open a book, I'm trying to make examples that are coaching.
I already explained it to you without. I gave you a definition and then gave you an example.
No, you haven't. You said the system today is.
What part of what? Can you steal my definition? Can you do that?
No, because you haven't given one.
You can't.
I would love to. Okay, what he just.
I would love to.
What you said. What you said is authoritarianism is using authority to do things, and the system today is authoritarianism. That's not helpful.
No, authoritarianism is someone is at the top using his will to impose certain rules to the body of the people. And I gave you an example. For example, right now, we have a judicial system in which they can impose upon the citizens the laws that are written.
Okay, that's awesome then. So the president, who has the executive authority, is not authoritarian. The courts are.
No, he's the executive. What he does do is executing, right? So he takes the people and he puts them through the legal system. So he can go on and execute the laws to put you through the legal system in which they're going to decide whether or not you are actually guilty of
a bit too hot.
No. Let me break this down.
No, am I wrong about that?
You're wrong about like 3 things at once.
Okay, go explain the first one.
The first one is in your initial statement of authoritarianism. You said the Supreme Court, who decides the laws, are the ones who are authoritarian. Yes or no?
No.
Play it back, people. Play it back. He said that.
I never mentioned the Supreme Court.
Supreme Judicial Court. That's what you said.
Supreme Judicial Court? I said to the justice system.
Who's in charge of the justice system? Let's make it. Sorry, maybe I assumed something. I'm sorry. Who is in charge of the justice system?
Dude, what's wrong with you? I've never said that.
I'm back.
Who's in charge of the justice system?
The justice system doesn't have someone in charge.
Answer the question.
They go in accordance to the laws, and the interpretation goes to the Supreme Court as the last body of authority.
You're dodgy, and you're ruining.
No, he's answering the question.
Who's in charge of the justice system? Yes, and that's not yes or no. I can't even pin you down. Who is in charge of the justice system? Answer me.
There's no such.
Everest, we're reviewing the debate, not the awesome degree at which you compile a show. Okay. This is a different topic. If you want me to do a stream on that, I'm not against it, but I think I need more than a few episodes. When is your next episode, by the way? I'll chill it in the chat. Joe Cool is in the chat. Joe Cool says authoritarians make people do things against their will. That's correct. That is correct. When necessary.
No such thing as something in charge. What they do is they interpret.
Why did you say that?
Listen to the question. They interpret law. Listen to the answer.
So thank you for doing a commercial about my show.
Okay? And the final person who has the judges, and the final person
who are the judges? Which
there's
judges?
Different judges.
No shit,
every single judge.
It's a scheduled
every single
show?
judge
Okay.
interprets the law. When you go up the chain of command, the last ones who will give you a final interpretation would be the Supreme Court.
Oh, so when I said Supreme Court and you called me a retard, that was kind of wrong.
Yeah, you're retarded because that's not the justice system, right?
Wait, the Supreme Court isn't the justice system? That's just what you said.
Is the Supreme Court adjudicating every single case?
No, they go up the chain. Oh my God, you are so confused.
Every single case go up the chain?
No, only ones that are appealed. That's why I asked you, what do you mean by the justice system? And
every single case that gets appealed goes to the Supreme Court?
Stop.
Does it every Friday. At what time? I don't know. Just in the morning.
Every single case that is appealed goes to the Supreme Court?
I am quoting you back.
Is every single case that gets appealed go to the Supreme Court? Yes or no?
No, only the ones that set precedent.
Exactly. Okay, so who's making the
interpretation? Well, actually, it's only the ones that get leave, technically, but...
Yeah. If they don't go all the way to the Supreme Court.
The lower level judges.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
So if that doesn't prove anything.
It proves that I gave you a definition that is consistent.
No, it's not. You've been completely inconsistent this whole time. Oh my God. Okay.
Did ChatGPT tell you that I was being inconsistent?
No, I'm not. I've been looking at your face this whole time.
You look at my face this whole time.
To my detriment, I've been looking at your face this whole time.
Wow, that was rude.
I wouldn't kick you out of bed.
Yeah, all love in the world.
Well, yeah, well, I live in this world, which is not the next world, which is what I thought we were talking about. But
Oh,
let's talk
hey,
about
Bree,
useful
good to
stuff.
see
So
you.
I asked you for a definition
Welcome
of what
in.
authoritarianism is. And you said
Yes.
It's at 7:30
authoritarianism
a.m.
lies to those
PST.
people who make
Thanks,
the laws of
Everest.
land. And then through
Thank
some
you.
circuitous fucking route, you got to the point that all the judges in the land make the law. And so the executive branch is now, like, not relevant? Like, make that make sense. You've that contract 3 times. So let me break it down.
10:30
so
a.m.
who makes the laws in the land?
For some reason on the 21st.
Who makes
PST.
who makes the laws in the land of America? Let's go with that
It would
first.
be the legislative.
Amen. Who enforces the laws in the land?
Enforcement comes from the executive.
Exactly. Who interprets whether or not that enforcement and the laws are constitutional?
Well, they would,
Click,
they
click,
would
click,
interpret
judicial, yeah.
if they're enforced correctly, and it would be the judicial system.
Okay, cool. So then, why did you say at your opening that your definition of the opening of this?
Are they
not the
using
whole
their
debate,
authority to put the person or the individual through the
is
system?
who?
For example,
Who
would
is
the
they?
executive
Who is they?
would the executive use his authority to execute the law upon a citizen?
What?
Let's say that a
that's a ridiculous
citizen
question.
commits what they believe to be a crime, and they go on with the police and get the guy and put him in jail. Are they using authority to do that?
State or federal?
Also, here are the debaters.
Are they using
Yeah,
authority
yeah,
to
you
do
guys
that or
wanna follow
not?
that?
Who is they? Your pronoun use is very confusing.
The people that are executing so that they can get you, so they can put you
Who
in
are
the judicial
people?
system.
Who are the people? You
Well,
keep-
usually it's police, but it can also be. Well, usually it's the police,
are
but it can
the-
also
oh my
be
God.
that the military, if need be.
Okay, but that's not.
I feel like this is taking way too long to sink in for Loodle. Nid, welcome to the chat. Why should I obey any laws? Because the enforcement mechanism. So if you don't obey the laws, you can be subject to prison time. You can lose your license. You can have your wages garnished. You can have a record, a criminal record in some cases. There's lots of penalties, and typically people don't want to attract them, and that's why people avoid committing any kind of legal infractions. Hey, Gas Mask, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Does enforcement make it good? In some cases, yes. For instance, I would prefer not to be brutally mugged every morning on the way to work. So the healthy fear of going to jail if somebody mugs me off, you never know, it might be deterring people from mugging me. So yeah, it does make it good in some circumstances, but not all. Mr. or Mrs. Philosopher?
That's
Not
not the
sure.
point.
I haven't seen you
We-
before.
Are they
Welcome
using
to the show,
authority
though.
or
really
not?
need to pin you down to definitions. Like you're so all over. the place.
Oh, Gas Mask, no, that's on Saturday night. It's at 6 p.m. PST. So that is on
You are
Saturday.
so all over the place. You cannot even understand my argument. You said a
Because
bunch
you're
of
all
shit
over
that
the
has nothing to
place.
do with me.
Okay, so
Good to know.
Uh-huh.
All right.
What was my definition again? Just to be sure that you understand the definition of authoritarian.
why don't you give it to me again? I'll just and I'll still manage.
Oh,
to
so you
do it.
don't know, but you're
I
supposed
do
to be
know.
telling what is my definition. Well, tell me my definition then.
You
Okay.
didn't give me one, so I
You
can't.
guys are chatty this evening. I can tell that there's going to be an interesting after panel. Creedog says, if a law is not enforced, is it really a law at all? Yes. So the law does not need to be enforced to be a law, but there needs to be the threat of enforcement for a law to be persuasive or to persuade people to actually obey it. It has no teeth, to put it in more simplistic terms, if it's not enforceable. Darth Therains. Look, it's the, hey, I'm curious to know, since you defended anarchy, what your anarcho-capitalism, specifically how you think Loodle Miss Debates is doing defending anarchism, because I think it's not going very well. It's
I can't
not
steal
going
my-
very well.
Oh, I didn't give you one, sure. So I didn't actually give you one, except we've been talking about my definition for the past 10 minutes.
You want mine?
Let's see yours. Let's see if I can agree with yours. Because apparently you can't.
What? Because you're okay. Anyways,
Because you're retarded, yes. I agree.
He's about to define it, Darth, I
I
think.
can see. Okay, hey moderator.
I haven't watched
can
this
see that I'm
before.
retarded. Now he's gonna lose to retard. Let's go from there.
Let's go.
Right. So authoritarian, relating to a favored, bind, or submission
Never
to
mind.
authority under any circumstance. Agree or disagree?
Can you use authority in authoritarian definition?
Yes, you can.
Oh God.
They're not the
So
same.
you
word.
can literally just
Circular.
Are we-
you can quite literally be circular in your definition.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right,
Do you have any
So-
other
okay,
definition?
No, this is actually great because you
Amen.
can no longer use the word authority
Amen.
in any of your constructs.
I didn't use it. I didn't use authority.
You like 90 million times.
Authoritarianism is
Yes, Greedog.
the use of
We
force
do.
or will
It's a
upon
toothless
Okay,
shark.
a body of people by the
Got no
It's
teeth
a
in the
structure
mouth.
that uses his will
Or
best
open
two
people
pieces
to
of civilization
impose
sucks.
rules. That was
Uses
my
what?
definition.
No, that was not your definition. Play it back. That's fucking okay. Give me your new definition.
Okay.
Play it
Since you
back.
can't use authority anymore, give me your new definition.
Yeah, well, you can't use authority on your own definition. That's
Sure.
I don't want
then
to.
you
I'm
go
an
on.
anarchist.
Exactly. So I can do whatever I want then, right?
No, that's not anarchy.
No, why not?
I gave you my definition before. Were you not listening?
Why wouldn't? I mean, I told you, if
I
I want
actually
to own
didn't
anarchy
hear
to
it.
be a king, why would it be wrong?
Because every other person who has free rights and free will.
I don't care about any other person. I care about me.
Can I?
Should
That's good for
I
you.
care about other people?
Okay. You can be okay. Well,
Ought I care about other people?
Let's make a hypothetical where you. Can
I'm gonna ask you again until you answer that question. Ought I care about other people?
No, you ought not. That's not the point.
Perfect. Then doesn't
Okay.
matter. I don't care about
No,
other
it
people. I
does
care
matter.
about me.
It does matter. It does matter because all the other people you're trying to tramp over, you already fucked this up for yourself. You already.
Yeah, perfect. I don't care about them.
Okay,
What's
can I
wrong with that?
I'm going to explain to you very slowly.
Declaring a
I'm gonna use the
win
lack of
already.
system to
This
create my
is-
system because that's what I
No,
want.
you're not.
Because that's
you're
what
not.
I want.
You're not. Because all the other people who have their individual autonomy.
Hey, Kieran, welcome to the show. Hope you and Katie are having a nice time down under. About I want to say 20 minutes in, it got heated, and it has remained at a boiling point.
So
By their
what?
God-given. Let me finish. You need to let me go here, and then I'll give you 2 minutes.
So what? What has that to do with me?
Mod, can we have some semblance?
Can
of,
you
like,
tell me what?
answering-
Can you tell me what other
Appealing to
other
the-
people have to do with me?
appealing
and
to the
my
moderator?
will and
I'm trying
desires?
to tell him.
Are
I'm
you-
literally trying to tell him.
Are you wanting to go to timers? I don't.
No, I'm saying like he's asking me a question. I try to answer, and he cuts me off. Can I just
Okay,
answer?
so what question do you want to answer?
What are other people's agencies going to do with authority? Because he has authority over himself.
And your
So how-
answer?
My answer is because all the other people interact with authority in the same way as you do. Because all the other people have the same God-given rights under the fact that God gave every human free will. And if the other people don't like your free will, they will interact with you in a negative way. And that is the basic of humanity, basic of human rights, and the
How
basic
does
of
that
anarchy,
provide
meaning that
a
every
system of
human has to
governance?
consent to the system. So
right,
you
I
are
think we cleared
forcing a
that up.
non-sensual system upon everybody else.
Did you consent to being born?
Can you answer? That's non-responsive.
You didn't ask me a question.
Oh, yeah,
Can you-
Nitty, we
okay,
do a lot
I'm
of
I
them
didn't
here.
ask you a
Your
question. I was
statements.
answering your
I do
question.
them
Yeah, I
specifically
know.
in our
Did
review.
you-
them.
You're
consent
shifting.
to being born?
You're shifting.
And then we
I
do
asked you a
panels
question, I
consent
gave
to
you a
being
response,
born?
and oh my
of other
God.
debates.
You asked me a question. I was finally able to give you a response, and now you shifted the topics. Let's go back to the same topic. I'm happy to answer this a little bit later on.
Also, just a reminder for Nid and anybody else who's coming in. Yeah, we do panel debates. Usually it's based on the topic that I review. So if people meet the goal, which I know it doesn't say that we met the goal, but we pretty much have. I'm pretty sure I'll check it after the main show is over. But we usually do an after panel, and then if you have something to say on the topic, which usually people do, then I'll open up a StreamYard, and we have a maximum of 5 other people other than me. And I also do my own debates. Career Dog says, yeah, don't mind me, AVG. I still don't understand why we drive in a parkway and park in a driveway, but that's my issue, not yours. I'm a horrible driver, and I don't own a car.
Later on. Let's go back to the topic I just killed
I
you on.
don't
You
enjoy
give me
driving.
So you didn't consent
It
to
is
being born?
awful.
prompts. No, of course nobody does, but that's not relevant. I'm
Oh,
answering-
so
I'm answering
God
you
is
good things.
God
No,
is
no.
in
Big ups to Nid for the $5. Says, here, goal time. Thank you very much, newcomer to the show. And thank you for your support.
infringing upon my
Stop.
free
No.
will?
My God.
What? But I
That's
didn't
retarded. That's
consent
not-
to
that
being
makes no
born.
No. Okay, can we?
Exactly.
You,
What?
Emmett.
I
I'm asking you to go
debated
back
an
to the
80-day
argument
list
you lost.
recently. That was fun.
I didn't lost anything. You literally have
explain-
been trying
then
to move
explain to me
around,
how
trying
you-
to. You're still trying to tell me why do I care about
No, this one
other
is the
people?
blind pill
You don't
debate,
have
though.
to.
And then you bring up.
You
wait,
don't
wait,
have to.
wait,
You can run
wait.
with the sword and try to
Ah,
kill people.
perfect.
You'll get killed.
So I can, or not.
Yeah, you
Maybe,
can.
or I win and I become king. And
Good
then
for
everybody's
you.
happy, right? Because I become king and I impose my fucking will on them. And they're gonna be happy because kings are great anyway, right?
Well, that's like 4 non sequiturs in a row.
That's what I've said. Well,
Okay,
what has that to do with non
oh my
sequiturs?
God.
It's
Because
my
it is
will
one.
under
Okay,
your
it is
system,
one.
and I'm
Okay,
saying that
hold
it's gonna
on.
be great.
Hold on. Okay, so what question are you trying to ask, Loodle?
I'm trying to ask him why, when my response
Are
was, when he
you,
said, I'm a king, I'm gonna run
left-leaning,
through your village,
Nid? Is
and I
that-
responded saying,
Is that what the reason
because
for
the
the
people
comment
in that
is?
village are exercising their God-given free will to rise up against you. Why is that not a
Avarice.
rebut to authoritarianism? And he's like, were you born?
Why? Okay, so why is Donald rebel against authoritarianism? So you're pretty much stating that people rebelling against what you would consider tyrannical
No,
government.
he's misframing my words. My words
Well,
were
I'm
people
conservative, so
exercising their
I figure
free will.
maybe
Use my
you're
words
saying that
right, or
because
I will
you're
use
not.
them right.
Perfect.
He said fundamentally
People
disagree.
exercising their free will to rise
So.
against me because I'm authoritarian. So
thought
me
maybe-
using my
I
free
don't
will.
know. Maybe I'm wrong.
What is it? What are they doing?
Who? The people you're
The
trying to
people
massacre?
rising.
The people you just admitted you want to massacre are defending themselves by their God-given natural human right to self-defense.
Oh God.
Oh, good.
So these people that are using their
Every person in this world.
they're using
man.
these people that are using their natural human rights that I'm gonna trample all over because it's my natural human right to be free and do whatever I want anyway in accordance to your
JPP.
system. If I
You
do
don't
it,
know
what's
my
wrong
system.
with
You've
it?
never asked me the definition of
Who
my
is
system.
this JPP individual that thinks they need to apologize for their mere presence? We love having people here. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a nice day.
System. You've never asked me that once, dude.
Do I have
Whatever,
free will in your
Avarice.
system?
Yes, and so does every.
I voted for the Conservative Party, okay? And that's enough to make me politically conservative, okay? I'm not traditional, I think is what you're saying. I don't live a traditional life. Maybe that's what you're talking about. I am conservative in my political leanings and
It's
beliefs.
a human right to have free will.
No, it's okay. This is where you're, this is, no,
my
this is
human
where-
right of free will.
Hey,
I'm
Matt.
exercising
Welcome
it.
in.
And
This
this
is
guy
where-
is so mad at me for exercising my free
This is-
will
I'm
now.
not mad at you. This is where
Oh
this
my
is where
God.
no. This is where the internal
no.
critique I already made on you fucking hits home. Is because
Gas
because
mask.
your free will that you've just granted, right, is granted by God, and it's granted to every other human. So you just
Avarice.
negated your entirety of your opening, the entirety of your
I
first
mean,
examination. You've already
sometimes.
It's my
admitted
free will to
exactly.
become
So
a
you've
king.
already contradicted yourself.
Isn't it my free will to become a king?
You have already contradicted your opening and your first cross X, bro.
I haven't
Trying to bring it
contradicted
back.
anything. I'm gonna ask you
The
again
audience
because you
can see
cannot
it.
answer that question. Is it my free will? Is it in my free will to become a king?
If it is your free will to disobey
Okay.
God's law and disalign with His and become a king. Yes.
No, but in case you
I just
pretty
answered
much
you,
said
yes.
you
Take
pretty
it
much
relevant.
said and stated
Wait, is he saying he is basically saying that anarchy is good because Emmet can overthrow people and become a king, thus establishing an authoritarian government through anarchy? I'm confused. I am so confused. This is still very entertaining. Avarice, I'm a strong, independent woman until the apocalypse happens or we lose all social systems and structures and currency and all that, right? Let's be honest here. After that, I'm basically screwed. Like in a post-apocalyptic war band, I am a liability, okay? Let's be honest. I can shoot a firearm though. Poorly.
that
It's
every
been a
human
while.
being has free will, and their free will has to be respected because
Like
that is in
7
accordance
years.
to
Oh my
God.
God.
So
Oh my
if
God. Can we
my
do it?
free
Okay.
will is to become a king, it has to be respected in accordance
No,
to God.
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Why not?
Because every other human has equal free will. Are you deaf?
I mean, their free will, they're deciding that they want to be my subjects.
Nobody
And
said
the ones that don't are pretty much having a
He's
little bit of a
presuppo-
problem,
he's
right? Because
presupposing a premise
God
that's not
decided
gonna
that He was going to give me the power to
Nobody
stop
said
them
that.
from rising
No,
up.
God didn't say that. God get okay. Boom.
Oh,
boom.
you're telling me that the principalities of
Yes,
the
Creed.
earth are not set
Yes.
up by God?
Creed dog.
Eternal critique hits. God
Are you
gave
telling
him-
me
no,
that the
stop.
principalities of the earth are not set up by
Oh my
God?
God. God gave every human equal free will, and you just said that God, in your hypothetical, gave you.
I just realized something. This debate, ironically, is the representation of anarchy versus authoritarianism. Emmet should be establishing an authoritarian stance on this debate where he's like trying to push Loodle back into the definitional requirements of the debate. And Loodle is bamboozling Emmet at every turn, being a complete chaos agent, thus being the physical embodiment of anarchy. And Avarice is just sitting down there. Avarice represents the people in this exchange. Who will reign supreme? You be the judge and the jury and the executioner. I will post a poll after the debate is finished.
You extra free will to subjugate everyone. No, every
Are you
human has
telling
equal
me
free will.
it's
I'm
not
telling you
extra?
you're a liar and you're contradicting yourself. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm not. It's not extra. It's the same. I'm just exercising my free will in accordance to what I want. Other people have other wants. There's people who want to go and explore
Oh
the
my
world.
Yes,
I want to
Ned.
become
Shifting
king.
again.
Yes.
Is anybody listening to him? Is anybody actually listening to his words? I hope so.
Everybody but you, dude.
Appealing to the
You
audience.
just said that God gave you
Crowd
the will
work?
to
The
take everyone
debate?
others' free will away. God would not
The
do that
authority.
under your conception of God.
No,
Oh,
God
you
give me
can't
the
use authority.
authority.
I thought we were not using authority ever again.
In your definition, this is not a definition.
In
In
your
my argument,
definition.
I can use it.
Oh,
In my
No.
definition, I didn't use
No,
it, but
no,
in my
no,
argument,
no,
I
no.
can.
You just
Versus
said-
I
space is
defined
like
it.
unaliving me
I don't
right
know
now.
if you understand this, okay? I define the
think I
word,
would
and then I
like
can use my word in my argument.
Oh, but I
Otherwise, it
can't.
doesn't work.
But you already agree with me. You will never
No,
use
you
that
cannot
word
use it
again.
in your definition. You were defining the word, and you said authority is to use authoritarianism
said
is to
author-
use authority. That is a
No, that's
circular.
not- no.
That is
Stop,
a circular
stop. What I
definition.
said was,
It is a circular
woman is a
definition.
woman.
What I said was,
Mm-hmm.
authoritarianism is relating to or binding to submission to an authority.
Exactly. Are you
That makes-
using the? Are you using? Are you literally using the word in the definition? You
That's
dumb-
what your problem. But you don't understand.
dumb cunt.
Oh,
Oh my god. Okay, so but let's
Shit.
go back to what we're actually talking about.
Blue
If I
is the
get-
color blue.
We're not
because
going
Red
there.
is the
That's
color
it's
red.
blue.
Stupid is what stupid does.
Blue.
So-
Na-na-dee-da.
So binding, the fact that binding does a lot of work in that definition, doesn't matter to you? That you can bind one to your authority, which is your whole premise for how you can subjugate people?
I can use my
Like
free
that
will to
doesn't matter?
subjugate people to my authority. What's wrong with
And
that? What's
all
the
free will-
contradiction
and all-
there?
And all the yeah, you can, and all the people. can
Perfect.
use
Then
their-
there's no problem there.
There is a huge problem there because all the free people can rise against you if they want.
Not
to.
in your system. In your system, it's perfectly
what?
understandable because I'm using
No,
my
it's
free
not at
will.
all. No, oh my god, no.
No, I'm not using my free
Oh my
will to
God,
become
no,
a king. That's
no.
what I
And
want.
so are everyone else who rises against you.
And if they die, they die,
My
right?
God,
They didn't use their authority correctly.
Your
That's
authoritarian
simple.
def- your
God gave me.
authority- Oh my God.
God
your
blessed me
authoritarian
to use the authority so that
No,
they
and
could
so-
get fucked.
No,
That's
because
that's it.
you've now
Let him
used
open up.
you've now used the
Just
Targ
realized my
argument
like hoodies
to
The
chilling
target.
out back here.
transcendental will of God.
I didn't use any tag
You just did.
argument.
You
What is
Like
the
the
tag?
whole boot
You
is
just
in
said,
here. Oh my
Todd,
gosh.
I'm
I
gonna.
name it
I'm
every
going
time.
to strangle you with a tag argument if you think I used it. What is the tag argument?
You just said divine will
It's-
give you
no,
the power.
make
to
it.
You
Make
just
that.
said I'm God. Can I talk?
I wanted
You
to
just
use
said
tag.
you just said divine will gave you the power to subjugate these people.
Tag.
Yeah,
I'm
because you
saying-
told me.
No, I
because
did
you
not.
told me. You told me that God gave me free will.
But free will is not divine will. That's where you've fucking bitten your
I
internal
never said that it
contradiction
was
and you're
divine
done.
will. I said that it's given by God.
just
So
said it
I
was divine will.
used my God-given
okay.
free will
So,
to
no,
use
no,
it
no,
against
no,
people
no,
to put it
no,
under my
no, no,
authority,
no,
and
no,
then
True,
God
Nick.
bless me
No,
so
no,
that
no,
I
no,
can
no, no,
have them
no,
under
no,
my
no.
authority.
No, oh,
And all
see
of
how
that
he-
is doing,
no, stop.
and all of this
Stop.
is being
See
done
how he
under
just
God.
added in? See how he just added in? I was blessed to his previous statement that God gave
Yeah,
you
I
the
just
divine
blessed
privilege to.
Yeah.
But you added that in after you realized you fucked up.
No, I didn't fucked up. Did you think God wouldn't bless me?
That's blessing just entered in the conversation for the first time right now. You said
Okay,
previously,
fine. Let me
God
ask
gave
you
you
a
his
different
divine
question.
will.
Yeah, exactly. Like he gave his divine
Okay,
will
well,
to
exactly,
David.
then you already bite your internal contradiction. The
Yeah.
debate's
Oh,
over.
this is. I saw this
Exactly
part.
like
This
like
was
he
bad.
gave his divine. You know, he blessed David so that he could become king. God's gonna
Stop.
bless me so that I can become king.
Non-responsive.
Why not? Oh, so God bless only can bless David, not me. In accordance to you, why?
You said God gave you his divine will. That's not the same as a blessing. So stop equivocating.
No, I never said that.
You-
I
oh my
said
God, everybody
once
knows
again, God gave me free will, and using
not
that
his
free
divine
will,
will.
I went
You
on and put my
equivocated that
authority
his
over
divine
everybody.
will.
Why wouldn't you just allow me to answer your? You know, you see how I shut up when you.
Oh, no, you're
ask
good,
me?
Ned.
Why wouldn't you allow me to answer you?
Anamusa
He
asked
gave me free
You're
will,
good.
and I used my free
Don't
will
worry
to
about
put
it.
my authority over everybody else because I became a king. And the people who wanted to race against me, they got fucked over because God wanted so, because He blessed me, just like He blessed King David.
So now that he's done, I gotta go, right? So that's called an ad hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy. Because I have free will and I used it to
I actually
subjugate
don't think I've heard of
everybody.
that one.
So that's assuming part of the thing that would never
Ad
actually
hoc.
happen because of my premise of anarchy. And because I subjugated
Ad
everybody,
hoc fallacy?
therefore God must have blessed me, just like He blessed King David. So we have three logical fallacies.
How cool
running
you're a
in
gym-
tandem here.
a gym
the
boob
first one is
follower?
because I have free will,
Nice,
I can do whatever I
Ned.
want.
I like
the
gym
whole
buff.
issue is my argument is that
He's
everybody
Orthodox
else
too.
who has free will will
Very
stand up
cool.
against them and exert their free will against him. And he assumes
authority.
for his point of argument that everyone will be steamrolled by him. And then he assumes after that God will somehow bless that somehow grants him the authority to make it good. Ergo hoc, therefore, ergo hoc propter hoc, therefore, because it happened, it's good. So it's like this guy is a logical fallacy.
Who the
machine.
fuck said it was good? It has nothing to do
You
with
just
good
said that
right
3
now.
times. You said because I was
no.
blessed the way David was blessed.
Auditory
That was the last
masochism. Ned?
He blessed me so I can subjugate these people.
That's
That was a
dark.
blessing.
After
What's the
that.
problem with that?
Love
On
that
your
for you,
system,
though.
what is the problem with
Okay,
God
can you-
blessing me so I
can
can
we
put
just-
my
can you
authority
define-
over them?
Have I adequately defined your system at this point? Can you adequately define mine?
Torture yourself through audio.
Your definition of your system is that everybody has free will and they will use their free will
That's
to
what I
stop
do
me
when
from
I listen to
becoming
country
king, right?
music.
No. My
No?
definition.
Auditory
Okay,
Where does the free will
masochism.
Can you
from?
give me a historical example of your
Sorry,
system?
country
I can give
fans.
you one
Yeah,
historical
Genesis.
example of mine.
Genesis,
For example,
book one.
no, wait. My historical example would be King David. What is your historical example of
Adam
your
and Eve.
system?
Adam
Adam and Eve?
All the book of Genesis. Yeah.
So the first 2 humans is
and
your
the
example.
next 3,000.
I don't do tag
The next
mercenary.
3,000?
I'm not an
Adam and
apologetics
Eve,
debater,
Noah,
period.
Sodom and
but
Lot. people choose against God by their
So the
free will all
people-
the time. Like,
So
So
what
the
don't
people
you
that
get?
got
What don't you
flooded.
get? Like, what
Is
don't
your
you get about
example.
that?
Yeah, the people
I
that got
gave you
flooded
my
is your
example.
example.
Okay, I gave you my example. Combat it instead of going at me with more questions. Combat my example.
I'm just want to be sure that
I'm
you give me
100%
your
sure.
example. Yeah, the example you're
whole
giving
book
me
of-
is the people that got
The whole book
flooded.
of Genesis. The whole book of Genesis.
The whole,
The whole
My example
book.
that people have free will is the whole book of Genesis. Go at me, bro.
the whole book of Genesis. Okay, so
Really?
when
You
people
have
want to
free will,
reference
yes,
the
and they can choose good or bad.
when
Yes,
people
go
are
ahead.
called
Specific
to listen to Noah, for
paragraphs
example,
about
is he exerting his
the
authority over people?
snake
What
and the
happened?
apple?
No, you're twisting the argument.
The whole book.
No.
Yeah, you are.
When
Oh, poor
okay,
Ned.
I'm just
Understand what
I'm just
consent is?
asking
Okay,
I'm asking
no,
questions.
I'm
I don't
asking
even know what you
questions
mean.
Can you define consent for me?
No, I don't know what consent is. What is consent?
Can you define it for me?
I don't know what it is. I really
Well,
don't.
then his argument fails on the internal control.
Emmett,
right? He's
I
already
wanted
conceded
this
the
entire
third time.
debate.
Until he can
It's not
define
part
it,
of
I
my
don't want to
system.
talk
My
to
system is not. My system is not based on
It has nothing to do with
consent.
consent.
My system is based on virtue. So when people
No,
tell
on
me about
virtue.
consent, I don't even know what they mean. How exactly do you know consent? For example, when you are
Define to
having
me.
sexual intercourse with a woman. Do
I'm
you?
not-
You?
I'm not going
It's
down
like,
the road.
is there
I'm
some
not
kind of
going- I'm
implied
not-
consent?
I'm not going
What
down
is
the road.
consent? Can you tell me what consent is?
You need to tell me.
Hey,
'cause I asked
Scott.
you
Welcome
first,
in, sir.
brother.
Yeah, I told you. I don't know. I don't know what
Well,
you
then
mean
he
by
loses on
consent.
principle. He's
I
conceded.
lose
the
on
third time.
principle.
You can't declare a
Okay, how
loss
does
in the
free will
middle
interact
of a
with consent if you
debate.
can't define consent, brah.
I've had that done to
I
me.
believe in
It's
authority.
lame.
So no consent.
I'm
That's why
wrong,
it's
No,
usually.
and
I don't give a
that's
fuck about
because
consent. How many times do I have to tell you? It
There
means
we go.
nothing to me.
So
A
his whole
Christian
system-
one, Aaron,
His whole
I
system
think.
overrides freedom of will. His whole system overrides everything that his religion believes.
No,
His
it
whole system
doesn't.
Overrides the entire basis of
In
humanity.
my system, you have the will to do what is good or not do it. Okay?
On the basis of
but
what?
the actions of what you're going to be doing, I still
Will
dictated by
impact
God.
you.
Answer my question. Go
And
back.
you'll
He's-
be
he should
impacted
know.
by
Go back.
authoritarianism.
Do you have consent? Do you consent? to being
Define
born?
consent. If you're asking me about
I
consent,
don't
you have to
know.
have a
Can you
definition.
tell me what consent is?
Well, you're asking me. Okay. Here's the lie to it. Here's what he's doing.
You want me to
Is
use
that-
the oh yeah baby?
Okay, so he's not gonna define
I know how
consent?
exactly does it go when it comes to the.
He just asked me what.
No,
about consent
Aaron,
with
he
an
meant- he
intimate
meant
partner
that
would be.
he doesn't think
could
it's
not ask
applicable.
that without knowing the definition of consent. So he's being a bad
don't
faith
know.
actor and disingenuous.
No, I just don't know what it is.
Okay,
Then
maybe
why
he
would
did.
you ask me my consent?
Never
You
mind.
asked me what my consent would be with a
Oopsies.
partner, intimate partner. So if you
Okay.
don't know what that means, you could not ask that question.
I'm gonna ask
don't
you a
know the
question
language.
because apparently I don't know how to explain. I don't know what it means because people tell me different things about consent. For
I
example,
don't care what people say. What is
when
your
I
position?
am having
I'm
relationship
asking-
with a woman and I'm
stop.
humping
What
her
is
and
your-
she changes her
what-
mind about whether or not she wants to have it with me at that moment, am I raping or not?
That's a fucking horrible story, and that doesn't matter because I don't know what you're.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What is your definition of consent? You just told me how somebody might have a different one.
Sorry,
If you have a
song's,
different
like,
one, that
stuck
means
in
you
my
must
head.
have one. So what is it? You're
I
gonna
don't
die on
know
the
what
stove,
it is.
aren't
Can
you?
you please define consent? It's on your system. I don't know what is in your system.
You just
My
put your
system, I don't
system in-
care about consent.
Well, then
It's
why
not-
did you
it's
give me
not
the example
important.
of you doing the dirty thing to
In
the
my
woman?
system, you don't need to be.
The
You don't need
dirty
to
thing?
consent to the system you're
Whoa.
under. In fact, you need to submit to the system you're under, and you need to do what
Someone
is right
doesn't
in accordance
believe
to the
in
system you're under.
love
That's what
making.
we're called
This
in
guy-
several passages of the Bible. So,
anybody hear
can you
this
please
guy
tell
right
me
now?
what is consent?
No, you need to tell me first because I asked first. That's how debate rules go.
No. You're gonna tell me my system. Oh my God, you're gonna tell me my system.
If you don't have a definition, your system is not a system.
Can you tell me my system for me, bro?
Make me a system without defining the basic principles. Go.
But anarchy is a
Make me a
system.
system without defining basic principles.
It's chaos.
Go. Hit it.
I don't know what
Go.
you're talking about.
I know because you're fucking
That's
wrong.
true,
What is-
Matt.
what is
It is a
wrong
form
with
of
you?
consent.
Because you're trying to derive a systematic principle
That's correct.
without knowing a basic fucking definition because you're unwilling to admit it.
Scott was
because
the
it
only
proves
thing
you're
that
wrong.
the
That's
only
my
person
argument.
that was
What
funny.
I already told you in my system.
No, you have
of
not. You told
My
me
authoritarianism-
song singing.
No,
in my
no,
system
no.
of authoritarianism.
He's shifting again. We can't link it with
Let me
this.
explain this to you because
Nobody
you
else
apparently
got the
don't even know your
reference.
system. In my system of
It's fine.
authoritarianism,
I
I'll
know
get
my
over it.
system. You don't know yours.
I'm just a
dude.
bit
in my
salty.
system of authoritarianism, you're under an authority. That authority doesn't need your consent to be under. It is part of the course
What
of
does
being
consent
under
mean?
the
Okay,
authority.
you just use consent in your definition. What does consent mean?
No, I was explaining to you why it doesn't
No,
matter.
no,
in
no,
my
no, no,
definition.
no, 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 no. You just use consent in your definition. What does consent in your definition mean? You
I
you
didn't use it
authority
on my
without
definition.
consent.
You
So what does
are
it mean?
under
No.
that. You're under that. Consent or
What is
not
that?
is not important.
On
I don't know.
What
What
is
is it?
Haywire.
Okay, you just told me that authoritarianism, you can exert your will without consent.
You are under an
What does
authority
consent
whether you
mean?
want it or not.
What does consent mean?
Force doctrine,
That
baby.
you want it.
What does consent mean?
That you want it.
Yes, that's not just a
What?
buzzword. I know that how it's actually applied.
Whatever. Consent is wanting it.
Wanting what? Can I want a bagel
It's
and not
to
want egg on
want.
it? Can
Consent
I
is to
consent to a
want.
bagel and not consent to an egg?
I don't know.
I'm
Can
asking you.
I don't know. If
No,
you
let me-
want,
let me
if you
phrase it-
want
let
a
me phrase
bagel
it
and you
better.
don't want the egg, maybe.
Let
But
me phrase it
what
better.
if what if you are in the middle of eating
my
your
God.
bagel and you were tasting the egg, and at the moment you're tasting the egg, you decide that you don't want the egg anymore? Is that against your consent?
This guy has a great ability to make up freaking
Oh,
eschewing
okay.
freaking examples. Okay, let me make it more simple.
Can
If I
you
consent-
answer my
if I-
question?
If I consent, no, because it's a stupid example, because it doesn't
No?
prove the point.
What is the point?
I don't know, Ned.
If I
It's
can
you give me a
baffling me as
point?
well.
I'm doing one right now.
Can you please define consent before you give me the?
No, I
give
can't
me the
because you
point?
can't. It's
Oh,
your
you
point.
can't.
It's your definition.
I
of
told you already.
authority.
I already defined it for you. Is to want.
So now I'm doing another eternal critique, which apparently you don't know what that is. and you can't
Oh, it's
respond to.
another internal critique. Okay, can you go on? Please give me the fucking point of why consent is? Oh no.
An
Because
internal
now I'm
critique
in
about
your own
Emmet?
morality system and your own
This-
authoritarian
this
system.
What
is
is my moral
baffling.
system? Can you explain that?
The one
I'm
you just
sorry,
laid out to
Little,
me.
but
That's why
this,
I'm
you're
it?
bombing this, man.
that authoritarianism
This is
allows
bad.
a person to act without consent, and you said consent is to have what somebody wants. So now I'm asking you a question.
Does it
within
tell
that
you what
same-
is the good?
Can I actually answer the framework?
No,
question?
because that's not my moral system. I gave you my moral system.
Then what is your moral system? I'm quoting you back
Would
to
be
you.
to act in accordance to God. So it's a virtue
Oh my God!
ethic
Now
system.
we're 3 hours back now. Jesus
We
Christ.
are in a virtue ethical system. So
No,
you
oh, that's
ought
a new
to
word.
in
Virtue
accordance to
ethical
what
system is
God
now in the
desires,
chat.
not in accordance to your desire.
No, we're not. You just said that your authoritarian system is you can act on authority regardless of people's consent. I asked what consent is, and you
My
said
system
consent.
of
No, let
authoritarianism
me.
do
Okay,
not
I'm
require
trying to
consent.
I'm
Oh,
trying to steel
God.
man your argument. Can you let me steel man your argument, please?
If you want it or not, it doesn't matter in my system. You're still under the
Did he
authority
just
of the
ask for
system. You
consent?
are
That's
under-
what I'm trying to get to. You won't let me get to.
Uh-huh.
To steel man an argument? That was
doesn't
pretty funny.
help.
In a discussion about consent. Anyway.
Uh-huh.
I thought you were going to speak. If not, I'm gonna
Oh,
continue.
you like
That's right.
okay, cool. I didn't know. Every time I start speaking,
I'm gonna go ahead and continue.
Hey.
Holy fuck!
Thanks,
Stop.
Bob.
Literally gave him the
Alright,
fucking
look,
floor,
you
and
guys
he
remember
just
this-
started speaking the
Everest
moment
is
I
desperately
start
like,
talking.
please
Emmett,
stop,
come. All right.
please.
Let's go back to standard here.
My brain.
All right. Go.
Emmett,
Who's
go.
the standard? Who goes first?
You
Standard.
said you can go ahead.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
like, is he
Okay,
trying to go back
so,
to like the
In
gear
my
shift?
system, when I'm talking about this authoritarianism, okay, is the fact that you can be living under an authority. In this case, it would be the authority of God. If you want to talk about ethics, under the authority of God, and you would be doing, in order to do what is good, you would be following His will. So you ought to do the will of God. That's how you get to the good in my system. It doesn't have to do whether you want it or not. It doesn't have to do with your free will. It's just what He's doing, what is good, or doing the good has to do with you doing the will of God.
Perfect. I get a chance to respond now? And he won't cut me off, right? Well, he's gone now. So, okay. So the point being is that if we have a system where God gives us free will and we have the ability to choose right or wrong, we have the ability to choose whatever we want, whether it's aligned with God's will or not, then the system that he's talking about internally contradicts the system he's saying. Because God would not will somebody else to exert our authority over us and us to take it without our consent. Free will is part of consent. We can exercise our free will to consent or not consent. Do I want eggs? Do I want bacon? Do I not want it? So listen to his own words and hear what he's saying. Because he's saying that God will.
Yeah, Cree Dog, it's pretty bad.
Exist. They don't. The most devolved form, the basic like freaking petri dish form of anarchy is free will. And when you have free will, you can choose to consent or not consent. What you do after that is also your free will. If you want to rebel or you want to consent, that's fine. But the whole point where his system falls
Nah,
apart
Scott, I think
is when
Everest
he
is
gets
having
rid of
fun with
consent,
him.
because he says, I'm going to make you consent, which is not consent by
I'll let
definition.
Everest
So throw that out.
decide
That's
if
the
he
fifth
needs a
reason he's lost this
timeout.
round. The next one is because he's now deriving post hoc ergo propter hoc, the fact that because he dominates
Just
everybody
galloping.
in his authoritarian system, I'm the same argument. It's not just galloping.
Yeah.
Just 40 how many points are you going to make about the same argument, supposedly?
It's the same argument. It's the same argument. I'm restating it.
So, did God will
But
David
you, okay,
to be
wait.
king?
Let me. Can I finish it real quick?
Statement.
No, real quick,
Finish the
okay.
statement out.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, finish the statement out, Loodle.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. So the whole point being that because God anointed David, or because
Sassy.
because when he became an authoritarian,
Need
after
some
the fact,
sass
God blessed it
emojis
because
in
it
the
was good,
chat.
does not
Where are they?
negate
I'll
the
put them
fundamental
in.
premise of free will, which is why he's been biting this internal contradiction all day long and has to bite to make his system work. I'm done now with this statement.
So, did God will King David to be king?
Yes.
So God contradicts himself because he put on an authority on the earth?
Make that make
All
sense.
good,
I want
Scott.
to understand
Don't
it. I'm
worry.
trying to act in good faith. Make that make sense to me. That question is a non sequitur.
Yeah.
mean it's not good,
Did Emmett almost
what
fall
fuck
out of
you-
his chair?
I mean,
Okay,
you just asked-
okay,
no, I'm trying to
Little,
understand.
I'm done being nice to you, fucking retard. You said that God will not
Oh,
will
really? No,
authorities
I-
in the world
I
because he's
apologize, guys.
respected of
Now
free
he's
will.
not being
If
nice
anymore. I
God
never
put-
said that.
Fuck you!
I never
Let
said
me
that.
finish, you sucking
Well,
kind
stop
of
putting
dick.
words in
Put a
my-
dick in your mouth so you can stop talking. Okay? Put your
putting
fucking
words in
dick in
my
your
mouth,
mouth.
then.
So
I'd rather put a dick in my mouth than your
okay?
words.
Yeah, suck it. Okay, suck my dick. You stop it. So, did God
put words in my
will
mouth, I'm
King
gonna correct you.
David? Yes. If God will King David and he has authority, then that means that God is putting some kind of authority over the free will of people.
you get it
And in your
wrong.
fucking
No.
system, all you care about is the fucking will of the people. Okay? You just care about the will of the people.
The
okay?
wheel.
The people. So you are actually contradicting yourself. You're saying,
The
well,
wheel.
God would not put any kind of will or authority over you. At the
Nobody
same
said
time,
that.
God
I
did
didn't
it
say
when
that.
he put King David in the fucking throne.
You asked
What
me,
is
did God
wrong
bless
with you?
Okay,
Quite literally a fucking contradiction on your end, and you're pretending that you're not understanding that. Oh, what do you have to do with anything?
He broke Emmet.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Literally,
think
zero IQ for some fucking reason.
I think what's wrong with me is I actually listened to him, and he asked me the question, did God bless King David? I said yes. And then he went in this whole slur grade. So, yes,
Who
God
is
bless
Lil
King David.
talking to right
Yeah,
now? Avarice?
You didn't ask me that.
How did he got blessed?
Because God blessed him? This is so dumb.
Because God blessed him. He got blessed because God blessed him. We're going back to circular fucking definitions.
What is your actual question?
Oh, yes. My
Oh,
question
yes,
is a
that is my
question,
actual
Loodle.
question. Oh,
My
yes,
question
very
is just
nice.
a question.
What is your
My
actual
question is a question. Didn't you know the question is a question?
What is your question?
A question.
Which is?
How did
question.
he get...
I think he's.
So dumb.
Oh, is it fucking circular?
Blessed.
You fucking rule? I don't.
I'm
Okay,
trying to get
fine.
faith
I'm being,
here.
I'm being
I'm
absolutely
trying to get
pedantic.
faith.
I agree.
and
I agree that I'm being absolutely pedantic. But can you please agree that his fucking definition is fucking circular?
I got it.
Nobody's
I got it.
asking.
But let's try to move forward with this argument.
Let's
Go ahead
try to
and
move
ask the
forward.
question that can be
We're in the
responded to, Emmett, please.
dumpster. How are we going to move forward from the dumpster?
How did King
Gonna
David
push the
get blessed?
flaming dumpster
God.
forward?
Not by Baal.
By did I ask by who he got blessed?
Is by God not a proper answer? Because that was your entire reliance on your entire previous argument.
I said, how did he get blessed?
Okay,
Not
did I
who
ask
blessed
by who
him.
did he got blessed?
Can I have a second to respond why my answer is as it is?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh God! Yeah,
Okay,
you go
so-
ahead.
Emmett,
Thank you. Bro.
Loodle, go
So
ahead
the
and
whole
respond.
the whole point
This
was,
is
and this is why I
cringe.
think there's an internal contradiction coming out again, right? Is that he said after he exerts his authoritarianism and dominates the whole world, they can't exert their free will. Then at that point in time, because he conquered, God blessed him, and he conquered, so God blessed. And so his answer, why was King David blessed? Because God blessed him. The same way he's relying on God's authority to bless all of his
No.
things that violate free will and God's will by the same
No.
token. Go ahead.
So he blessed him by violating free will.
No, in your hypothetical, God would bless you for violating free will. What I'm saying is complete contradiction. David
Oh,
is saying,
Lord.
You're saying King David is a hypothetical?
no, I'm saying your hypothetical of dominating. Oh my God, he can't even listen. Your hypothetical
No,
of
Aaron,
dominating all the
Emmett's
humanity and
on
then
a
afterwards God
YouTube
bless
hiatus.
you
He's in and
is a
out
hypothetical.
here
King David is
and
a
other
factual
places on the
historical example.
It's not
They are
you.
Yes, I
different.
know, and he was blessed, right?
It doesn't seem like you know, man.
He So in the
seems like you're-
hypothetical that I presented at the beginning of the debate, it was a hypothetical to try to figure this in an easier way. But since
Can you
you're
restate that?
unable to,
Because it's-
Correct,
since you
Ned.
still
I
think
think-
that when I asked, well, how would you feel
I'll pause this
if
for a
you didn't have
second.
breakfast this morning? The answer is thirst.
I took it as like a delay. I think maybe perhaps Loodle didn't know this section, or like maybe he genuinely didn't understand Emmett's question, but in either event, it's not good. You might think that it's bad to admit that you don't know, but at least understand the question. The problem with Loodle's answers, he wasn't understanding the question. He kept saying like, okay, like God is blessing David, but that wasn't Emmett's question. Emmett's question was, how did he get blessed? Like, I'm assuming a good example would be like why did God bless him? I personally don't know actually that specific story or the particulars. I know like David was king, but I don't know how he became king through the blessing or why God chose to bless him. So that's what I would say. And there would be
Thirsty, I
nothing
have to
wrong
go
with
through other
that.
examples so that you may have the brain capacity
Okay,
to understand what
hey.
I'm saying. So
Right,
when I'm
Ned,
talking about the
there's
King
3
David,
different
which is
ones.
a historical
There's
example
3
in
different
which he was
reasons.
blessed, and I asked you how was he blessed. You're still telling me that he was blessed by God, but you're not telling me how he was blessed.
Can I respond to some of the ad homs that were thrown out there? So first of all, that he was nobody ever asked me what I had for breakfast, and nobody ever responded thirsty. That's just insane. And that was the first hypothetical he threw out here, which is just straight lies. You can't just bring up lies in the freaking last 2 minutes of it, man. The point
Oh,
being
you mean
is
like
that,
not understanding what I said the first like 10
Well,
hours
Well,
of this debate.
I'll stop the clock here. So we do have 2 minutes left. Do we want to add more time to the clock?
Hell no. Let's just go to closing. So
Yes,
it's getting
please.
exhausting.
Add 30 minutes. I love it. I love it here. I want another hour of this.
I know, Everest.
I'm ready. I'm
so
ready
maybe
for closings.
so,
You're not to be
so maybe we
trifled
can go
with. I
somewhere.
I've
understand.
already won. It's just getting exhausting.
Oh,
We'll
Loodle,
run out the-
Loodle.
we'll run out the-
Wow.
Are you want to run, Loodle?
I've
Go
already
on, bro.
won.
No,
It's
I
getting
have-
exhausting.
Let's get it, bro.
Bad
I
luck,
have a wife and
Loodle.
children
Don't do
I
that.
attend to. I've
Don't do
already
that.
gone
Yeah.
over the time I promised my wife I'd be at, so I'm already violating my promise to my wife. If you don't promise that,
I'm
then whatever.
sorry.
I don't care if you're sorry or not. I love you, brother, anyways. As a child of God who has free will, I love you anyways. But I have my duties to attend to. So let's go.
Yes, you don't love me. I want to be king, and you're pretending that my will and my free will
says
is not
you should
true.
not do so.
Where does it say that I shouldn't be king? Where's the
Under-
commandment?
Because you're exercising your free will. I have mine to rebut that. Like, do you understand anything about free will? Anything about what God gave every human
you
free
are
will?
not. You are not. Listen, this is the problem you're having. You are not going to my free will and making my free will come true. You
I
are
don't
being
care.
up. Okay, you are going
does that
against the
matter?
will of God that wills me
Because
to
you have
become
to assume
king.
that your free will is you've made the logical leap there, which is fallacious, that God wills you to be a king.
He didn't. He gave me the free will so
You
that
just
I
said that out
will.
loud for the 5th time.
I will to become king.
And God
is there a
has other
contradiction?
opinions.
Oh, so you're gonna tell me what is the opinion of God?
Oh, you just told me what it was.
Oh, you're gonna tell me what is the opinion? No, I'm telling you what is my opinion. My
I know.
opinion, my
I'm not-
will is that I want to become king. I want it, not
I'm
God.
telling-
I
I'm
want
telling
it.
you.
You're gonna tell.
I'm-
You are going to tell me what God wants.
Let him
I
finish in the
see.
last 15 seconds.
Very
My-
authoritarian of you.
My statement is that God doesn't give a fuck what he thinks. God's gonna fuck what I think. God gave us from the beginning free. You gave me this 15 seconds. Shut up and shut down. God gave us all the ability to
God
have
doesn't
free
care
will.
about
Oh my God.
free will.
No, God doesn't care about your will or my will. God gives us all free will.
Oh.
So if you come to my door, can we put more time on the clock? So I can talk?
Wait, do
I
you
was
wanna go-
gracious to let him not. I didn't laugh over him. I didn't.
Do we
laugh
want more
over him.
time, or do we want to move to closings?
I want 15 seconds to respond because he was laughing over me. And it's really
No,
tough.
give us 15 minutes.
I'll add 20 seconds for response, and then we're gonna move into closing.
Can we
Emmett,
stop him from laughing during that? And he can laugh all over me during his closing, but not over mine.
Oh my gosh.
Emmett, please
You
respect.
can't
the 20
laugh at my
second
clothing.
timer.
The whole point is
You
that God
can't
gave each of us
ask
free
people
will,
to do that.
which God gave you the ability to become a dictator and
You-
try to come to
you
my front
literally
door.
cannot.
And God gave me and my neighbors the ability to rise up against you and fight you. So if you come to my front door as a dictator and I stab you in the heart with a sword, that was my exercising of the free will God gave all of us. God gave you no permission or no right to exercise your
All
authority.
right, there we
or
go.
All right.
We're gonna move on to closing. We're gonna go into 4-minute closing here. I'm gonna put the time on the clock.
Oh no!
I've laughed
use
it.
their authority to stop me from laughing. No.
That was good. That was gold. I've heard like different things on this. I've laughed and I'm very expressive and whatnot during debates. I'm not like that in court, but usually people aren't behaving like total buffoons in court, so there's no reason to like smirk or do anything like that. But if I was in court, I wouldn't. But I like having fun with debates. I have, however, heard people say things like, "Oh, you shouldn't laugh," and it's like, it's like we're not debating Oxford. This is blood sports. This is internet blood sports. I think it's fine. I don't know. Sue me.
All right, so we're gonna move into closing.
Don't actually sue me.
I believe Emmett
deal with enough
started,
lawsuits
so
on the
Loodle will
regular.
start the closing.
Thank you very
and Emmett
much.
will close final.
Through my work, I'm a paralegal.
I will. Then we'll
To
go into
clarify.
the final Q&A. Be sure to get those questions in. You can go down and hit the pinned Q&A at the bottom to get those in. Again, thank you two for coming out to debate and
This was
allowing me to
fun.
moderate.
This was fun.
So
Anything.
He still
yeah,
had fun. There you
I'm
go.
glad I had the opportunity. You two were both a great opportunity to hang out both of you beforehand too. So
We're great
Uh,
opportunists, we can say the least.
right. Yeah. So going in, I will start on your go.
The basic fundamental thing that
Ned.
everybody who's listening needs to
Yeah, have fun with
understand
this.
is
I
that
like
there is a
debating.
divine respect for free will.
I like to
God
laugh.
created us in his image and likeness.
It's fun.
So the first external critique my opponent failed on is that he says that he can exert his authority and then somehow countermand or circumscribe or entail himself God's free will.
That said, I do also like to move the needle. I think that there are debates that I've done that have been particularly beneficial in that, just from what I've been told from bystanders and viewers. But yeah, I also like to have fun. I mean, part of my job on YouTube, I think, is to be entertaining. So
And he's using David, he's using biblical examples. Okay, I heard laughing, man. Come on. I'm not going to laugh for you. I'm
wait
a
for
he's
Averest to
muted.
tell
He's
me
muted.
women aren't
He's
funny.
muted. He's
Oh,
muted.
just
sorry.
waiting
My
for
bad.
that.
Okay,
to
sorry.
happen in chat.
But the theological point is God cannot eliminate free will based upon the basic premise of creation. God gave us free will to choose good or bad, to choose him or choose Satan, to choose light or choose dark. The fundamental premise that he fails on is that somehow you can use your will to subjugate other humans,
Emmett's
and
laughing,
God will
sorry,
bless
he's
it on the back
coughing.
end. Again, post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy from the get-go. The next thing is that when you talk about the domination of human will, that was Satan's argument. Satan went to God and said that, God, why you make these humans, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, with free will, what they will choose not to serve you. And my proof of that is Genesis, the whole book, right? You have Adam and Eve, you have Sodom and Gomorrah, you have Lot and his wife, you have Noah and his children, and Noah and his daughters, Noah and his sons, right? Like everybody who even is chosen by God can still choose to do evil. Why? Free will. Because God is not an authoritarian, and God would not ever give a human being the right to be an authoritarian. So if I want people to rewind, if they're confused about this, and there's not going to be a vote on this debate, this goes to your hearts and your consciences. There's no winner or loser here except your own souls and your own consciences. The point here is that
deep.
God has made us all free beings to choose evil or good. God wants us to choose good, but he's not forcing us to. He is not an authoritarian. The same way that if an authoritarian were to rise up without our consent,
yes, Jess,
we have the absolute fundamental natural right to refuse that and to fight back. And there's no way you should let this guy come through and say that, oh, if I run these people over, violate the law of consent, which he can't even define, by the way, then post hoc ergo propter hoc, it's blessed because David was blessed. And I just want people to think too, like every time I've made a valid argument, he shifts the boundaries. He goes back to something else. He goes to like, oh, well, what about this? Well, what about that? It's the most shifting goalpost lefty thing. And here's the whole thing is like, I wasn't going to say this, but I think this guy might be like a covert communist and actually fighting against the cause.
Not the Czechoslovakian rumors.
But the point is that people have free will. You have your free will, I have my free will. If this guy wants to run his freaking authoritarian ambit across,
he's Eastern Bloc,
country,
guys.
then the people get to stand up.
Many people have said
talk about because you can't defend
Emmet
it,
is Eastern Bloc. Could it
the
be
principle
true?
of anarchism is the most mutated portion of federalism, which is me, my family, my parish church, and my municipality against the world. The federal government has overrun that. It's problematic. We should stop it. People should have more authority in their households. People should have more authorities in their community, and the federal government should stay the F out. And that's why anarchism, under any way you want to put it, is superior to authoritarianism. Authoritarianism means Donald Trump can come and grab your son and take him to freaking Iran. Authoritarianism means that anybody can make your son give his sweet to the State Commerce Act. And it's problematic. We never even got there because we were talking about stupid King David blessed me stuff.
And there's your closing.
You're welcome.
Okay, but the alternative is much worse, right? Like abolishing the prisons and the police. And I mean, for instance, Loodle is a lawyer. From my understanding, he has a regulatory body that prevents people from being taken unfairly advantage of by lawyers or fake lawyers. I thought he would be in support of that, but maybe he's just taking devil's advocate. I don't know.
Welcome. We're going to move it on over to Emmet. Emmet, I'm going to throw 4 minutes.
Take it home.
And, I will start once I hear you.
So I guess I have to start with my closing statement as comrades. Apparently, I'm some kind of commie fucker. Which, by the way, I hate all commies. Not only I hate them, they're fucking retarded, and they follow more of an anarchist principle. In fact, the whole point of them, what they want at the end of the day, is a classless, okay, and moneyless society. No hierarchy. Oh, what does that sound like? Anarchism. Oh, interesting. He tries to present this idea of, it's going to be my municipality, it's going to be my little place, my tiny itty-bitty little place that doesn't have anything wrong. Except for the fact that, you are under a system in which the system will use its authority against you. And the authority has been set by God. We have examples of it, especially in the Bible. What did he have to say about...
Aaron, he's talking about an authoritarian system. There's no concern necessarily for consent, for your rights. If you're doing something that is in violation of the law, then the government has a right to infringe upon your rights. That's what I understand Emmet to be saying. And I agree with that. I think without that kind of law and enforcement ability, we have chaos, which is not even useful. Yeah, Crucible Crusader. I sang Afternoon Delight earlier, but the only person that laughed at it was Scott. Also good to see you.
About King David?
Because Emmet was talking about consent in the context of having fun with your lady in the afternoon. So I was like, gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight.
How was King David blessed?
Nobody laughed at it.
Oh, I guess I did. I guess I answered that question correctly in accordance to the principles of English he is a professor on. A Mexican is quite literally telling how the fuck an English professor has to answer a question in accordance to, the difference between how and who. But you know what? I'm just a guy. I'm just a itty bitty little guy anyway. when it comes, let's go
Thank
back
you,
to the
Nid.
whole principle
Thank
of this
you.
debate. In his idea, free will is important. God's not going to force you
I
to
am a
do
singer
anything, but
in
you
my
can,
church
in
choir.
fact, do whatever you
That's
want.
it.
You can sin. You can go against his will. So even in his idea, if I were to decide that I want to become king, and I convince a bunch of people, and I go on and impose my will and authority on whoever I want, and God sees that to be fit to his will and bless it,
I'm trained,
what are we
Nid, so I
doing
shouldn't
wrong?
unalive, but
Oh,
you know.
I still don't know. You know why? Because he can't tell you. He can actually tell you upon his own system. I can tell you upon my system. I can tell you what could be wrong. I can tell you how some of the ideas might be wrong. Okay, they are actual things that you're supposed to follow in accordance to Christianity. Even if it was the case, but I believe we're going to end up in some kind of monarchy because I think that is a preferred system of government by God himself. That doesn't
True.
mean that I'm going to go ahead and just become, over my own will, a revolutionary. That's not the idea. It's just a critique on his
Viva la
system.
revolution.
I still don't know on his
Says every
system. I
commie.
still don't know. But
Ugh.
it would be wrong for me to just do that. I don't know. He didn't tell me. He's never going to tell me. Okay?
Ned.
Probably because the wife has a little bit of authority over him and is telling his little spanky ass to come on to bed, little spanker. Okay? I got the authority over you, so you better come to bed. I'm gonna use my free will of that woman to get you there. So, at the end of the day, this whole debate evolves into the simple thing. They
I
can't
bet,
tell
Ned.
you.
I bet you're a
Anarchists will
killer
never
dad.
tell you what is the good. They
My dad's
cannot
pretty
define
cool,
it.
too.
They will never define it.
They're
They will
coolest,
go on and tell
actually.
you about some kind of free will, as if you ought to do whatever you want. You don't ought to do whatever you want. In fact, you ought to be Christian, for example. That's an ought. You ought to follow the will of God. That is an ought. Those kind of things doesn't come from, well, today I feel like the wind is blowing east, so I'm gonna put myself something, and that's
He
gonna be
did the
good.
old school
That's not how
thumb
it goes.
test.
That's not where you
That's
got the
wild.
odds. That's not where you got what you have to do, or what you ought to do. The only thing that I will grant him is that he has a wife, and the wife is telling him what he ought to do, which is probably get him
Aaron,
another
really?
baby. Which
Interesting.
congratulations to him because he has 6 kids. So good on him for doing the job. So if that is the case, with that, thank you so much to you, Avaris, for the debate.
6-7 now, I guess.
Go.
Oh,
All right,
no, not
so,
6-7.
I'm going to utilize this time, and I'm going to
Hey, Adam, good to
take
see you,
the
sir.
opportunity to learn from a friend that is a great moderator.
Welcome to the show.
And provide you each with a question that I have accumulated with my own free will in mind here before moving on to the question.
But wait, he said it. So
How
it's not your free will, right?
authoritarian of you, Avaris. How
Yeah, right?
authoritarian.
Where am I?
So I'll give my first question, and I'll direct it towards Emmet.
How
Before we move in, is
no, it's got, oh, there.
when you have one extreme, there's always another. And under authoritarianism, there's always an extreme that will lead you to an excessive end of where morality could be
Tree
at
dog.
its worst. With
That
no
just
recovery.
randomly came to you.
We even with a system with anarchy, even can have a system where that could be actually counter.
At this point, I will hear out the Q&A, but we actually do have enough for an after panel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave this playing, but I'm also going to get the StreamYard ready. So just stay tuned for the StreamYard.
Counter.
Thank you.
Because there is free will, they'll have the ability to rise up even if somebody was against the system. But in anarchy or in authoritarianism, you could build a system with so much authority that there is no recovery. How do you recover from that?
What do you
Like,
mean by there's no recovery?
The authority, like, so that you built a line of genetics, kings, that is along the lines that they've moved the laws and systems so far back that there's no longer free will, it's just drones due to that authoritarian setup.
Like, in good faith, if it goes sideways, how do you make it go straight again?
Correct.
Oh, you're saying, well, if you go to historical examples of how monarchy works, what they did is, even the monarchical system, the families at the top are still have some sway in how the monarchy is presented and the way that they're moving towards getting the correct king in order. And a lot of the times we live in a system that is gonna be at the end of the day fallen. So we have to accept that there's going to be fallen actions that will happen, and in some of those actions will be, for example, go against the authority of the king because he's not acting in accordance to his duty, and that's always that something happens.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
How many world wars
does that give us? How many world wars did the failed monarchist system give us? 2.
2?
You think there are more than 2?
Thank you, Emmet. I'll move on to my next question.
Are there 3?
Okay.
2? Wait,
2?
maybe the first one. Maybe the first one can be a. Are you telling me that the fascistic system?
All right, I think we know what happens. We got Nitty in the back. Let me just switch. Great job, Everest. But I would have been a bit more authoritarianist. That was a bad pun. Never Lucky, Rubber Ducky, welcome into the show. And please welcome
Hello.
Nitty. Welcome to the show. First time?
How you doing? Yes.
Good, you?
I just discovered you tonight.
Fun.
So it's
it's a new experience.
good to see you.
Likewise.
Yeah.
We do cams off. I mean,
Hello.
it's up to you. But I usually turn
Oh.
off my camera on the after panel. If you want to keep yours on, you're more than welcome to. It's great for the show, but no pressure to anybody. It's very chill.
Oh no, I'm almost always cam on.
Cool.
So-
Very profesh.
Because usually it's the other way.
That's true.
Like other channels that have like call-in shows or open panels usually at minimum ask you to flash what like you look like so that they can hold someone accountable to porn bombing.
Yeah,
or
I do
being
that in the
bigot,
back.
you know.
But you already did that.
And
And
so-
I already know Darth Thorian's this bugger over here. And Emmet
Yeah.
is. But yeah, I like
Hello.
to stand up and use my microphone stand to stretch my back after a 3-hour, 2-hour, whatever stream. Anywho,
I have
welcome
a
everybody.
lot of visual presentation
So-
going on. So
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah. I just want to say to the people in chat, Aaron Queen 55, if you want to come up and tell me why I should care about consent, because I don't know what it even is, as I stated in the debate, you can
Yeah.
come up and let me know. I'd be
Emmet
happy
does
to.
not care
an
about the
idea.
age of consent. Base.
I think
Did
you
I
guys
say
are
age of
confusing.
consent?
Yeah, what he's talking. Sorry.
yeah, that's
Well-
equivocation on.
But by the
Some
way,
consent.
I care about
of what you mean
I
by
don't care
consent.
about consent even. So if only the only way that I would say that there is consent involved would be in marriage.
But you said it's not necessary.
Marriage is necessary.
No consent. So is there certain
No, marriage.
types of
Travis, you're
consent?
muted.
Everything else, everything outside of marriage would be sexual abuse.
No, but I'm asking you, do you care about consent?
I'm asking and I'm telling you what I see it. So anything outside of marriage would be sexual abuse.
I'm asking, why does it matter what he cares about in this fucking prompt?
Jesus
Why do you
Lord.
care about what he fucking feels like,
No.
you stupid bitch?
Wait, Dr.
Calm down.
Ryan
Why do you
is
have to
gonna,
worry
is
about
gonna
his
tell us.
fucking feelings? Stop worrying about his
Whoa.
fucking feelings, what he cares about.
Calm
It's the prompt.
down.
Deal with the prompt. you
Calm
stupid fuck.
down.
Iris.
We'll deal with
Wait.
the prompt.
We're at a 10. Can we take it to a 7? Can we?
Yeah.
Well, if he deals with the fucking prompt instead of fucking going, what do you want? What's your
Yeah.
aesthetic
I
values
wanna-
on this?
I apologize for
I-
everyone's
I-
eardrums.
With your values.
Well,
Dar-
he's
Dr.
giving
Rance,
me
do you care-
mixed information here.
Yeah, I want to have I just want to be sure if a woman wants to be used and degraded, she consents to that. You have any problem
no.
to it
Look,
at all?
I don't care. Look, I
I'm
don't
asking.
care
I'm gonna
about-
ask you once again, and I'm gonna ask.
gotta answer
You know,
directly.
I want you
I'll
to
say yes
answer
or no.
that. If a woman wants to be degraded and abused, will you be okay with her consent?
Look, I don't care about consent as much as you do.
Okay, you don't care about consent. Perfect.
Well,
Thank
you
you.
don't
We're in
care
the
about
same
consent
side.
either.
Yeah, perfect.
So
We got it.
That would
Yeah.
include children.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, you don't care. So yeah, we agree.
Oh my god! See,
That
Emmet
includes
is,
children for
Darth,
you too.
you
Okay,
idiot.
No, you
perfect.
said that too. I'm taking
You
you
said
down
it
with me.
exactly. We're in the same side. Perfect.
Dude, again, same side. Again, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
because you're going off
Doesn't
his
matter.
fucking fifis. You know that even
Yeah.
matter. His
That
fifis
would
don't
make
matter.
it
In
to
my
the
in my
prompt.
in my ethical framework, what I ought to do
You
for
have
kids
no
is
ethics.
obviously protect them. But in your ethical framework,
No,
what you
no.
have to do is
Emmet,
be a fucking
you just told
coomer.
me.
So it doesn't matter
Emmet, you
because
just
you
told
only
me you don't
care.
care about
You don't care
consent.
about
Are you
consent
backpedaling?
anyway. Okay, you
Are you
literally
gonna
said that.
backpedal?
In my ethical
would make
framework,
you
I
a
already told
poser.
you. I already
Don't
tell
be a
you about my
poser.
ethical framework. The only way that you can have anything that is not sexual abuse is within marriage.
No, you just say don't care about consent.
I
So
already
if you're
told
married to
you
this
that
child-
anything that
see,
is not
Yeah,
if you were
again,
married to this
what
child,
he's
you wouldn't
saying
care
is
about
that
consent.
what he's saying is you're not listening to the fucking prompt, you stupid
heard
fuck.
what
Which
he
is
said.
showing
Okay.
that you give
Okay.
you
It's
give
not about
consent
the
for
prompt.
marriage.
Yeah, dude.
That's not. That's not even part of the.
Does
the
does
prompt
marriage?
per se, but-
Where exactly did I said consent when I said the only thing I believe that you are not doing any kind of sexual abuse is in marriage? Where is the
Yes.
phrase consent
So if
in
you're
that?
married to a child, like many prophets and priests were, you wouldn't
That would
care
be a
about
question of
consent.
what we ought to do when it comes to marriage, right?
My guy, you're in the same boat as a Muslim.
I'm gonna ask you
Get
once
over it.
again. That would be a question about what we ought to do when it comes to marriage, right?
We have different sources. For
I'm
what we
gonna
talk
ask
to.
you once again
Yeah.
because apparently
source-
you cannot
His
answer
source-
that
the
question.
Christian gonna use the Bible.
Okay.
Here we go. The
Are
you-
non-Christian using the
Just a
Bible.
second.
No, I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with
The
you.
Gentlemen.
the
Very
question.
easy.
Wait. The question becomes in your system. We will become about what we ought to do when it comes to marriage, right? Ought we
I'm
marry
agreeing with you.
kids? Is that the question you're asking?
No, I'm asking you. Ought you
No,
ask
is
for
that not the
consent
question?
within your system of marriage? No, there's no
Within my
necessity.
system of marriage?
Yes, within your system. You don't
In
think
my
it's
system of
necessary
marriage, are you
to ask for
forced into
consent.
marriage?
What are you talking about? We're talking about Orthodox Christianity.
In my
which I
system of
assume you are.
marriage, are you forced into marriage?
I didn't say you're forced into marriage. I said you're not forced to
Okay, so
consent.
you don't
There's
you
no
don't understand what
necessity
is
for
the system of marriage then?
I don't think you're even listening to what I'm saying.
I don't think you understand
Okay,
what you're saying because you
repeat
have
what
nothing.
you
You're making a bunch of claims about me when it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I said, okay, in my system of ethics, the only way that is not sexual abuse is if it's within marriage. That is the first part. And then
Yes.
you said, oh, then we have to marry
So I
kids,
got it
which I
correct.
never
You
said.
don't think-
I fucking never
you don't
said.
need
So
to-
I'm going to
you
ask
don't
you once
ask for
again,
consent for marriage of a
how did you
child.
get to the idea that we ought to marry kids? Exactly.
You don't do wait. You
No,
are aware.
you don't have an idea why you get there?
Yeah, I know how you get that because you get it from.
How did you get there? Exactly.
Do you know what age people were married in ancient Hebrew?
That has nothing to do.
Yes,
That
it
has
does.
nothing to do with paternity.
That has
Yes,
nothing
it
to
does.
do with what I'm
It's your religion.
saying. Can you please answer my question?
Yes,
My
you
question
get
is
the
where
religion.
where exactly did I
He's so fucking
Where-
retarded.
where exactly
Age
did
of
I
marriage
say that we ought
12.
where exactly did I say we ought to marry
At the same age, at 12.
where exactly did I say that we ought to marry kids?
When did I
where?
say that?
What you said that in my system we ought marry kids, right?
No, I
No?
said listen to what I'm
No?
saying. Listen
You
to what I'm
said that
saying.
about me a
No, I
moment
didn't.
ago. You remember? You remember
Listen
that
to
you
what I'm
said, "Oh
saying.
well, you marry kids, right?"
Yeah,
Don't you remember that? Oh, wait, no, I didn't strawman you. You
Yes, you are.
said that about
That's not what I
me.
said.
Didn't you
I
remember?
said
Don't you remember
you
that?
can marry the child within your system, and you don't
okay,
have to ask
listen.
consent from them.
Didn't you say
That's what I said.
that we ought to marry kids? Didn't you say that?
I did. Listen to what I'm saying. That's not
Okay.
what I
No?
said. Stop trying
Let's
to
just
strawman
okay.
me.
Let's
No,
just
you
let him.
didn't say it.
Okay, let's let him.
Emmett, this looks
let's
better.
let him.
No, I'm not gonna
Yes, it
move
does,
from
Emmett.
that because I think you're acting in
Emmett,
bad faith if you're not able
take
to
me
actually
out.
tell me what the fuck I said. I think
you're
that
not
you're
saying I'm
actually
wrong.
being a
Can you
retard
let
when
him-
it comes to
can
all
you
of
let
these,
him
and you
say it,
pretend,
then?
and you are falsely claiming. No,
Okay.
you're falsely claiming some kind of
gonna
fucking
freaking
virtue
fuck
when in
people back.
reality you're a fucking coomer, and all you want to
You're
do
a
is
coomer
fucking
too.
coom anyway.
You're a
okay,
coomer
all
too,
you want to
Emmett.
do is
What is-
fucking coom.
Oh
Yeah,
my
all you
God.
care about is the woman say
If he
yes, so you
can't
can coom.
speak-
That is the point of your
Emmett,
fucking
if he
consent.
can't
She
speak,
said
how can
yes,
we-
I want
oh
to
my
coom.
gosh.
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, Mr. Coomer, can you
Triggered.
please tell me what exactly did I got to the idea that marriage has to be with kids?
Emmett, you're allowed
Uh-huh.
to marry. Yes, you can marry children
Thanks,
within your
Crystal
system,
Crusader.
and you don't have to ask for
In
consent.
accordance, okay, you don't have to ask for consent.
According to you, no.
Okay, fine.
consent.
Let's take your approach. Let's take your
You're-
approach.
you're
in
a
ancient
Muslim
Hebrew,
with a Christian-
in
with a
ancient,
Christian emblem.
I'm not a Muslim, so I don't know
Yes,
what you're
how are you
talking about. You
different from a
goat
Muslim?
fucker. Okay, if you listen, if you want to go
I'm not-
ahead
I'm
and
not a-
coom
I
like
don't
the
believe in
Muslims and be a
Abrahamic
goat
Christian,
fucker, you can do it.
religions.
It has nothing to do with me. So once again, in ancient Hebrew, how exactly did you do, or what exactly you have to do to get married? Do you know?
Emmett, do you know why they were married?
I'm gonna
at the
ask
age
you
of 12?
once again because apparently
why.
you're
There are
unable
several
to
reasons.
actually answer
Emmett,
my
you gotta
question.
get history.
The
What
answer
answer
to my
no
question is not Emmet, okay? The answer to my question is not Emmet. So, once again, in ancient Hebrew, do you know what was the exact way in which you get married? What was the
Yes.
process for you to get married?
Yes,
What
I
was
know. So, who's got the dog?
I
the
do.
The reason girls were married at the age of 12, that's because that's when they have.
Did
their
I
period.
ask you for
Oh,
the
no, look,
reason
I'm
why they
asking-
got
I'm
married, or did I ask you
that
what
is the
was
reason.
the process
that is
for
exactly
them
the
to
reason.
get? I'm gonna go ahead and ask you again because
You-
apparently people don't understand fucking basic
The
English.
reason is necessary to the
What
process.
is the process
No,
for them
wrong,
to
Dart.
get married? What is the process?
Do you want me to tell you the ritual they go through?
Yeah, tell me all the
Yeah,
things
to
that need to be
consummate the
fulfilled so
marriage.
that they could
To
get married.
consummate the marriage,
Not to
you have little
consummate the
boink boink
marriage.
time.
Not to consummate the marriage. For them to get married.
Well, okay, the suitor would go to the husband to meet to the
The
dad.
suitor
of
will go to the
to the
husband.
dad. No, the suitor will go to the dad of the girl and say, "I want
Mm-hmm.
the girl, and I'll give you this dowry," and then the
Mhm.
father would approve, and they would set up the transaction.
They would set up a transaction.
How is this relevant? Tell
How
me
is
how
this
this
relevant?
No, you're the one who was asking me.
Yeah,
so tell
I
me how is
know,
this
because
relevant?
the suitor will usually go on and
There's
meet them.
at
into the
least
And they
three
would.
mechanisms to be married in the Hebrew Bible. Just so everyone is clear, there are at least three. It's not this nice, sweet betrothal thing that you might both like, but there's at least three. Just go on.
Thank
that's
you,
a general.
Ned.
That is a general process.
It's a
Wait
process,
until I introduce
right,
you to the marriage of the Church of
Emmett,
Avarice. Those criteria,
Emmett,
Nitty.
Tell me how
Nobody's
is
ready
this
for that.
process relevant?
Okay.
So even in the old one, you need to go through a process in which there would be.
Why is the process relevant, Emmett?
Oh, because they would agree, right? And all you care about consent is the agreement, don't you?
Emmett, you don't care about
Oh, you
the
don't.
sex.
I
The
don't.
sex
I
is what
don't
we're
care.
talking
I
about.
don't. But you mentioned as ethical system that is not even mine. My ethical system has to do with the Orthodox
You don't
Church.
care. You
So
don't care about consent.
when you mentioned, you even got my ethical system wrong. You mentioned the
No, you don't
old
care about
Hebrew.
the sex, Emmett.
I don't care about the sex.
You don't care about consenting of the sex.
I don't care about the sex.
The consenting.
If they consent
Everything
to
would
it,
be-
is that what you're saying?
I
Dark?
don't. Yeah, I don't care about
women
them
don't need to
consenting,
consent
right?
to sex because they're essentially under Hebrew law, they're property. So property cannot
I don't
consent
care
to
about. I don't
sex.
care about
That's
consent.
getting closer to avarice law.
Wait.
Where do you think they got it from?
You said that I don't
Gosh,
care about
Lord help
consent.
us.
Okay, I don't. Why?
Women property is at the top of my list. If we
I
can
mean, I
make
agree
women
with it.
property,
Why?
we have
why
now
I, why don't
entered
I?
my land.
Why exactly I
Hell yeah.
don't care about consent? Do you know?
I'm guessing
Let's say
because
that
that's just your opinion.
Yeah. Let's say that I go to another person, completely. It's a woman, over the age, completely freely agrees to have sex with me. Okay, we're not married. What do I consider that to be?
Emmett, it's not that you're going
That's
out to.
not an
What
answer,
do I
Darth.
consider that to
Come
be?
on, answer the question, Darth. Be good faith.
What is the question? Because this is just.
I go to a woman over the age of 18. She agrees to have intercourse with me. We're not married. What exactly am I doing in my ethical framework?
Well, she's not married. According to your ethical framework, you guys aren't married.
What am I doing?
Wrong.
I already told you what am I doing. What is it?
In his
What did I say that I'm
in
doing?
his worldview, what would be wrong there is that she's not married to him.
Oh, wrongness is different than senses of
he's-
being married. But go on.
Yeah, because
What
within his
did I
framework,
say? What did I say that is? Do you remember? No.
Yeah, the sin
You
is
said
that
I
she's
don't
not married to
remember.
you.
No, I would consider that to be sexual abuse. You remember that? No.
Emmett, you don't care about consent. Under your system, you can marry a child, and she doesn't need to consent to the boink boink.
You're
He
so
doesn't
retarded.
understand. He just
Consummate the
doesn't
marriage.
understand. He just doesn't understand.
You're a
It's so-
Muslim.
you're a
You're no
fucking
different than a
He's
retard.
not a
Muslim,
Muslim. That's wrong.
I'm saying he's no different than a Muslim.
I am completely different than a Muslim. What do I have to do when it comes to the
Because you
authorities
have
of
a
the
cross.
land?
Oh, such a difference.
No. What do I have to do when it comes to the authorities of the land?
Authorities of the land. What do you mean? In what context?
You don't know. You're so. Listen, it's fine if you don't know shit. But don't pretend
guy,
you know shit.
This has nothing
You're
to do
too
with the subject. That
retarded.
we were on.
It's like me talking about you and saying that you are
This
supposed
has
to be
nothing
some
to
kind
do
of
with the
sexual.
subject that
Emmett.
we were
It's like
on.
me. It's like me saying you're married to a man. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if you're married to a man or not.
Emmett.
I know you're a coomer, but I don't know that, right?
Emmett, keep
Would
on subject.
it be accurate, Emmett, if I said something like it's ethical, virtuous, or good for a Christian to submit to the law of the land if it accords with God's will?
You know, I'm starting to like this
Just a
leftist
second.
over here.
Let him answer.
He's not a lefty. So it's not about in accordance to God's will. You are called to submit to the authorities of the land because they're set by God directly.
Wait,
So-
but hold on.
According to
Emmett,
them,
I want an
you can
important
hear-
the Soviet Union
qualification.
was set up by Jesus.
Hold on, Emmett.
Okay.
I want an important qualification. There's a reason I said it the way I did, because is it God's will for you to sodomize someone? Because if the law prescribed you sodomize people, you would object, right?
Well, no.
You would disobey.
Yeah, you object, but the point is, for example, when the martyrs martyred themselves, it was because they would not do, for example, in accordance to the law, to worship another god, right? They didn't accept that. But when it came to the authorities going to the parishes and, seizing them, they didn't fight them. They submitted to the authorities and accepted martyrdom. So you are still under the authorities of the land. You're supposed to submit yourself to the authorities and do as is good when it comes to it. You're not supposed to be some kind of revolutionary or create some kind of third block, fourth block. You're supposed to bring people into the church, and then the miracles of it will appear as to what we are supposed to be doing, right?
Right.
So it's not a but
I would
you're
agree
not
with you that submission has a limitation as to what its range or acceptability.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
As to what you're supposed to do, right? Because they didn't accept the fact that they would worship another god.
So
but when the authorities came to grab them and crucify them or martyr them, they didn't fight them. They accepted as part of what they ought to do because they have to be submitted to the authorities.
Right. So you're making the distinction between submission and obedience then, right?
Well, you're under the authority of the land, so you're not supposed to rise up against them. You're supposed to submit yourself to them, and God will provide so that
you
the
wouldn't
authorities
obey.
will be good.
You'd submit to either verdict, right? You'd submit to the praise if you're acting in accordance with, if you're obeying their laws, but you'd submit in accordance to the punishment of their law if it contradicts God's will, right?
Yeah, of course, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have the ethical framework of the state doesn't need to follow God's will for me to submit to it. Martyrdom is a thing for a reason.
So what basically?
I'd like you as a Christian now.
So what basically Emmet is admitting is that Jesus basically gave the Soviet Union authority.
It doesn't matter what you think. You're not Christian.
And so when a Christian violates the laws of the Soviet Union, doesn't matter how ridiculous they are, they would still.
Again, doesn't matter what you think. You're not Christian. It doesn't matter. You can't talk Christianity.
That is what Emmet is admitting.
Who gives a shit? You can't. You're not Christian. It doesn't matter what you know.
That's what just Emmet admitted.
Again, it doesn't matter. You're not Christian. You stop bringing Christian apologetics into your mouth.
Look, I'm not.
Do you understand?
If you want to believe it, go ahead.
That's fine. Do you understand what is an authority? The authorities of the world. What does exactly that mean?
Well, when you say authority, I'm guessing that you just mean whoever has the most violence behind them.
Whoever has the most violence behind them. Okay. So these authorities, they can be judgments just as much as they can be mercies, right?
No.
So you're gonna be telling me
the Christian worldview.
So I don't think so
the point is
he's
that
not
you
Christian.
don't
Again, I don't know why you guys are engaging this. He's not a fucking Christian trying to give Christian ethics. He knows nothing. He's a fucking retard.
Just because I don't buy your Hebrew bullshit doesn't mean I don't believe in God.
Again, not my God,
right? But are you gonna tell God that he's wrong to have set up the Soviet Union?
God would never do that.
Are you gonna?
Oh yes, let's
what happened?
Wait. How do you know
what
God
was set up the Soviet Union?
Yeah, divine interpretation is available to you, Darth?
Yeah, I actually want to know how Darth knows what God's will is or isn't.
Well, you got to understand, we're coming from two different views. I'm a theist, but not a Christian. So my revelation
again. So he's not Christian. He's not my God. Shut the fuck up.
Well, but Darth, what's your method or ability to obtain the knowledge of why
that's a
God
great
would or
question.
wouldn't obtain the Soviet Union.
Yeah, so the way Christians obtain their knowledge of God's
No,
will
just
is
just reframe it. The way you would
yeah.
obtain your, not Christians, you. The way you would obtain
I'm
your knowledge of
explaining
God.
to Nitty
Well,
the
don't say
difference.
Christians, you. There's a big difference.
I'm explaining to the Nitty the difference.
No, I don't want you to speak on behalf of Christians anymore. Just speak on behalf of you. How would you obtain your knowledge for God? Stop speaking for Christians.
This is just to clarify for him. Okay.
Well, again, I don't want you to speak for Christians how they would come to God. Speak how you would come to God.
I know how you guys.
Because you don't know how. No, you don't. You know nothing. You know nothing.
Yes, I do.
You know nothing. Shut the fuck
Yes, I
up
do.
and only speak on yourself.
So they get their source through divine revelation.
Yeah, fucking
which is-
idiot. That's
which is
not
just,
true.
I made
That's
it
not
the
true.
fuck up.
That's not true.
That's what divine
That's not true.
revelation truly
That's
is.
not true.
I made it.
That's
the
not
fuck
true. That's not true.
Up.
I
Everest,
do have a question
You're
for
lying.
you,
You're
Garth.
You're lying. You're fucking retard. Shut the
That's
fuck
exactly
up.
what it is.
No, that's not
I
true.
do have
So
a
don't
I do
let
have a
them trick
question
you
for
with this
you,
divine
Darth.
revelation bullshit, Needy.
All
Okay,
right.
that's just code word for I made it the fuck up.
Okay, so in
What?
your view, can
It's not
can
supposed to make
things
sense.
happen?
Just, don't worry.
Yeah, you
Right.
said you're a theist,
Well, I
right?
can't even explain myself because Everest keeps talking
Yeah,
over
yeah,
me.
you say you're a theist, right? So
Good.
in your interpretation and your idea, are we in a deterministic universe?
No, I don't believe in determinism.
You don't believe? Okay, what kind of universe is this?
We live in a universe where there is free will.
Okay, so in this free will universe, what exactly is
Free will.
how exactly is God in the equation of the universe?
So here's a good way to think about my conception of God. So we're basically.
I don't care about your conception on God. I care about the determinism. How exactly does the will of God affect the universe?
Yeah, you can look through that by knowing how it's created. So God isn't like there isn't the world isn't on top of pillars. There's no firmament. which
By
God is
knowing how it's.
controlling.
What do you mean? Where? I do this guy's fucking.
You
Wait,
guys are the
in
flat
order-
earthers.
Yeah, in order for
What?
me to know how it is created,
Nope.
I would have to go.
Nope.
What do you
if
mean?
No.
Wait.
Now you're even not lying. He just lies in his
According
search.
to
He
the
always
Bible.
lies.
Yeah,
in
I
his-
know.
No, he always lies in his search. Look at everybody already know. Like anybody that knows me, you already know
Are you denying the
AVG.
firmaments?
Hold on, AVG. You already know AVG that I only subscribe to one thing. All right, I shared it at the bottom. All right, that's the big ball of ice. All right,
Uh-huh.
I would never. Hold on, you can bring it up.
This old
All right.
thing.
Just so we're clear. All right,
my
you can't
God.
be a flat earther while you subscribe to Big Ball of Ice theory. All right, you piece of
Wait,
shit.
you do,
It's
Everest?
True.
Possibly at Hollow.
I hope he's kidding.
Possibly hollow.
What you're thinking too small. You're
Where's the
thinking
heat
too
coming from?
small.
No way. No way.
Wait,
Oh,
why isn't
it's
it
so
melting
funny.
from the sun?
It's a big ball of ice.
I have so many questions.
Is that the firmament? There, Avarice?
No.
Where's the firmament?
So
the firmament?
I
does not
wanna
exist.
have a.
Look, you could be
I do have a question.
uh,
Wait. I have a question about it. So you said by understanding how it's created, will I need to look back into the past to be able to know how it is created?
Here, let me ask you a quick question, Emmett.
I
How
want to
do you-
know that.
no.
Do
Answer
I have
his
to look
question
back into the
first, Darth.
past to know how it is
No.
created?
No,
No.
no.
So how do I know it is created if I can't look into the past?
Because first of all, it's a logical conclusion. Everything that exists has a beginning. Therefore, it must have something that has commenced its beginning, right? It
Yeah,
must have
well,
a
so the
creator.
beginning would be the first action, and then we will have secondary
So,
actions, right?
that begs
So
the
for me to
question,
know
who
the
is the
first
creator?
action, wait, for me to know what is the first action, I will need to look back into the other actions. Would we be determine the next action, right?
You're not appealing to like infinite regress here.
I
are you?
wish this guy was within striking distance.
No, I'm appealing to determinism. What I'm saying is logically, if I'm using your idea, I would have to go from action A to action B to action C to action D.
That's called
And
fallacy,
the
not determinism.
actions exact.
Me neither, Nitty. Me neither, Nitty.
So there's no determinism in causality.
there's not. Okay, just because you have causality, that doesn't follow from causality that there's determinism, right? Do you think there's something like is there some sort of do you think that your thoughts are determined?
No, but I don't
Right.
believe
So you
thoughts.
believe
I
you can
don't
have
believe
cause
thoughts
without
are
determinism.
material. No, those are not material.
Actually, there's an amazing book by
but your
Elder
mind doesn't
Thaddeus that
affect.
says our thoughts determine our lives. That's literally the title of the book. Highly recommend. Sorry, continue.
But
Yes, but the mind can
are
have
my thoughts
interactions with the
metaphysical or
physical.
physical? Are my
thoughts-
thoughts physical or metaphysical?
Metaphysical, but these thoughts can have interactions with the physical.
Wait, in the metaphysical, can I have non-deterministic actions?
In the physical,
Whoa.
can you have
In
non-deterministic?
the
In the
metaphysical,
metaphysical.
can I have non-deterministic actions?
Of course, it's all non-deterministic.
What?
Perfect. So you're talking about
We're
a
talking about physical.
non-deterministic thing, and you're trying to explain that as a deterministic thing.
No,
So
you're
I'm
saying-
saying the universe has a deterministic value form,
No, you're
but
saying-
the metaphysical doesn't.
No, you're saying because there's causality, therefore everything's.
I don't know why you're You're still engaging this stupidity. He's not even Christian, Emmett.
Everest.
You're just letting him fucking just.
This is not an echo
predict
chamber.
Christianity to it. What do you mean not an echo chamber? Listen.
That's
if you
true,
were
it's not
like,
a
even if you were a
echo chamber.
fucking Protestant, right? You could tell a Christian
another
how to
echo
be
chamber.
Christian. But you're not a Christian, so you can't even tell us how to be Christian. You can't say you can't hold us to a standard.
I don't think he is, though.
You have no idea for the
I'm not
authority. You can't say that there is no firmament.
You
This
can
is
tell me what
fucking
you believe.
stupid.
Everest,
You can
tell
even
me what
tell.
you believe, and
If
we'll
I
go
were
with
to
that.
ask you,
Then
if I were
here,
to
then
ask
show
you,
me evidence of your claims instead of just trying to
Look around
disprove ours.
You're living
Look
in the
around,
reality
look,
Darth,
created by
is your
my
argument
God.
literally look at the trees?
Look
to other
around.
Literally
Christians?
just look at the
Sorry.
Go sniff the,
I couldn't hear
fucking
Nid's.
grass.
I couldn't hear Nid's question
Darth.
over Avarice's maniacal laugh. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
You think that the trees have no
Well-
cause? Trees have a cause.
Darth's argument is literally the thing that atheists hate. Look at the trees.
But that's
Look at the
an
trees.
idiot. The reason that's
Well-
a bad argument is because you're assuming that the trees has no cause, that the universe has no cause, and this is what atheists don't get.
The atheist will assume that you're wrong in the cause, right? But I have a question. You were very emotionally triggered when it comes to the idea of marriage of underage people.
Oh, no,
Can you
I'm
please
cool
tell
with
me
it.
what is wrong about that exactly?
No, I said I'm cool with it.
You're cool with it?
We're
So
cool with it.
you don't
Emmett,
actually
Emmett,
believe that's wrong.
we're
You were
cool
just
with
you were just like trying to be pedantic about it, but you
hate this
actually
guy
believe
so
that it's
much.
okay and cool.
No, Emmett. I'm trying to make you.
So you're gonna come here and
realize
pretend that
you're
I'm
no different
wrong
than the
about something that
Muslims.
you don't understand, and then you're gonna be like, "No, that's actually
Emmett, I'm
pretty
just trying to
okay. I
get
love
Typical
it. I would
Darth
love to
behavior.
go
moral
on
high
and
horse.
and you know, it's TOS. I won't say
I'm
it,
trying to-
but you know what I'm talking about, okay, Darth?
Emmett,
You're
tell
gonna be
me
like, yeah,
the
that's
difference.
perfectly fine.
You tell me, and I'll find a way around the TOS. What? I said I'll find a way around it.
We could, but should we?
All I know is that
I
Nitty's just
produce
looking at us
YouTube
and, like,
shows. This is what I
posing like
do.
all religious nutters. Yes, Nitty, we're all religious nutters.
No. See, here's the difference between me and a lot of So if I were like, don't
Yeah,
read
you're
Bible-
perfectly fine marrying and fucking tots, aren't you?
Your God
Who,
says
me?
yes.
Yeah, there we go. No, not you, Nitty. Darth.
Oh.
Why would I be yelling
Oh.
at you? I actually like you, minus
Yeah.
that gay T-shirt you're wearing.
X-Men? You have a
Yeah.
problem with X-Men?
Whoa.
Oh, okay, we'll get to that later. But
Those
He's
be
too
fighting words.
Which,
I'm
which,
not-
which X-Men are in your T-shirt? I might have a problem
Look at his
depending on
background.
the X-Men.
Avarice's background is like
What-
DC.
let's just say, oh, his is DC. Well, that's a different issue.
You both are
but-
gay, okay?
Nerd alert.
Look, just because I'm wearing an X-Men T-shirt does not mean.
I just want
Does that
Darth to
mean-
know that I adhere to my Bible 100%. All right?
My son has that exact Bible.
Everything in
That's
my
not
Bible,
the
is
Bible.
accurate. All right?
That is a book that
point.
says Bible,
Lot of
but it's
pictures.
not the Bible. It's not the whole
My Bible is accurate.
But at any rate, just because I prefer Marvel does not mean I think DC is lesser or inadequate or
Oh no, you're right. It is superior because Marvel sucks.
Oh, that's a debate that's going to happen. You want to?
No, I don't do
channel?
Marvel.
What do you
I don't
think
even.
about
I
the
don't even.
multiverse
I don't even. I
I
don't
don't
even
really
engage.
care.
I don't even engage
legit
Marvel
don't care.
prompts.
You can have my Marvel Ganda all you want, whatever. I'm not gonna say who's better or debate it. Whatever. But fuck, what was the original thing? Oh, right.
Darth is gay. That's what we were at.
No, that's not
his argument with
what I'm
respect to
trying to say
the
is-
Bible permitting and the Abrahamic God permitting
Well, no.
marriages.
Oh no, he said that he's
I
okay
was
with
going to
it.
make a broader point. I was going to make a broader point that
Okay.
I don't think when Dar said something like, "I'm looking at everyone on this panel as religio weirdos or less intelligent
kinda
or
are.
something or crazies." Like, look, I wouldn't say that anyone who is to my contrary position, I'm not convinced of a God, by the way,
Interesting.
is insane or lacking any intelligence. Because Darth, you should know, as someone who's interacted with me before,
Yes.
and as I've tried to grow on this platform, that I will not say anyone is insane, retarded, or any other slur for believing what they believe.
I will.
You're just fine. But you can do that all you want. You're just sincerely convinced, and I'm more than happy to be empathetic and work and talk with you, right? And so nobody on this panel is going to get denigrated by me, slurred by me, or whatever. You can do that all.
Is that
to
you
me all you
tapping?
want.
Very
I
brave of you,
literally
Nate.
don't
No.
care.
Who's tapping?
I am.
The
Sorry.
tapping stopped.
That's just what I want you to know and want you to understand about me and my presence.
Just because
here.
I'm loud doesn't mean I
So-
can't sit still, AVG.
It's my
It's just
soundboard.
it's normally
AVG.
you. Oh,
How
I
is
My
see.
soundboard.
No,
I see how it is.
it's
The
normally
fucking
me when I
soundboard.
grab my
Bugger.
mic and I start shaking it.
I'm
You
good
know,
now.
I have soundboard
I
in
was
here
trying to
too.
show, like, we're
Damn it.
self-aware of
Uh,
this.
How Long
Darth,
Nate with the
you're
big
not-
5 says,
not
"Hi,
self-aware.
I'm How
Come
Long
on.
Nate.
I'm
Good
the
to
most
see
self-aware
guys.
person.
Let me read my super chat.
You are definitely not.
How Long Nate says, "Hi, I'm How Long Nate. Good to see everyone. Good to see you too, Nate. I've never met you before in my life, but you seem like a very base, cool guy. I have no idea why I have that impression. It's just coming to me suddenly. Thank you for your support of the channel." All right, sorry, gentlemen. Continue. Paper bag. So-
you had to interrupt with the super chat.
Yeah, I know. I haven't heard Darth honestly represent Christianity. I just think he's making assumptions about it. Like, for instance, the low tier argument that, you know, I'm assuming he's probably
Again,
about.
and he's quoting scripture, which he ought not be doing because he's not Christian.
Well, we can't hold him to that standard because he's not Christian. We can't say, "Hey, you can't preach," because, you know. he
Yes, I
doesn't-
can. Yes,
well,
I can.
You can tell him to, but there's no
average.
authority to make him do that.
Well, there's a big difference.
Again,
then
that's called a
smacking
fucking
him.
retard
But you
Wait,
can't
hold
do
on,
it
because he knows
AVG.
nothing.
Avarice,
AVG and
what even are
avarice.
you?
What
Well,
am
I
I?
have a question.
from? I'm
just
from-
say so.
I'm from the Church of Avarice.
So you're all made
But-
up church. Got it.
What do you mean?
But
Do you not?
AVG
Do you not?
and
Do
Emmet.
you, it's a registered church. I have all the paperwork and documents. I'm more than happy to provide to AVG upon request.
So, like, per
Darth
everyone
on
here,
I learned from my
do you
good friend
think it's
Reckless Ben.
ever-
Reckless Ben
Do you
is
think it's
crazy.
ever permissible for a non-believer to present something you might accept as scripture as a topic for discussion? Because if Darth, I'm trying to be so nice to Darth, I don't know why. If
You're
Darth
gonna regret
presents
it, but
a
it's okay.
scripture,
Diddy likes me.
I'm already regretting it. If Darth presents a scripture for discussion, that's different than quoting it as if it has a strict interpretation, right? So let's say I say something like Leviticus 25:41-44 says that it's perfectly fine to God to own people as property, right?
Is that what it
Let's
says?
discuss, right? Well, I mean,
Well,
go
the
read
problem
it, and
is
then
that well,
you tell
that's not
me.
how you're supposed to read the scripture. That's the problem. The problem
What
is
do you
when
mean?
we
Well, there's
let me
all-
explain it. Let me explain it to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you're talking to people who have the church is the authority, and the scripture is a specific kind of text that is used in liturgy. And the way that you're supposed to read it and interpret it is under the authority of the church directly. So me telling you what it means, even telling you what it means, it's dumb. It doesn't follow.
It's stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't follow the necessary preconditions.
What authority do you have? How many years have you gone to college to interpret that fucking Bible, you stupid fuck? How many lines in monastic churches did you go to and spend years without putting your dick in another pussy? Just understand that fucking book, you fucking degenerate.
All right.
A lot of energy.
He's got a lot. I think he bursts at the seams. I think the internet is his outlet, so please forgive him. Sorry. Go ahead.
Forgive him.
That's him all the time.
Yeah, he's a problem.
So
he's at a 12. I usually operate lower. It's okay.
Okay, so even
it's pretty awesome.
Let me finish.
Sometimes.
Just let me finish. Let me finish. So even when it comes to the scripture and the correct interpretation and the way that you're supposed to get it, it has to be done on that's why we have a church, because that is where you're going to find the truth, and that's where you can have this kind of discussions. We can discuss things when it comes to I can discuss philosophy, fine, I have no problems with it, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to give you some kind of authoritative interpretation, or I'm going to tell you where exactly does it come from. Like that is the job, and that is a specific blessing that is given to the priest, and it's something for you, because at the end of the day, the person who needs the church, who needs to have that healing, is you. So I will be doing a disservice to you by pretending to be a doctor when I'm not, for example.
So, but okay. So, when a non-believer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your response to a non-believer presenting a passage for discussion is, I will not engage in discussing that passage until we are under the authority or working within the confines of the church, or a priest. Hold on. Or an authority that could offer an interpretation, a valid interpretation. Because that's what it sounds
exactly.
like. Hold on. It sounds to me like you're saying, let's say I said Leviticus 25:40 through whatever says that it's permissible to own
to have a slave
property.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right. Let's say that seems to me to be the valid interpretation, that God at minimum permitted it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I want that to be a topic of discussion. Is your approach to that to say, that's great that you're bringing it up, but let's go to the church to discuss it? Is that your approach? Is that
my approach will be like, if you actually have a question about that and you actually want to learn about it in a way that is necessary, I would send you to the church. Now, if you're
hold on, just to clear that approach is he would send you to the church, right? Not that he would go to the church to question that now theory, right?
And then give it back to you. No.
If we're in disagreement and now I have a question about what our topic is, it's not for me now to question what you just said in that perspective, especially if you're Christian. Now it's my job to go to my authority and ask my church father how that works, because that's the authority. And then if that's wrong, then I tell my church father, well, this guy said that, and his church father could talk to his church father, and then that father could talk to you.
Yeah, that is.
But it doesn't go the other way around.
That is. It doesn't what is the church?
Well, that's
it's
a different thing.
Well, it's very.
I'm trying to steel man there.
If you want to know what the church
around the church,
if you wanna know what the church is, it's very simple. Okay, the church is the body of Christians that follow the scripture, that follow the three authorities of the church, which is the scripture, which is the
can it just be
the traditions, and which is the
Synaxian,
stop interrupting.
The Bible.
Okay. You have to follow the scriptures, you have to follow the traditions, and you have to follow the authorities of the church. Those three things have to be in communion.
The
They have to
orthodox.
be working together in communion, and they cannot have any contradictions within them. That's the way that you know you are in the church.
Wait, this is a bit of a strange definition. So you're saying that the church is a body of Christians.
Nitty got it right off the get-go, and you're calling it a strange definition.
No, Avarice, he just said that the church is a body of Christians who are in the church. That's a circular definition.
No, they are a body of believers
In
that are following the three
communion.
authorities, which they have to be. The authorities have to be in communion, so
First
you
from
have to
where?
follow. You have to follow it's
The
well
church.
documented, dude. Okay, the church is
So-
a body of believers that are following the three authorities, which is the priesthood, which is
church.
which is the priesthood, which is the scriptures and the traditions, and they all have to be in communion, which they cannot be contradictory to each other.
Okay, is it possible to have a church with only 2 Christians?
If they are following what I said, yes.
There we go.
Just to be clear,
How is that a gotcha, you
you should
stupid
say
fuck?
AVG.
Think
You
about
should
it.
say Jortlandians.
How do you think all these denominations got started?
So
A schism? You idiot!
Based on what? Well, we just went over
Based on what? What do you mean based on what?
based on the fact that you can have a church with just
My
2
apologies for the
Christians.
Jortlandia.
Yeah, but you
There
have
you
to be
go.
following the three authorities, remember? You have
Those
to be
the rest of
following...
them aren't following
That's
three
right.
authorities.
That's
Even
right.
Orthodox would look at Protestants as Christians.
Darth,
Dude,
Darth, you're
they still
attacking
need
the
to be
Pastor Mikes and the Lakewood Ministries. Okay, that's right.
You have to be following the three authorities. You have to be following the traditions. You have to be following the priesthood, and you need to be following the scriptures. So all of them have to be together. You cannot have the church without that. You
Yeah,
just can't.
Protestants can do that.
No, they can't. Well,
No.
can they? What do you mean
They
they
don't.
can?
They don't accept the normative authority of a tradition.
Yeah.
Tradition.
So you're really
Normative-
destroying the idea.
What do you mean by normative authority here, though?
The priesthood?
This guy's so fucking
So they don't
retarded.
accept the Catholic
Dude,
Pope?
I could diary you all day.
What the fuck are you talking about? The Catholic? What do you mean by
Okay.
Catholic?
So
Do you
you're
mean
saying-
the Romans? Do you
Okay.
mean the
Well,
Roman
No, when
see?
you say that the
I mean, I'll just call Jay Dyer if I wanted to be dired. Maybe.
normative authority, you say like you're
Oh.
built to tradition, right? So yeah, you say like
There is part of this has to do with the
Lion,
tradition.
thank you,
Yes.
Jesus! Can you please shut this retard up?
Yeah, I can shut you up. I can tell you the crack. Hey, is a man not? Hey, Darth Thor is man
Call
is a man
those.
not?
a what?
Is a man not?
A may and not.
You gotta speak up, buddy. I can't fucking hear a damn thing you're saying.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
He just
Is a
repeated
may
it.
May
or
and
not?
You may do
The
something.
yes or no
Equivalent to
question.
you may not do something. No.
Is a
Okay,
may
thank
is
God.
okay.
Thank you for so much for changing your mind on that. That was really triggering me that you thought that for so fucking long. Thank the Lord. Okay, I'm going to
About
sleep.
what?
Elder, he didn't say that. He literally said, "Is a may and a may not the same thing?" Yeah, of course. But is a may
Wait.
do something and an ought do something the
Did I
same?
just
Oh,
do
and
this here?
ought.
Yeah, it's a may and
Uh-huh.
ought.
No, I thought he said not N-O-T.
Are they the same thing, Darth?
No.
No.
Thank you. Now, Claire, okay, thank the Lord. Thank you. I prayed for you. I really prayed for you, and I'm glad you changed your mind on that. I'm going. I'm going to sleep.
I never
I
had
see
a
it
discussion on
online.
Look at what he's talking about.
I was actually trying to say that earlier too. That Darth, you're inherently strawmanning Avarice, AVG, and Emmet by
How?
saying just because God permits a thing at a certain time for a certain context or whatever does not entail that you ought to do it.
No, so he,
Yeah.
he promotes it.
So, like, even
It doesn't promote
even
it.
in the Hebrew
It does.
Bible, if the usual atheist talking point and objection to God and his moral statutes or permissions, even if it's true that Leviticus 25, 40 through whatever permits the ownership of humans just because
That's so
they-
close to
No.
my first.
Hold on.
That's so close to
Hold
my
on.
Odds
first
only
guess.
exists
Hold
within.
on. Let me
Go ahead.
finish. Even if that permits you may own persons, doesn't mean you ought own persons.
No, here's the thing. Odds only
And
exist
that's
within a
the
system.
seal man.
Here's the thing.
What
Odds
is
only
it?
exist. Let me put
Nitty,
it
that
up.
was
That's
Nitty. I'm just gonna ignore that conversation. That was so
Odds
close to
only
one of my
exist
main
within a system,
favorites.
Nitty. So God,
Thank you.
the Jerusalem God, the Hebrew God, is promoting slavery.
No, but anyway,
No.
it doesn't
Condones,
matter
yes,
if it is.
promote,
No.
Wait.
Promote
Even if he was,
promote
wait.
just yes, it does. Because
Fine,
promote
perfect.
just
Even
means
if he
to
was,
increase.
even if he was promoting
yes,
it, I don't
you're
care.
wrong.
I need you to tell me. I need
How
you
is
to
he?
tell me
How?
why is.
He
I need you
literally
to tell
says,
me the
"Don't
ethical
make more
system.
slaves."
Which is, before we move
That's
there,
promotion.
I need you to tell me the ethical system which tells you that it's wrong to do it.
So I don't believe in silly divine command because that's just a
Whoa,
preferences.
silly.
Fine, you don't. I didn't ask you. Listen to my question. Don't
Really?
answer what.
Really?
Don't answer things that I am not asking of you. What
Well,
is
look, I'm
your
answering.
ethical
You can't.
framework in
You can't.
which this is not allowed?
In which
How do you
slavery is
get to
not
your
allowed?
odds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Odds. I'll explain to you how to get to an odds. And
Uh-huh.
odds
He's
only
going to
exist-
tell. He's going to
Understand
tell.
this one key thing. Odds only exist within a system. Do you understand that?
can't.
What has
I
that to
can't.
do with how you
I can't.
get to
I
your
can't.
odds?
I've had
walking
some
you
fuck
through it
communication with
so
some
you
dumb
understand, so I'm not
motherfuckers, but this
losing
one is at the top of
Okay,
the list.
okay, Darth. Darth,
I'm
let
not
me
losing you,
ask,
am I?
ask me a question. Any question. Just
I'm
ask
not
me
asking
any
you a
question.
question. I'm asking, do you understand
Please.
that odds are only within a system? Do you understand?
Okay,
that?
yes, but before I answer that, do you know that the sky is blue? Can you agree with me that the sky is blue?
Yes. Well, at times.
Okay,
as of dawn,
but before
That is
we agree
contextually
to
true.
that, can you please understand that I don't say that it's blue all the time. It's blue only sometimes.
Yes,
Can
that's
you agree with
contextual.
me?
But Emmett,
Okay,
why is it blue?
but before we move there,
before we move on, Emmett,
do you
before
know
we
that
move on.
there are bacteria in my hands right now? Did you know that? Because only bacteria
Emmett.
can live in a microscopic sense in my
Emmett.
hands. Did you know that?
Emmett, did you know that the sky is blue only because it's part of a system?
Did you know
No, Emmett, first
also
off, do you
that the
understand
sky
that?
sometimes
Emmett.
looks a little bit pink when it's
Yes.
like going when the sun is setting?
Emmett,
Because
do you
just
understand that the sky
before
only has these
before we
colors
move to the
because
system,
within a system?
before we move to the system, before we
There
go
is
to the
no
system,
colors without the
did you
system.
know? Did you know that a system is required for us to be in a
Yes.
system?
Emmett,
Oh,
that's
but
logical.
before,
That doesn't
but
make
no,
sense.
no. But
No,
but
actually,
before we go there, did you know that I have feet?
Oh,
Emmett,
Oh,
don't.
but
doesn't
before
follow.
we
No,
move there,
not the
before we
feet.
move there, did you
Anything but the
know? Did you know
feet.
that humans also like hunt in order to survive in the past?
Emmett, did you know that you need to have feet for you to hunt?
Can we stop
did you?
saying
Oh,
feet?
but before we move there, did you know that avarice is named avarice?
Does that require a system?
How many?
No, it doesn't.
How many before I answer the questions do I need for you to answer a fucking question? Can you
No,
please
you're
tell
right.
me how do you get to a knot?
Emmett, I'm getting you there, but I'm walking you through it so I don't lose you.
Don't walk me through it.
Okay,
Just
so
tell me.
odds.
I have a
gonna tell
lot
you.
of knowledge, okay? Just tell me.
So odds require a system. There is no such things as odds that exist as principles plutonic within the mind of God. This is the ridiculous conception. This is just replacing the preferences of whatever preferences you have with the preferences of Jesus. This is
Okay,
still
so you-
subjective morals.
Okay, perfect. So all the morals
Now,
are subjective, right? Is that where
no,
we're coming
now I'm
from?
going to tell you. Now I'm going to. No,
I just want to be sure that you're
Wait,
saying
are
that
you saying
morals
are
are
you saying
subjective.
God can't make decisions?
Emmett. That's
Like
not what I said.
wait, are you
No, no,
saying
no.
that? Wait, are you
I
inferring that God
understand
can't make
avarice.
decisions? Are you inferring God can't make decisions?
Wait, let me. I just want to be sure. I just want
One
to be sure
question
that
at
you're
a
saying
time.
morality
Well,
is
well, I
morally.
just want.
Oh,
Yes,
avarice,
I need to know. It's gonna blow my mind. Are you making the inference, yes or no, and you go back to him, that God cannot make decisions?
So you think decisions is what makes objective morality?
No, I'm saying that one chooses that one ought to do one or the other. One or the other. You're saying that God doesn't have that.
God's subjective decisions does not equate to objective morality.
Again, but you say, is it yes or no? Can God make his decisions? Yes or no?
Yes, God can have make decisions, but these decisions are not objective morals.
Perfect. Yeah, that's fine. So
how is that hard to understand?
You're saying that's fine. You're saying that morality is just subjective, right?
I didn't say that. I think you can have.
How do you get to your moral odds? How?
I just tell you, Emmett. Odds only exist as part of a system.
Yeah, and this system exists.
This was an observation by humans.
And you mentioned that this system is based on subjectivity, right?
No.
You subscribe.
No.
You are the one that decides what you subscribe.
When did I say that?
Your explanation.
No,
now,
I didn't.
can you? Okay, fine.
I
am wrong. I'm wrong. Can you please explain how you get to the odd again?
I haven't even told you, but apparently you know.
No,
you haven't fucking said.
I can't get it because Emmett keeps interrupting.
You never do.
Odds are only part of a system. So is the system subjective? No. But does the system have a creator? Yes. For example, are the odds in a video game? For example, let's say you're playing Call of Duty. Ought you kill your enemy? Yes. That's based on the objective.
No.
You're making yourself an anti-realist nominal.
Doesn't matter
if you're saying that God
arbitrates what is
good through systems.
Okay, I have a question.
That is.
Yeah. All right, let's let
idiot.
Avarice.
I have a question.
Take that off your freaking back. Take it off.
What I do?
You not odd kill people or Call of Duty, Nitty?
Put the feet
okay, so
away.
Nitty,
just a second.
Play Call of Duty?
I don't
not kill people in Call of Duty?
My chair?
No, the feet. You bugger.
What feet? I don't see any feet.
Oh my god! You made Nate leave. All right, go ahead. Was Nid gonna say something first?
Nitty.
Yeah, I am, because if you're gonna limit odds to systems, then you're no different than an anti-realist like me. Like, what you're saying is that morality has
here's the difference.
Contextual dependence. No, stop. You're saying that
finish,
morality has contextual dependence on systems, right? But if you're also saying that God instantiates those odds to systems, then then God is making that morality subjective to those systems, which is still an anti-realist position, which means that stop. That means that it's context dependent, which by definition is subjective, which is not bound to a realist position.
Nitty. Here's the difference. Let me explain, Nitty. The difference
Do your
between
best.
context.
I dare you.
There's a difference between context dependent and subject dependent. Subject depends on the opinions of the thoughts of a mind. Who the heck is that?
Well, okay. So if it's if it's a God mind,
let me finish. Nitty, come on, man. Let me finish. Context, for example, me saying the sky is blue isn't subjective based on my mind. It's based on the context that is the reality of the system. Correct? So that is not the same as subjective morality.
But that system is defined by subjective agents.
Just because it's
and on top of that, hold on. On top of that, that is not what realists mean by objective anyway. And so when you are constantly shifting,
hold on.
I'm not done talking.
My bad.
When you're constantly shifting on what should or should not be done, or what ought or ought not be done, based on some arbitrary system, that by definition makes it anti-realist, meaning that there is no thing that applies independent of all systems. The realist position is there is a statute or oughtness that applies irrespective of all situations.
Yes, it is.
It sounds like
it's
you reject that.
No, well, look. Here's the confusion you're not getting, Eddie. When these realists, quote unquote realists, or appealing to they're appealing to Platonic, like written in stone laws, but that's not the only form of moral realism, quote unquote moral realism. This is a contextual. Just because something is contextual doesn't mean it's not objective. Yeah.
Okay.
Look,
So I just want to
sound just like an atheist.
No,
wait
Doris,
before that.
the difference is you're not appealing. No, what
I just want to
atheists say-
know.
Wait, let me answer the lady first, real quick.
That objectiveness is context dependent. That's an
No.
atheist anti-realist position.
No, but the
Yeah.
context is their
It
mind.
fucking is by Emmett.
No.
Is that an atheist contextual?
Yeah, it
Eddie,
would
they're
be
different.
because.
No, because the
wait,
context
can
is
I?
their mind. It is not the system.
Darth,
Yes,
you just
our
want
mi-
to redefine words.
No,
That
Eddie,
is our mind.
what you not
Wait,
get-
wait.
The
I just
thing
want to
that
know
is in
this. This is
context-
a.
Wait, let me answer Nady real quick. The thing that is in context to the atheist is their mind.
You
It is not
Really?
the system they're appealing to.
Really?
That is the difference, Nady. So, for example, when I say the
For
sky is blue, I'm appealing to
shame!
the system. I am not appealing to my thoughts or my opinions. That's the difference between an atheist. Okay. Who's that? Emmet?
No,
Okay,
because an
I have a-
anti-realist does the
Wait,
same thing.
wait. I just want to know.
Atheists don't appeal
Is-
to reality.
Okay, I have a
No, they
question
don't.
about this. It's a very
Gender is
simple
fluid.
question. It's a very simple question. I'm a subject. I'm a person. I am the person. Can I subscribe to any system that I want?
No, you're within this system.
Why
You only
not?
appeal to this system because this system is.
Well,
the
I want to
system.
change my system to Islam. Why can't I do it?
That's your thoughts. Can you change your thoughts? Yeah, you can change your thoughts.
Yeah, I can change my.
can't
Okay,
change-
perfect.
you
Can I?
can't change the system.
What? Great.
The
Can I
system
change
is
my
not your
system to
thoughts.
an anti-realist framework in which I can
That's-
just do what I prefer?
The system is not your thoughts, man.
I am no. I am changing my system to
can't change-
whatever
you can
I
change your
prefer
thoughts.
in an anti-realistic framework. Why can't I do that?
Your thoughts are not the system.
I didn't say that. I said
saying
I
it.
prefer. Today I woke up and I prefer to use an anti-realistic framework to get my odds. So today
you
I
prefer
ought
your
not go to
thoughts.
work because I don't want to, right? I
you-
don't like it
yeah,
and
you
I don't
change
want
your
to, so
thoughts.
I'm not gonna go to work because I ought not to because I prefer
Yeah,
not
and your
to.
boss is gonna fire you. Good luck with
So
that.
what? Is that wrong? It's in fact I think that's
it's only
wrong
gonna
of
harm
him to
you.
do.
It's
In
only gonna
fact, I
harm
think
you.
it's wrong
think
of
the
him
boss
to do
cares?
that. Yeah.
The boss is just gonna replace you. You're replaceable.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking about what is the good. I think he's acting wrong because he's not
Emmett.
taking into account what is good for me.
Can you change the system, Emmet? Can you change the system? with your
Yes,
thoughts? What
that's the
fuck?
question. Can you
You-
change the
Emmett,
system? I
You
can.
literally
Can I?
just
Can
said
I?
you can change the
can I
color
change
of the
my-
sky with your thoughts.
Can I change my
That's
ethical
ridiculous.
framework? Can I change my ethical framework to Islam?
Emmet,
Can I
you
change my ethical
the
framework to
system
an
with your
anti-realistic
thoughts?
to an anti-realist position that is just my preference? Can I
You
change
can-
my
you
ethical
can have
framework to
whatever
an
thoughts you
epistemic
want.
nihilist position, which there is actually no good? Can I do
Emmett,
that?
Your thoughts do not change the system.
How do
We're
I
all
know
within the
what
same
is
system.
good? And how do I get this system that I'm subscribing to? Do I subscribe to a system? Can I change my subscription
don't-
to the
no.
good of Islam, to the good of anti-realism,
you
to the
can't go-
good of an epistemic nihilist? Can I do that?
Emmet, you can't go
How
up to
much do I
God
have to
and say,
pay
"Can
to
you
my
change-
subscription
please
to
change reality
good
and make
to
the
good
sky
flicks?
yellow? Maybe make it brown.
That has nothing to do with a moral system. You're talking about realism now.
Make it sour. You know what? Make the sky sour.
You're talking
You can
about
taste the sky.
objects.
I guess you can.
That's
Darth,
that's
you're
what his Emmet is
literally
saying.
switching categories to try and escape the problem you've just
That's what
created.
he's saying. He's saying he can change the system through his thoughts.
No, I'm asking about the subscription
But-
to the system so
but
I
by
know what is
literally-
good.
Subscription is your thoughts.
Invoking brownness or whatever, like you're
No, it's about
you're
changing
indulging
the
in the
system.
realist system.
No, look. He's
in
saying
framework.
you can change
Yes,
the
you
freaking
are.
system. You can't change the
No.
laws of physics with your thoughts. That's the whole, observer of phenomena. That's just
But that's
bogus
precisely the
pseudoscience.
realist system, dude.
That's pseudoscience. Your observation of the photon particle does not change
Define
it into a wave.
pseudoscience. Can we define pseudoscience, Darth?
Just leftist science.
Leftist science.
That's not the
He said
adequate. That's
leftist
not an accurate
science.
definition.
That's what he
actually.
said. He
Okay.
said
It
leftist
is
science.
absolutely accurate.
Okay,
Leftist
so
What's
let's
define
say- let's
leftist
say-
science?
question. I got a question. So, like, is Malcolm Gladwell pseudoscience?
Who's that? I don't even know who that is.
I'm just asking. Is Malcolm Gladwell
Bill Nye.
pseudoscience or no?
Bill Nye.
I'm
is
asking.
pseudoscience.
Honest
No, I know.
question. Is you said leftist science? So is
Bill Nye.
Malcolm Gladwell?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Malcolm Gladwell, is that
I don't know.
pseudoscience?
I don't know who he is. I know
Okay,
Bill
Darth-
Nye. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's a statistician.
I don't know who he is, man.
I do have a question for you. Can you please tell me the measurements of epistemic nihilism, and in what units will you measure it?
Can you give me the measurements of Christian nationalism?
He's a fucking retard. He doesn't even know who Malcolm Gladwell
I
is.
cannot
Let's
do
just let
it
him
because
go.
it's a metaphysical idea, so it's
Yeah,
it's not
same.
an object. Okay,
Obviously.
perfect. So when you're telling me how
But the
when I'm
system
asking
is
you about
not-
how do
yeah,
when I'm
the
asking
system
you about
isn't.
when I'm asking you about how do I subscribe to this system, okay? How
You don't
exactly do I
choose the
subscribe
system.
to the system?
You don't subscribe.
You don't
to
choose the system?
No, you don't. You don't choose God's creation.
But
for
I'm an
that.
epistemic. I'm an epistemic. I'm an epistemic nihilism. I nihilist. I don't believe good exists.
So you're like a solipsist.
No, the epistemic nihilism just entails that everything is that at the end of the day, when you are living through your life, you don't have a purpose beyond the fact that there is some kind of reactions,
that's no different
chemical
than having
or whatever,
subjective
in which you are living, right? But it doesn't mean
That's no
anything in the
different than
grand
having
scheme of
subjective
things.
under Christianity.
Well,
No, it's not. It has not to do with Christianity. I'm an epistemic nihilist. That is absolute. That has not to do with Christianity.
Effectively, how is that different than having your subjective ones under Christianity?
I'll hold that.
What do you mean objectively?
Subjectively. So you have subjective.
Okay,
look,
perfect.
Under,
it's
under
not subjective.
nihilism, look, under,
yeah, perfect. I explain. I'll explain.
Let me explain. real quick.
I'll explain subjectively. Subjectively is what I subscribe for because I am the subject and I decide what I am.
Yeah. So a nihilist can say the
Perfect.
same
So I
thing.
can be any system that I want.
No, you can't change the system with your thoughts. That's what you're not getting. I keep repeating
Yes,
this
I
to you.
can.
Why?
I don't understand why can't
if you
I?
can change the system
Wait,
with your thoughts,
wait,
make the sky
wait.
sour.
I can.
Darth, is your ex-wife Marilyn?
I don't know who you know.
Okay, I was just
She
wanted
has
to clear
gotten
some things
around.
up.
You know, she's like
I
the
just
town
wanted to
bicycle.
clear
at this
something.
point.
I
Everybody's-
just wanted to
Maryland's
clear.
pretty proud of how famous
I
she is.
thought we're going into the we're all God conversation here. I thought that's where this is circling to.
That is where
and-
Emmett is going.
Even
Emmett thinks he
even
can subscribe
atheists
to his own
understand.
worldview.
Even atheists understand that. That is actually the critique they have for the Christian worldview, that they don't have any reason to believe that they have to do in accordance to Christianity the will of God. They don't see that as the good.
Emmett,
Are you
we live
telling
inside a
you're gonna be
Sometimes, Emmett, sometimes that's the critique, but
that is the critique in the grand scheme of things. In reality, the critique is God is not real, but I hate him. So we can that is usually the actual critique.
well, that's not mine, but
No, we'll get there, Neely. But yeah, when you're talking about the system, I understand what you're saying. There is an ethical framework, an ethical system in which you're saying this is how you know what good and bad is. But the problem what I'm asking is, if it's subjective, it depends upon the subject. The subject can decide which is the ethical framework that he is gonna adopt, and there's gonna be different goods when it comes to that, and you can actually see it. People, if you actually believe in subjectivity, different people have different ideas of what good is, even for the same action. One of the
no, you're assuming
grossest
that the system is subjective. The system
one of the grossest ones that I've seen, for example, is people have donated over 800,000 to a fucking bitch that deleted the kids, right?
Look, Emmett, the systems are not subjective. For example, within the Call of Duty video game, those values are not subjective.
this is
Stop
like the
making me
worst
dislike Call of
example you
Duty.
could
I like Call of Duty. You're making me not like Call of Duty. I Okay.
Okay,
You're
what is the game
yeah,
you
but
don't
you
like?
but you're once again you're making an object. You're talking about an object, right? Call of
It's a
Duty is
system.
an object. It's not a
It's a
system.
system.
It's an object.
Darth,
It's a thing that we have created in
No,
which
the
you can
program is a
actually
system.
see the rules of
Yeah.
said system. Okay.
Yes.
Now in perfect, but that is not the same thing as reality. Can you please
Because
tell
we
me what
obviously
are the
don't live
rules
in the
in
same reality
reality?
as Call of Duty, right? We don't.
We
What-
don't
we
live
don't
in the
live
same
in a Call of Duty
reality.
reality.
Darth, here's the thing that I see what's happening is that you're projecting what you think God is or ought to be and saying it's incompatible with what you ascertain Christianity is, and you're reifying that to be the system that obtains outside of
No, here's the thing.
any other outside of what anyone else might say it is, right?
Right.
And so the minute that we press for a justification, like what's your justification for thinking God wants this or God wants that,
Here-
you don't give anyone one except for saying things or appealing to these examples like Call of Duty, which is just saying I have a system I'm convinced of, right, that does X, Y, and Z and is X, Y, or Z, and Christianity is not compatible with that, therefore it's false. Like that's
No,
all
look,
I'm hearing.
Nitty,
Emmett,
the-
Avarice,
look,
do you agree or disagree? Like, is anyone hearing anything different from Darth?
no, here,
I started
I
ignoring
agree.
him like about 20 minutes ago. So I
look,
just
the reason he's
don't know.
denying there's a system is because the system, in the very much in the same way that the system Call of Duty reflects the mind of the creator of Call of Duty, if Emmett admits we're in the system, that very system is going to reflect the mind of God. This is why Emmett is trying to deny there's even a system to begin with. This is why he's appealing to the system can be changed through his own thoughts. Because as
No,
soon
I'm
as he
saying that
affirms, well, let me finish. As soon as he
I
affirms that there's
I
a system, he's going to have to acknowledge that the system reflects the mind of God. It doesn't reflect the Christian values.
the Christian values are the mind
Do
of
you understand
God.
that, Nitty?
Christ is
Did you
God.
get that?
Do you understand? Do you understand who Christ is? Who is
Did you
Christ?
understand that,
Darth
Nitty?
doesn't.
Darth, who is Christ?
Jesus?
Jesus Christ, who is him?
Well, Christ means the anointed one. So you think Jesus is the anointed one?
Jesus Christ is who?
A Jewish rabbi.
So a
He's a
human.
Jewish rabbi.
Yeah, he was literally a Jewish rabbi. He wasn't like a
So it's just a
spunky
man.
rebel.
He was just a man, right? Christianity believes that Jesus Christ is just a man.
Christians believe he's God. Most of the same people just think
Oh,
he's
so you don't.
a
So
rabbi.
you're trying to put something in our belief system that you don't
think it's God?
understand, and then pretend that doesn't.
See,
That's what I asked you, and you denied it until I said Christians believe who he is. He is
No, I
God.
said Christians believe that.
Ah, yeah, Christians believe that.
Yeah, that doesn't
So
mean
in
true.
our system, it's the same thing.
That doesn't
When you
make
say
it
the
true.
mind of God and the values of Christianity, we're talking about the same thing.
Emmett, does the system reflect this triune God? No, it doesn't.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Who says?
Yes.
Right. You say you're reifying what you think the system is.
Look,
and
if it was true,
saying it is the fact of the matter onto Avarice, AVG, and Emmett.
Yes.
That's what you're doing.
No, Nitty,
Yeah.
if it was a case that the system reflected the Christian God, then we would have the firmaments.
Darth, you're the worst circular person.
We
How's
have
it
the
circular?
firmaments.
Whatever I could say is circular.
When you look
panel.
up
How is
at
that
the sky,
circular?
you see a flat,
It's a
an
firmament.
HD flat TV, or what do you see?
According to Christians, that's what we should see. The space is fake.
The firmament is supposed. Do you?
I don't know if you know this, but Jay
when
Dyer
God-
doesn't think
Okay,
Venus
so-
is real.
It doesn't matter what he believes, okay? So when
With that system
when God
rejecting the
himself is
Christian God.
describing when God is describing himself, okay? You know how he describes himself?
The Christian? The Christian God? Yeah, he describes himself as a
The
triune
Buddhist God that I have no knowledge of. Do you know how exactly does the Buddhists describe themselves in accordance to what God is supposed to be? Why are you asking? Okay, I'm sorry. That was mean.
Look, when you
I don't
say
mean
God,
to.
are we talking about generic my
Yeah,
God or
when
your
God is describing himself in the scripture, how does he describe himself? Do you know?
He's sitting on a chair on the throne with the sun on his right hand side and maybe the spirit on the left. It doesn't actually confirm that. Am I getting it right so far?
No. So when
he's not on the
he's
throne.
talking
Got
to
it.
Moses, when he's talking to Moses and Moses is asking
There's a
him, "Hey, how
burning
do I know who you are?" And he says, "Well, look at the vastness of the skies. Okay, greater I am." He literally is explaining how huge, like he's giving an idea
So
of
he's
how
bigger.
big the universe is, right? And
So
you
he's
can
bigger than
see
the
you
universe.
can see the yes, that's what he says.
So there's a quantity to God.
No.
He's just bigger than the quantity of the universe.
Is
Oh my God.
infinity bigger than 5?
There are so many ways.
Wait. Is infinity bigger than 5?
Infinity bigger. There's no such thing as
Is
like
infinity bigger than 5?
5 of
In
what?
numerical form.
5 of what? More than 5
In
apples?
numerical form is the concept of
traditional
5
mathematical
bigger than
Christians don't
the
count
concept of infinity.
Christians don't count by numbers.
Okay. Christians don't count?
Normatively,
you guys
yes,
deny the
they
Trinity.
do.
No, when they count the Trinity, it is not numerical.
I
What are you
hate
talking
you
about?
guys.
The Trinity is 4 persons. Didn't you know?
Yes, actually it is.
It's a
Because you
pentagon.
think the pigeon.
When we're talking about
scroll-ups.
when we talk about the triangle, we are actually thinking about squares.
Did God come in the form of a burning bush?
He came in the form of a square that was actually a triangle that is actually a circle. And actually when we're talking about a pentagram, it's not a pentagram, it's a sextagram. Because well, I don't know, maybe a triangle. Does anybody know shapes? I have trouble with shapes.
The problem is you think there's a quantity, some substance of God that is bigger than the universe. You're still
I don't understand what you're talking about right now, because
in order
for me to be able to understand words, I would need to be able to understand them, and I don't, because I'm a Christian, so Christians don't understand words either.
No, you don't.
Why would it be different, right? If I don't understand numbers, why would I understand words?
Emmet,
that makes absolutely no sense.
Bigger than the universe, right? You think God is bigger than the universe. You think he's this
that doesn't mean that he's
giant.
quantifiable. Do you understand that?
Emmet, you just said he was bigger than the universe.
The fact that he's bigger than something doesn't mean that he's quantifiable.
Yes, he is.
Can you quantify the universe?
Yes.
Okay. Can you quantify something that is bigger than the universe?
It's not in the universe. I wouldn't be able to, but theoretically, yes.
No.
Hypothetically,
one doesn't follow from the other.
Theoretically, maybe, but it doesn't explicitly entail that you could.
I can't because I don't have a ruler.
One doesn't follow from the other.
No. You don't understand logical disjunctives.
Nettie, if I had a ruler bigger than
the
the universe, could I measure something bigger than the universe?
Not necessarily.
Yes.
No.
Not necessarily, no. And it's correct. Not necessarily.
If this object
not necessarily.
was smaller than the ruler that is bigger than the universe.
It could be out of any capacity you hold to ascertain.
I don't know. I don't know why we just keep entertaining this fucking retard.
I don't know. You guys
I don't know why.
Dumb questions.
I don't know why.
You guys are asking these
I would. I really want.
This might be a good time
I don't need to
this
continue
might be
with
a
this.
good,
It's like the worst.
This might be a good time for a public service announcement. Did you know that you can boot panelists? Yes, that's right. You can boot panelists for $70 for the entire show. Or $1 minute minimum of $10.
Count every super chat I've given you so far towards that $70.
Then I'd have to deduct it from the extension, thus ending the show early. Would you be fine with that?
Shit. Yes.
Yes? All right. Let me do my accounting work.
To remove Darth.
I've got to do accounting work.
Let's actually talk about the subject of the debate. So Emmet, because I actually think you wanted.
No, I don't. I think you don't understand the basic principle that if if something is bigger than the universe doesn't mean that you can actually measure it. That doesn't mean
No,
it.
Emmett,
And
the very
if you're
that it's
if you're
bigger than the
pretending that
universe.
that is the case, there's no way I can actually explain that concept to you.
Emmett,
Like
the very fact that you say that it's bigger than the universe means there's some sort of size to it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it just means that it's
Because
bigger than the universe. He
Yes.
says greater I am. That doesn't mean that you have a size to it.
It
How
depends
are you
on
taking
how
it?
we're utilizing employing
you
the term
utilizing
bigger
it here,
than,
Emmett?
right, Emmett?
Greater. Well, this is a bigger. He says greater I am, which means that in the ideas what he's trying to explain is that even the whole universe would not encompass him. But that doesn't mean that you can measure him. That doesn't mean that there's a capacity to do something like that.
He's down for 10 minutes.
Okay. So imagine.
Thank God we get
you
a
have
fucking
balloon.
break.
10 minutes.
So if Darth is listening, imagine that you have a balloon, but it has no constraints on how far it could expand. That is essentially God when God is expressing it is greater than the universe, right? That it has the potentiality of no matter how many rulers you possess, it could always expand or be beyond an understanding that you could convey to anything else. That analogy is not great, but that's my, swing at it.
Wait, are you saying that we didn't hit all the extensions by me and World Radio alone? Are you fucking kidding me?
So the main portion of the show was for the after panel, which you guys met. Thank you very much. And then now that we're on the after panel, there's only so many extensions because I do have a day job. So
No. Today is the most you've done in a while. Yeah.
No, actually,
listen,
I made 360 before YouTube cuts last week.
I said in a while.
But just a second.
That's a while.
Just a second.
You didn't gauge my time in a while.
Thank you for your donations. They were most appreciated. But this is for the extension. So actually, How Long Nate has provided $41. What? Says bye Darth / extension, whatever is neat. Well, it's actually both. So we can extend the show for the full. I guess it'll be 40 minutes, 42 minutes now.
Yeah, How Long Nate? Way to come in. You see, I was about ready to get pissy
kicking
there.
out Darth. I'm sorry, Darth. I used to give people last words, and then I was told that was too nice. I hope you have a great night, Darth. Sorry.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
As someone who probably disagrees with most things that the people on this panel, Darth, bye.
I wanna know something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you said that you disagree with you're an atheist, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what is and I said that most atheists, I think all. To be honest, I think all. But I will grant you the benefit of the doubt. Prove me wrong. Your actual contention with theism is not God is not real, also I hate him. Please.
I would
What
never
is your
say,
actual contention?
My contention never entails or includes the I hate him part. Ever.
Pretty sure it entails it, but go on.
Why?
It's just that God is not real?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that God exists.
If
I were, then I could articulate to you whether or not I have feeling state A or B to it.
Okay.
Love,
if I'm not
hate,
convinced, you're not convinced. Does that change? Yeah, I'm convinced that you.
That guy? You're convinced that I'm not convinced.
I'm convinced that you're. I'm not convinced that you are not convinced that God exists. I think you actually believe in it.
You think I actually believe God exists?
Yes.
Well, I don't hate. Okay,
That's a different critique. I'm gonna move away from it. We'll get there at some point.
But I would say that I'm ambivalent, or
yeah.
I don't know.
I think you're lying. That's what I mean.
Oh, you think I'm lying that I'm not convinced that God did exist? Oh,
Yeah, I just think you're lying.
Why?
Because men lie. Especially men
Because
without
people lie.
morals lie.
You think I'm without morals? Why do you think that?
Because you're an atheist.
You're an atheist.
Well, then.
I was agnostic. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, AVG,
it's the
you're
same
more
thing,
correct.
AVG.
Well,
so
okay.
It's exactly the same thing. Don't start. Don't make me. Don't make me. Don't start with your actually.
And like my dad is like an agnostic. He's like maybe.
AVG, you've been doing a fantastic job about letting the patriarchy take control. Why don't you just leave it doing a good job? Let the male go.
All right.
Actually, you're agnostic. Okay, actually.
Last time.
All right, I'll shut up.
Only and last time. There could be some God who doesn't give an absolute fudge nugget about whether or not anything.
So now you're gonna tell me what he. You're gonna tell me what God cares for?
No.
Do you realize? There it is. There is there you go. There it is. That God doesn't exist and I hate him. There it is.
Why are you putting words in my mouth, Emmett? No, that's not what I said.
Well, you just tell me what God cares for.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said God doesn't care about you. It's like,
I said
maybe not about you, but it cares about me.
No.
Pretty cool. Chill, dude.
Listen closely. I said it's hypothetically possible that a God, which may or may not exist, made the stuffs and doesn't care.
Why would you believe that?
I'm not convinced of that. But
then why say it? It's like if I tell you, listen, okay, let me explain you something. I have with me a dinosaur. Okay, it's a great dinosaur. Well, maybe I have you know what? I might have a dinosaur. I'm gonna sell you a dinosaur, but I may have it, but maybe not have it. But it's a great dinosaur. Does that make any sense to you?
No, your hypothetical isn't representative of my conception.
Yeah, you're saying, well, maybe there's a God, maybe not. Okay, maybe there is something that is kind of like
I'm not trying
maybe
to sell
it
it
exists.
to you.
I'm not convinced that it exists. But if it exists, but if it exists, wait, I'm still manning you. I'm not entirely sure that it exists. But if it exists, okay, if it were to exist, he doesn't care about us. How do you make the logical leap into he doesn't care about us from maybe there is a God that I don't know if it's true or not?
I'm not committing to the statement that it doesn't care.
You are committing
I'm
to
only
the statement.
stating no.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's
why
only
say
hypothetical.
This is why
I'm saying it to present that it's conceptually true, not that it in fact is. That's the
everything is conceptually true because any statement, any p can be any p that is logically possible.
Conceptually true that a million unicorns pissed the universe into existence.
Correct.
It's conceptually true. Yeah.
Would that be based?
Committing to that defect. Yes, it would.
Would that be logically based?
Really silly.
Would that be logically based?
I don't know.
So okay,
there could be a metaphysical framework in which a million unicorns
what is the difference between a possible proposition and a based proposition in logic?
Wait, I mean, how are you using the word based different than possible?
Okay, so
I'm not trying to be trolly. I'm being
logical possible propositions are just things that are possible that do not violate the laws of logic, right? So I can say Superman is, for example, Superman is a man. Is it possible between the proposition? Is it possible? Yes, it doesn't violate any of the laws of logic. Now, when we're talking about a base proposition, it has to be true. So the proposition has to be true for the logical statement to make sense. Otherwise, it's not based. Okay, it's unbased. It's a It's a non-based
Sorry, I heard
proposition.
the word "based" in the.
Yeah, I know.
Sense.
Yeah, but it's not the logical. I'm talking about logic here.
Okay.
So, you can say unfounded too.
Restate that really quick, because
Yeah,
you've disambiguated it, so it's helpful.
You have two options. An option is logical propositions can be logical but not based, or they can be logically possible, right? They can be either possible. So, if for example a hypothetical, most of the time they're not necessarily based, like they're not real, but they follow the laws of logic, right? Emmet is a king. That is not true, but there's nothing in the laws of logic that says that that is not logically possible.
Right.
Okay. So when you're making the logic has, you need, in order for a logical statement to be true, it has to be true in both senses. It has to be logically possible. It has to be based. So the propositions have to be true in order for the conclusion to be true. Would you agree with that?
Sure. Let's just start there. Sure.
Perfect. So if I'm gonna, when you're saying in your worldview, well, God doesn't care about us, you're talking about a possibility. Is it logically possible that that statement is true?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, but you're making the statement. Is the statement in your worldview is a based statement? You think is it actually true, or is just a non-true statement?
What if is there not a third option that I'm not convinced it is true or not?
Not in logic, because it's either you have the proposition has to be either true or false. It's the law of excluded middle.
Okay. So, okay. So, what if by the hypothetical assertion that, okay, what if my claim is I don't know, or I'm not convinced that I could know that a God who doesn't care exists?
Okay, perfect. I agree with you in that case, but if that is the case, I cannot, I will not, or I don't have to engage in this specific idea, because I will always grant you your ignorance, right?
That's really nice. Emmet, you are frankly the most charitable and kind theist I have ever debated or interacted with. Literally ever. because frankly, because Joel Sekay's over at Think Institute, or Made by Jim Bob, or Jay Dyer would call me art-hearted or whatever, and just shit all over me. I'm not kidding. Like, and I love that Avarice is
he's just
having
a good
chair.
time. He's like delusional at this
And
point.
AVG
He's lacking
like,
sleep. Like, it's fine.
Stoic AVG. But Emmet, like, I'm not kidding. Like, even people from my former church would like lose their shit over what you just did.
The granting of the, well, it's an actual true statement. What I like, I'm not trying to be mean to you. If I say
you're not, you're honestly not. I think that's actually really kind.
If somebody comes to me and they say something like, I don't know, I'm not gonna be like, how do you don't know, right? It's a true statement. If you say I don't know, I'm gonna grant it, because you are the person. So it makes sense to me.
Well, that's where the
point is, I cannot.
But Emmet, I want you to see that that's where the kindness is that you're not going to invalidate someone else's experience and psychologize them. You literally stopped speaking at the point at which Jim Bob or the ortho dudes or the hyper evangelicals or the like fivefold ministry prophets would be like, you're demon possessed, or you're so corrupt that you can't know. Like, you literally stopped speaking and just validated me, which is the kindness. So, Emmet, to everyone watching, thank you. And Avarice, get a room. Like,
I'm not. but you know that this.
It hurts.
You do understand that at the same time, I'm completely like removing the argument at the same time, right? Like,
well, no, I
understand.
I understand that you might, but I understand that also privately you might be like thinking your own thoughts and having.
No,
but
I don't.
Whatever everyone watched, I don't care. Look, whatever everyone just watched in the last 3 or 4 minutes.
You gotta stop. You gotta
Do you need can somebody get a tranquilizer dart ready for this?
But
large
I will
marsupial?
also say,
thank you,
that I'm convinced you're being real. So, can we be like the best?
I know Avarice
debater
is.
buddies today.
Yeah, sure.
Or just today. We're just today.
Just today.
I find it funny that
do you accept his proposition?
that everybody.
I think Avarice just lost his marbles. I don't think it's that funny. Like, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's not like, can I stop laughing for 20 minutes? Funny? No. Like, you know. The EpiPen, Cree, you want to give him more epinephrine? I don't. I want to give him a tranquilizer dart suitable for an elephant. Does anybody have one of those? Can maybe like drop bear it, you know?
No.
Into his orbit or...
Because,
no.
Emmett,
They
would
just
my
call Emmett
assessment
nice.
of being on any other panel be accurate?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, see. You know.
With your assessment of being in any other panel, what do you mean? In Jay Dyer's, or if you go against Jay Bob or anything like that?
Anything. If I made the claim I did, and I would not get the same response you gave.
Well, the thing is, for example, with Jay Dyer is like a logician, right? So he wouldn't have taken all the steps to explain to you why am I rejecting the argument on the basis that I'm rejecting it at this point, right? Just the point that I'm making is I went on with the logical statements, and then I applied to you the idea that yes, the proposition you're making is either true or false. And we need to know if you're talking the logical possibility is possible, but if you're talking about the truth of the matter, you have to take a position, and if your position is I don't know, I cannot engage with it. Like I will grant always the people that says I don't know, because I will always grant you your ignorance. It's a basic idea. It is actually the truest statement.
Oh my god!
But
they're saying.
I'm dying in so many places where they will just try to invalidate.
You are the nicest person I've ever met.
I'm not trying to kiss Emmett's ass, Avarice.
No, he's a jackass. He's a jackass, so it's very jarring for someone.
There's a big difference between.
I have never heard you call someone a retard or asshole.
No, Emmett's sworn and said fucking retard to all kinds of people, I'm sure.
And much worse. He said
many much worse. But in my context, he's done one of the most kindest things in debate that I've experienced. So I'm speaking from my current experience.
Context, yeah. Right.
Oh my god.
So
I only have one plug, but you know not to do that to me. You know I only got one of it. That's not a fair thing
Emmett,
to do.
Look, you just proved the exception to your rule. So.
Well, when you're talking to them, they already have the understanding that you understand the logical framework, especially Jay Dyer. So if I go to Jay Dyer and I make a statement in their worldview, if you're in good faith, you are saying I believe this to be true. So they will be saying, are you dumb? Because you're not understanding that the statement you're making is already a true statement in the worldview.
Claim, yeah.
Unless you are I can explain, like the best way for me to explain this when I talk to somebody.
He can explain it for you. He just can't. He can tell it to you. He can't explain it to you.
Well, no, because hold on. I think there are actually.
He's gonna pull a Candace.
Jesus Lord.
Well, hold on a second. I think that it's incorrect to say that once I posit the hypothetical that there could be a God that is ambivalent, that is a potential and valid third
in the hypothetical.
In the hypothetical, that is a potential and valid third option to put on the table. God cares, God does not care, God actually hates or whatever, like cares but is the opposite, like doesn't want whatever has happened, right? God wants what happened, God doesn't care what happened. There it is. I think this is the actually correct
but even in the hypothetical,
right?
even in the hypothetical, the
cares,
question
ambivalent, or
don't care,
doesn't care, right? There we go, right?
So even in the
and
hypothetical, I would be like questioning what are the reasons, or what is the foundation you come to have those kind of ideas. And that is the problem that I have with that's the problem that I have with people that are atheists and say that they are not actually atheists in the middle of the debate. They're actually agnostic, right? Because at that point you are invalidating your own claim. And whenever you're the first person that has taken that as in a nice way, most people get super angry the moment I call them, that they say I will grant you your ignorance. They get super pissed because a lot of people just don't want to not be called ignorant, right?
Dude, I've watched so many fucking exchanges between Dyer, Jim Bob, and the Line that I like hate most of them most of the time. And so like I'm just tired of playing most of the games. And so to have the interaction to where we're at right now is just like so good that
trust me, I'm glad we had this one too, because I almost lost a lung.
Well, good for you. No, and Emmett, I've actually seen you in other places and have appreciated you less, but when you interact with me directly, this is great. Like I don't.
Oh well, the thing is, I match a lot of energy, and most of the time people are like, oh well, you just don't. They don't answer my. You want to piss me off? Don't answer my question. If I ask you, is the sky blue, and you tell me, well, let me tell you about the system, I will get mad at you and I will start calling you retarded because I don't care about any of that. I just want you to answer my question so we can continue the conversation, right? Or if you, there's a lot of people that don't like the idea that I have of consent, for example, no? And I asked them like, well, what is consent?
Well, yeah, that's
how
what
do
we
you
were
know?
talking about before,
How do you know? How do you know that consent is important? How do you get them into the actual ethical framework in which consent is the actual thing that matters? And then I start making like questions about consent, and usually we end up in impasses. And this has happened many times, and people get mad at me because they think especially dumb people think that the only way that you can grape somebody is in accordance to consent. But I literally believe that if you're not in marriage, all you do outside of marriage can be considered to be pretty much akin to grape. So.
Oh, okay.
So that I understand that that's like extreme position in the way that, because I'm calling a lot of people. If you do the projection, it will be a lot of people will be rapists, right? But
of course, yeah.
The idea is not to necessarily call you a rapist. The idea is, tell me, why should I care about consent and should not care about the virtue or the virtue ethics of why sex is important in a relationship, which is to have a family, which is to actually cherish and care for the person that you're supposed to be engaged in those kinds of activities. And the only way that I see that possible is within marriage.
Right. So it seems like you'll just always. Okay, so it seems like the usage of the term conveys a meaning dependent on the context of the user of the word, right? And so like insofar as someone says, grape means X, and here are the contexts in which it will maintain that meaning, right? You are going to fundamentally disagree because in every context outside of what you just said, anything that violates that is that word. Am I
Yeah.
getting that right? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
And so,
everything that
yeah,
is not
you'll
within
always be
marriage
of course, you'll
would be.
always be an impasse. Yeah.
So, but I'm not even at an impasse. I'm just trying to get to the framework, or I want to know what is the actual logical position for me to value consent necessarily. So a person defined consent not long ago
Well,
as a rational thought of a free person, right? And I said, okay, is a free person able to make irrational thoughts? And the person said yes. And it's like, how I, as an agent, know if the person is doing a rational or an irrational decision? For me to know if what I'm going to be doing in accordance to consent is valid. And there's no way, because I cannot actually get into their heads, into their minds, understand the externalities or their feelings or whatever is happening in their mind. So I always end up in some kind of irrational position when it comes to consent. I just don't know what is the threshold and what are the actual thresholds in it. And they end up in some kind of relativistic position in which it depends upon. The only thing that matters is the relationship with it and whether or not they like it. Right?
I'd say that okay, can I just like do an aside for how I conceptualize it?
Yeah.
For the sake of conversation. So on the one hand, I would just grant that most of the time it is relativistic and conceptual, right?
Okay.
That the idea of consent exists within agents expressing their approval of an action at a certain time, right? Now, I would also say, though, that consent is contingent on other priors that are independent of that expression. Things like other physical factors that we know or evidentially impairing or influencing one's ability to convey that preference. So if it's evidentiary explanatory that people's ability to make a rational decision or personally beneficial decision is impaired by alcohol, drugs, or whatever, it's rational to withhold the idea that they consented when those effects are present or could be present, right? And so you could say, well, that person may have conveyed or stated their preference, but I am rational to doubt it when they've consumed, a certain amount of alcohol, right? Or a relative amount of right? But or they may have stated while conscious that they would prefer me or enjoyed my sexual interactions. But when I am unconscious or maybe even dead, I don't want them to do this thing to me, right? Or my corpse or whatever, right? And so then, consent would be contextualized on that. And that is what I would say about it. Now, what other atheists or anti-realists are going to say about that, that's their shit. That's just now. So you engage with me now.
So I get it. Now I have a couple of questions. So the first question is heat a mind-affecting, altering agent.
Can you say that again? Is what?
Yeah, it's heat. So, for example, if you're under the sun for a long period of time, or if, the weather is really hot.
Okay. So you mean as like an extenuating physical pressure on your cognition?
Yeah.
So if I say yes, like that heat exhaustion could be an impairment, is that what you're saying?
Heat stroke, for example.
Heat stroke is an impairment to your judgment.
And do you think that let's say that you are with your wife, and your wife is outside taking a sun bath, and she gets a little bit of heat stroke, and she decides to go inside and pump you. Is that are you taking advantage of her because she was impaired due to heat? And how exactly are we going to measure that?
Well, I wouldn't say there is. Okay, so in my world, I wouldn't say that's consent. I'd say that is a person.
But why? She was impaired.
What?
She was impaired.
Why
she was not acting rationally.
Well,
yeah, she was acting. She was literally hallucinating a little bit when she comes to the heat.
That I would say you use the words that I would say that consent isn't actually being given. Is that it was irrational?
Exactly. So she's acting irrationally. Did I grape her?
Well, in that case, yeah, it was a non-consensual act, of course.
And
so even in a spouse,
wait, new question.
Rape their spouse.
New question. Okay.
I don't know where the gotcha was there.
No. Just well, because it's about ready to come right here. So if my wife, right, if I'm asleep and my wife gets a sunburn, right, that impairs her mental state because she is
sunburn is not heat stroke, champ.
Hold on.
True.
She gets sunburned because my wife is now under duress because she's in pain, right? She's now mentally delusional because of pain, which is like a little bit, which is impaired, right? Pain can cause impairment. So in order to soothe her pain, she comes up and jumps on top of me naked and has her way with me. Did I just grape her because she used that for soothing and she was under the influence of her pain?
Okay, I see the parity reductio here. So you're saying that's okay. So you're basically asking me to how do I arbitrate?
Well, I just want to know how do we measure that too? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You're asking me to give you objective criteria for when I would say an action based on different yet things I would label as impairments are this at this time it's grape and this time it's not, right? Like which impairments entail that this is a grape and this is not? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not just which impairment. It's just like what standard, what level of impairment is that person? So at what standard of impairment do we consider impairment? Right? That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
What you're saying here is that if you're under any amount of being impaired, right, then that is great. But just so we're clear, my wife, I listen. So when I work, this is true. Anybody that knows me can tell you, I work. And currently, right now, I'm listening to 12 other YouTube channels right now as we're working and listening to us. Right. My wife, if she just puts my headphones on, she overcharges and breaks. literally breaks for 30 minutes is just complete meltdown. If she puts on for 5 seconds of my headphones, 30 minutes of just catatonic.
Yeah.
All right. So how do we measure these impairments? Because you don't know what you're talking. Like we don't know what is impairment now at this point.
This is great.
Right?
No, this is a great clarification to ask me, right? Because I think there are there can be certain types of impairments that we can understand as influencing rational decision making, and others that might not. And so, like, when you said sunburn and something to and sexual gratification as a potential avenue for relief from that pain experience, like, categorically, I don't think that's the same thing as the impairment of cognitive faculties from heat stroke, right?
Again, I wasn't talking about heat stroke, right? But again, I was using.
And so that's where
hold on, let me land. I was also using that she initiated. She was the initiator because that was her way to soothe. The guy in this scenario would still be the rapist. That's the problem.
See, that's where you're equivocating
because she's impaired.
No, so those are different qualitative impairments.
All right. Not if she's delusional because of the pain.
So you're saying
I'm saying that I'm saying pain experience caused the delusion. No, not the heat stroke. We're talking about from a heat sunburn, just a sunburn, not heat stroke, just a sunburn. The pain is causing delusions. She's using soothing to soothe the sensation of pain, not delusions, but pain. To soothe pain, her idea to soothe the pain is to go have sex with her husband, right? Because then she can't think about the heat, the sunburn, right? She won't think about the sunburn, right? So she's going to go have sex with her husband because they're out of aloe vera, right? And so she goes up and she humps her husband delusionally in pain so that she's out of pain, right? That right there would be the man would still be the rapist in your worldview.
No. So what you're saying, what the hypothetical you just proposed is that there's a cognitive process that happened, right? That transpired, to which there's a correlation between my experience A can be diverted by experience B, right? Or I could
you're conflating her reasoning for what the delusion is. The delusion is that she's under a delusion because of pain. Just because her reason is to go have sex, that doesn't mean that she's not impaired.
Okay.
That's what we're getting at.
Okay.
Darth Thorines with the big 2 says, under Nitty's definition, nobody could ever consent. Do we agree or disagree with that?
That's what we're getting at.
Okay. Darth Thorines is right. I think we are in a parallel universe.
Okay. I think
This is the first time I've been called nice.
Oh, so 6-minute warning before we go to outros.
I lost it.
Honestly, I think, Emmett, so far, I have yet to experience you being in a way that I would say is categorically mean, uncharitable, or we'll see. I think there is a.
I think you know what it is. I know what it is. I figure I fucking Scooby-Dooed it. Hold on, it's because Emmett's next to me. So right next to me, he looks like a saint.
Well, it's possible, but I'll be agnostic to that for now. But I'll claim ignorance.
I'm not
everyone's favorite. But so okay. Let's go this way.
You're making Emmett blush.
You can't tell he's a vampire. He's a vampire. We don't blush.
But I'll go this way. I'll say that there is a general sense, I hate using this word, an accepted threshold at which we would say it's subjective in my understanding. You know what? I'll just own it. I'll say, I don't know how to give you an objective criteria for what
For
conditions
consent.
someone is truly consenting or not. But that's not to say that consent does not exist, or that consent is not useful, or that consent is not legislatable.
Let me give you my interpretation of consent, okay?
Sure.
Consent is, in other words, in the way that I see it, God, okay. The way that I see it is, consent is just an agreement upon having some kind of sexual act in which I can disregard every other necessary characteristic for me to have intercourse with you, and get free or get scot-free of all other necessary preconditions as of what I ought to do when it comes to that action.
Right. And so you and I are just fundamentally disagreed on what consent includes. The condition.
Well, if a woman is over 18 and just wants to have intercourse with me,
by 18,
right? I'm just it's just to avoid any kind of hypothetical. You just talk about babies. You just want to do it with okay. I don't wanna have to deal with that. So, woman over 18 wants to have intercourse with you, proposes it. You both say yes. It's like, is there any other thing that you need to fulfill in accordance to what you ought to do, so that you can, hump her?
I think there are extenuating circumstances which we've got psychological evidence or neurochemical, like, observation, scientific, evidential, psychiatric evidence to say, no. If you pursue, no matter what that person communicates, it's not consent in a meaningful sense for that person's benefit. So, like, if I took away like your age distinction of 18, Emmett, what about 17?
I in my worldview, when it comes to what I ought to do in having intercourse, I cannot do it outside of marriage. So the only place I can do it is within marriage.
Okay, so
I ought not have intercourse with 17, even if they want to, even if they really want to. If I'm not married, I ought not do it.
But let's say it was 2,000 years ago, and you're betrothed, and you've gone through whatever ceremonies necessary, and you're considered to be fully married until you consummate it, and the person is 17.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine.
Well, I don't think 2,000 years ago. Well, I don't think 2,000 years ago the calendar was the same, and 16 might have actually been 24. Can you prove that we were using that? Hold on. I just want evidence that 2,000 years ago, when we were using those 16 years old, right? That we're still using those calendars, because the calendar we're using is still only like 400 or 500 years old.
Wait, what I'm about to do.
It's about 2,000 years old. The calendar is about 2,000 years old. It's the Julian calendar.
Let's let Nitty wrap up.
Let me be disingenuous on purpose.
And then let's let Nitty respond though, and then we're gonna wrap up. Okay, because we're like,
okay.
I'm trying to exercise what the boundaries of what Emmet means by marriage and what is an ethical or moral action to take.
Yeah, I can explain
those boundaries. So wait, hold on. So at what age? I'm going to just ask you precisely. At what age would you say, if all other conditions are met for a marriage to be consummated or met, at what age is that still consent? Is it 10, 11, 12, 13?
It's not about me.
No age.
Wait. It's not about me directly. It's not about my preferences. So what
No,
we
not
see, for
preference.
example,
I'm saying objectively.
not.
Can you give me an
Yes,
objective
I can give you an
age?
objective. Okay.
Oh, you
So,
can. Okay.
yeah. So when you talk about the age of consent, the consent part is not a consent to have sex. It was a consent to marry. Okay. In the past, you needed to have the consent of the parents so that they could marry when they were younger, and they decided at 18 you were free from having the consent to marry from your parents, and you could make a decision on your own to get married at that age. This has to do with the normativity of the ethical framework at the time. You're gonna be like, well, it depends on the ethical framework at the time. We're talking about marriage, it does. The only reason why it does is because at the same, remember when I told you that we are under the umbrella of the state? So the state is always going to be involved in marriage because it has to do with the protection of those that are, well, not protected. In this case, usually is the wife, especially when she's pregnant, because she has to have protections, and the kids. This is why we need to have enforcement arms when it comes to any kind of any kind of marriage, so the man doesn't leave only, or we have a little bit of what we could consider to be the fallen areas. There is not a specific age that you can get married. I think the idea is after when you are an adolescent, after after puberty. That was like the status, especially in the past. We have decided that now that it has to do above the age of 18. This has to do with how society is moving, and you can blame it on society all you want, but it's how it is framed in the idea of the moral framework.
So,
right.
So even to further that one, if I may, just to continue.
Of course, Nate. Yeah.
Under the ethical framework of the society 2,000 years ago, unless even if the woman was in today's numbers 25, 30, unless the male patriarch of the family consented to the marriage, she could not get married. So the only way that she could choose of her own free will at that time was if she had no more male relatives.
No, she couldn't concede at that time. They always were under some kind of patriarchal structure. All upon when they were like over the age of up until they were supposed to be able to even fend of themselves. But especially when you're talking about antiquity, in antiquity there was no way. Like they were always under some kind of a structure when a patriarch is involved in every single system.
Right. But what I'm getting at is, no matter if you're going to look back and ask someone to apply a societal standard from antiquity in today, it is really 100% presentism argument and doesn't follow any kind of logic, because you wouldn't be using the government or the state or the religion of today to apply a societal norm from antiquity.
Well, no, you would be, because in the past they have their own government systems, and their government systems had some say into how they were done. No, it was applicable. They applied law to marriage. There's always been some kind of applied law to marriage.
Yes, but not today's standards.
Oh no,
that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's applying presentism to a society in antiquity, when he was going down the what if it was 2,000 years ago? Well, that in his implication was that would not be okay today, right? So it doesn't follow, it doesn't track, because of the argument from presentism.
Now you can criticize that part of my argument and be like, well, it is dependent
No,
upon the society.
not your
No,
argument.
Nate.
Nettie's.
I know. I'm talking to Neely. You can criticize that part of my argument as this is some kind of presentism, okay? But if I only care about consent, why would it be wrong for a 17 to do it?
Well, I would say that our understanding of well, actually, I would go further than most state laws onto when a person is actually consenting at all. Like I would legislate it down further, but you know, I'm one of the liberals that's worse than the Democrats.
I agree with you that it doesn't have to do with consenting at all, especially the laws. So if a 17-year-old does it, why would it be wrong?
Huh? Oh! I would say that they aren't in their full rational capacities to make the same types of decisions.
Wait! Are you saying that it's not possible for a 17-year-old to make rational decisions?
Not in the same way as someone older than them. Like,
what is the difference between an 18-year-old that
what
gives
about
her the
someone
capacity
who?
to make?
What about a 7?
Nate, calm down.
There's actually a legal question here. So
no, we're talking more.
What about switch categories to?
We're
talking
I understand. So what if it is a 17-year-old who has been declared by the state emancipated from their parents? Are they then emotionally? The state has determined that they can take care of themselves. They can make their own decisions in the modern world. Should they morally be held to the same standard as an 18-year-old at that point?
In my opinion, for sexual ethics, no.
Well, yeah. No. So that doesn't the state's opinion of their individual maturity would not weigh into that one.
Not for me.
Okay, what is the difference between the 17 and the 18-year-old?
Well, I would say it goes further up. Like generally,
what is the difference between a 17 and a 20-year-old?
Psychologically, it's like 22 to 25.
What is the difference between a 17 and a 32-year-old, let's say?
32 cognitive development.
So, for example, I've been listening to a financial audit, okay? And there's been a couple of 32-year-olds that are unable to do basic math. Like, they will literally tell you, well, I get $100 a week and I spend $1,200 a week, but I do it because I think it's great. So, you know, are we gonna bar those people because they can do basic shit from having sex?
Well, you see, okay, so this is actually interesting, right? This is a problem for, I'll just, here, you know what's fun? I'll just own it. This is a problem for the assertions of, assertions of a relativistic moral framework, right? Because as we engage in the particulars of hypotheticals, right? The reevaluation has to come in and qualifications have to come in. And it can look like, and rhetorically, it looks like that I have a weak, indefensible, or inconsistent position. Now, I'm not saying that you're trying to gotcha me, right? Or make yourself seem superior or whatever. These are things that are frustrating to me and make the conversation difficult, but I appreciate them because this is the kind of shit that I need to think through, right? And so when I roll back all that meta, what it sounds like you're asking is, give me some statements that I can make black or white. Where am I correct then?
Well, in the framework that this is the problem that I have, right? I can understand that there is levels of what you ought to do. So in my idea of when I see virtue ethical systems, the ethics are still still in relation to what you're doing or what you can do, right? So if you're a husband, you ought to be a husband. But if you're not a husband, it's not like the same odds apply to you as if you're a husband. Does that make sense? If you are a person that is, let's say, if you're a bachelor, the things that you ought to do are very different than if you are that you have 3 kids and a family, right? So there you have a difference as to what is the things that you ought to do in accordance to the will of God. That will be like my standards, like the basic idea of what would Jesus do.
Yeah,
you can strum in a little bit like that, but it makes sense as in God is the will that I ought follow. So that is the standard that I have as to how I'm supposed to act. Now,
thank you, Doomring. Have a good night, Funk.
For example, one of the things that I see a lot is there's a lot of people that talk about the differences in framework, right? It's like, well, you say that you have an objective morality, but you're still inconsistent because in the past it was 12. Because in the past it was 12 years old, and now you're saying that it's 18, right? And the proposition that I'm having is, well,
thanks,
in accordance to what I ought to do, it has still a relative framework as to the society I live in. If my society says you cannot marry before 18, and I'm gonna marry someone before 18, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not following. I'm not following the government as I ought to as a Christian, right? So when I see my the way that I look at my framework, the odds that I have, they make sense even in relation to me. I'm not God. I don't have his same things that he should do. I'm not Nate. I don't have the same things that Nate should do. I'm not you. I don't have the same things that you should do. But I do have a standard as to what is the good, and I can come to the conclusion about what the God is, and I can have that idea as a basic principle. So if I see, for example, my wife and she's wobbling and kind of weird, and she's been outside all day, and she's like, I really want to do you, maybe I can think about it and be like, maybe you need some fucking water, okay? And chill out for a second.
Hose her down.
Okay.
Hose her down.
That is the because that is the ethical framework. I'm more my ethics is I need to take care of my wife. Right?
Right, yeah, of course.
So, but that is the ethical framework I'm coming from. Instead of me being like, oh yeah, let's hump or something. I need to have, like, I have a way that I need to act in accordance to what I ought to. And that makes sense to me. But if people are just like, it makes no sense to me, for example, that I am outside in some kind of party and I saw this girl and she's like, yeah, let's do it. And all of a sudden, like, that's perfectly understandable and fine. When I have like a higher duty to get married, have an actual wife, do what is good. Does that make sense?
Well, I think fundamentally you've just switched enough context and priors and details that it's difficult for me to make sense of it myself, right?
Yeah, like, my duty as a bachelor is not to go on and hump every bitch that I see outside. My duty as a bachelor would be to find someone that I think shares my values, and then probably fall in love with that person, do what is needed to do so that we are compatible, so that we have our needs met, so that when I get married to her and we form a family, we can actually engage in those kinds of activities and be completely fine. Instead of, go outside and get an STD and be a DJ and then be like, yeah, bro. Like, one is not the same as the other. The actions of one are completely different from the other as in my odds. But if I believe in consent, I'm a relativist. Like, if I am a degen, what is wrong with that? If I'm a complete degenerate, but they consent, what's wrong with it?
Well, you're equivocating two concepts of consent, right? You're equivocating the verbalization of access to sexual contact versus context of sexual context, right? You're conflating those two things, and I think that's just where we're just gonna always disagree.
Yeah, let me put it this way. I say a woman, okay, she really wants me, and I like her. Ought I just lay with her? Why not?
No.
Why not? She's consenting.
Well,
yeah, in your worldview, why not?
You need. Well, there's more criteria than just you want each other.
She's completely sober, sane of mind. There's no problems with her mind. She's being rational. Let's pretend that is the case. She just really wants me. Why shouldn't I lay with her?
Oh, why should you?
Yeah, why shouldn't I, or what should I?
Well, in my world and framework, I wouldn't say there is an imperative to you to do it.
So it's that's what I'm saying. Is like
you want.
Yeah, I'm convinced that she wants me.
No, that's different than saying. I'm saying, are you convinced you should? Then go for it.
No, I'm asking if I should or not. Let's say that you're my moral compass right now, brother. I'm gonna hump this woman. Should I do it? She says yes. She's ready for it.
I would just be like, I don't know. I'm that turd that'll say, I don't know. What do you consent to? See, now I'm gonna permit your consent in the situation. Do you consent to her consent? Like,
I'm asking what is the good in this situation? Should I hump her?
I don't care. What if I'm the friend that's like, go for it, but I don't care? What do you do then?
Well, you say go for it, didn't you? You did say go for it.
No, that's just okay, but that's just in jest and in fun. Come on, Emmett, you know what I'm saying.
All right, guys,
you would be perfectly fine.
Let's try and conclude this line of questioning so we can all get into our, our wrap up. And
what if all right, let's just stop there, Emmett. Let's say I never said the go for it part. Let's say I don't care. I don't believe you have an oughtness to it.
Yeah, that's
fully
the problem,
consenting,
right?
Then what?
Yeah, you would be go for it.
Why is that a problem?
Okay. Because I believe.
Why is
let me explain.
A neutral position a problem for you, Emmett?
Yeah, let me explain to you why in my worldview it makes sense that this is a problem. So in my worldview, the idea is you ought not take advantage of other people, even if they want you to take advantage of them. So if the way that I look at it is quite literally, you are using the other person for their body. That is exactly what you're doing. You don't care. Next day she's gone. Nobody saw nothing. Okay. Like what would be the problem if she's gone? What would be the problem if you just do it, leave. Don't leave a number. Never cared for her.
Emmett, do you not see how you just shifted the parameters of the hypothetical?
No, she wanted to really have sex with me. We did it, and then I didn't care about her anymore. What's the problem with that?
So
she was rational. She wanted to do it. She was perfectly fine.
When you started the questioning for me, I didn't know if you were stepping into an anti-realist or subjectivist, right?
In my position, in the anti-realist position.
But I
it's gotten too nice here for me. I'm gonna go find another feminist panel.
All right.
Take care of
Jesus
Aris.
Christ.
Thank you,
Have
Aris. I'll
fun.
plug
Later,
your,
Abbas.
your panel.
But
Thanks.
if you're saying within your framework, ought you not? I would say, of course, you shouldn't do that. Like, I understand. Look,
Not within my framework. I'm giving you no, this is a general framework. I'm telling everybody. Everybody, don't do this. Don't abuse each other. Stop it. Get married. Have kids, have families. This is the good. Everybody. I'm not a pussy. Okay? I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not a pussy. I am going to impose it. I don't care. This is the good. I will do what is good. Ought I do what is good? Ought I tell people what is good? Yes, that is the obvious answer. Yes, I will tell you. If somebody comes to me and is like, well, you know what, this woman really wants to have sex with me and I kind of like her, I just... I'll be like, stop being a fucking coomer. Don't do it, okay? You really like her, marry her.
But then you're not asking me. You're not asking me the question at that point.
Yeah, I was testing you, as in, what will you do? When you come to me, if you were to come to me and you'd be like, man, I really want to hump this woman, I'd be like, don't do it, Wayne. Find someone you will marry, and then you can hump all you want.
Okay, now everyone knows your preference, right?
Marriage, yeah. Okay, guys.
My
let's
preference.
AVG, you've been great. Thank you for being such a cool host.
Oh yeah, no, of course. I mean, like we did extend a bit longer.
I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did it, but you
Yeah,
got Emmet to be one of the nicest theists I've interacted with on some of the most contested issues ever.
Oh.
So I don't know how the fuck you did it and made Avarice lose their shit, but congrats.
For
Do I owe
sure.
you more money?
We will. No, you're good. You're good. Everybody's been great.
Am I in a miracle panel where Emmet has been the
Me and Emmet
are always this way.
Me and Emmet are not internet friends, according to him, and perhaps he's a bit. No, actually, he's been a total jackass to some of my other panelists. How about we go into closing thoughts?
Wait, AVG, has this been a miracle panel up until this point? Then,
yes and no. I mean, it's not like Emmet's always a jackass, but on a couple occasions, he's literally driven people to rage streams that last over 7 hours a stream. So.
Then I'm divine
disagree.
Providence.
Of course, guys, we'll rate Emmet if he's still going. Yes.
I disagree with your shit, okay? Not friend.
All right, cool. Love that for us. All right. Well, let's go with the...
Do you mind if I... Yeah.
I was going to do you and Emmet last, Nate, unless do you have a concern about your...
Well, actually... Yeah, a signal might be an issue.
Okay, yeah, sure, for sure. Go ahead, sir. By all means, please.
All right. So all I want to say is this is an example of when a good faith interlocutor, you saw the difference between the way that he interacted with Darth on just before I booted him and how he's dealing with Nettie. A good faith interlocutor can always get a calm, deep, and good conversation with Emmet, even if Emmet throughout is still going to hold just as strong a point. And I think what that really comes from, yeah, well, unless they're going to go bad faith and all that crazy stuff, right?
Or unless they're dumb, fuck, like a bag of nails.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Well, but again, Nettie's reaction to "I grant you your innocence," everybody else or ignorance, everybody else flips out about that, saying, "Oh, you called me a moron." You know what I mean? Like their own perception of the word affects it. Basically, the way I see it is that in the short phrasing of it, Christianity and the Christian moral structure is the only one that offers consistent recommendations for behavior, and a consequentialist or non-realist or the atheistic worldview offers nothing but gray area and confusion as far as what is appropriate for life and what is not. So that's my point of view. I do have enough subs to be streaming live. However, I went nearly a full month without posting any shorts, so I'm going to continue posting shorts. You can find me on YouTube under the same handle as you see on here. And let's get me being able to do some crappy mobile-only streams. I should be able to pick up my laptop in October.
Is it the same? Okay, yeah. I had to, for some reason, I think because you probably don't stream regularly, I don't have you on my list of panelists to show. So I'm just going to add you right now and I'm going to post your link in the chat. Okay, Nate, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you so much for your patronage, as always.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you, guys. Nice to meet you, Nettie. Good to see both of you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Nate. I really appreciate that.
Good night, Curse Poker Crusader. Good night, Nate. We are rating to Emmet. Emmet, are you doing a stream?
I'm streaming right now.
Yeah, well,
I decided to. But, you know, hell froze over.
Yeah.
I would have clicked the go live on my channel button if I could, but for some reason I can't. I don't
Do you
know.
have a channel, Nitty? I was gonna go to you next.
I do, yeah.
We are
channel?
OBS streamers. That's why.
Yeah, that's why we do many things
It's 4
with our.
o'clock in the fucking morning in my house. I'm dead.
Is it?
My wife is gonna fucking murder me.
Yeah,
I'm
probably.
so screwed.
Love that for you.
I have to work tomorrow in like 3 hours. So.
Luckily, I mean,
Jesus
I
Christ.
don't have to work for another. What is it? Like almost
4.5 if I'm lucky.
I don't know, like 6 hours for me. I'm gonna add you to my list as well. It's the 512 NIDD_Y, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna add that right now to my list of panelists.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Ooh, I gained a subscriber tonight. Oh boy.
You should gain a
Thank you.
couple if people liked what you're saying. I'm gonna post your link in the chat.
Wow.
Any closing thoughts?
People can come and give me shit. I'll take haters. Emmet or me?
You.
No,
We're
you.
rating to Emmet, so.
Yeah. Emmet, you've earned a lot of my respect, despite of times where I may have seen you frustrate me. I'll probably subscribe to you and lurk you anyway.
I frustrate a lot of people because
Yeah.
I am very forceful sometimes with my engagements. And if I think you're acting in bad faith, I will absolutely call you out. And then if you ever decide to say any word that I find offensive, be sure that I will be as offensive or more.
Yeah. So, okay, couple of things. One is that I've been greatly appreciative of how patient everyone's been with me and letting me give my answers and giving me time to answer, and giving me the floor to finish answers, even if Darth doesn't want me to.
He doesn't want anybody to. Also, don't make this sound like a safe space. We're badass here, okay? This is not a nice place.
You guys are not safe. I wouldn't send my other people here.
Awesome.
Yes.
Just trying to maintain my street cred.
To Jortlandians, that's right.
Bat milk.
And
does somebody have bat milk?
And I would say though to Nate, before you left, you said that the atheist non-Christians produce a lot of confusion and gray areas. For me, I think that the world could benefit from the challenge of dealing with things case by case, and that difficulty is not something to avoid but to embrace. And just because an answer doesn't fit like a typical model, or sorry, your model doesn't fit a situation, doesn't make the model invalid, right? it can be successful in a majority of cases and maybe unsuccessful in others. And so answering your questions in a new situation might be required, and that's okay, right? Or just not knowing is also okay, and exploring what works and what doesn't can be okay. And that's using the word confusion induces in our society, in our time, fear, when I think the word uncertainty could be better, or possibility of a solution would be even better than that. And so just because we're faced with a situation where we don't have a conclusive or decisive answer, or our framework is insufficient, doesn't mean it's confusion, and it doesn't mean it's an uncomfortable uncertainty. It means that there's a possible answer, and let's try something. That's
All right.
I think
Thanks.
I think that's enough for me to say.
Thanks so much for coming up. And
someone said, "Stop sounding so gay."
Also,
Okay,
Dark the Rain says one super chat for you before you leave with the big $2. If you're a broke boy, you say so. It's in the words, Emmett. That's Emmett's thing. If you're a broke boy, you say so.
If you're a broke boy, you say so.
It's a thing. Says Nitty.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Yeah, that's the meme.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Nitty, just admit Baby Oil Man didn't do nothing. You prude. Sunglasses face. Sunglasses
Very
face.
not prude, but we're not gonna talk.
Nitty, good to meet you. Yeah.
Emmett, I'm the most good faith mofo that at least attempts it. So
I mean, it depends. I'm not gonna say
that's not true. You haven't met Dark
I never
Side
do shit panels.
Deaconess. All right.
Oh my god! Don't start. Don't.
You haven't met.
Don't.
She's a
love
Dark
you.
Side
No.
Deaconess,
Avatar,
and I never said never second best.
I just wanna make it obvious. I just wanna make it obvious that it was AVG who is bringing you into the conversation.
Shout out
right
to
now.
Dark Side.
Hello.
Hello.
So
We love you. No homo.
you
All
earned
right.
my 800th sub. You're welcome.
Thank you,
the
Nitty.
dark side of debate.
Have a good night.
You're welcome. Good night.
All right, 2 orders of business. 1, Emmett needs to shield his channel. 2, then I need to do a for Cree Dog.
Oh my
3,
God.
then we're going to re-listen to the Avarice loses his shit over Emmett being called the nicest person.
Everybody
Then
does this
4.
shit.
Then 4, I raid you to the parking lot as Doomerang has dubbed Emmett's channel.
As
Now
the
it is the parking lot.
No, fuck
It's like,
that.
can we continue this conversation in the parking lot?
Screw you.
Because this is the Marriott Grand, and apparently Emmett's channel is the parking lot.
Sure.
Oh,
Anyway, my
Lord.
channel is at Count Emmet. You're gonna be redirected to it. Please join sub. Okay, stop being a bum. If you want to have a debate, let me know. I'm willing to have a debate. I will have a debate, which is gonna be very weird, but I have to defend the subjectivist position on morals are just preferences, because someone wants to try to attack that position on Confluence panel this Thursday, and I will be producing more stuff on the background. So yeah, thank you very much for having me on, AVG. You baited me with the whole
just a bit.
debate. Yeah, I was completely baited into the debate. I wanted to talk to the other person. At the end of the day, I ended up doing it, which is, my critique of the idea of consent. I just really believe that it's just a way to be a degen and not feel bad about it. That is that is all that is. They don't have a coherent system into which you can even know if the person is actually consenting or not. I'm not saying that every system has to be coherent all the time. There are unknowns. This is why we have the church. In case we have an unknown, we have a guidance through the different questions that we may have, so that we can act in accordance to what is good. And also, if we commit a mistake or not acting in accordance to it, we can find we can find forgiveness, and we can, you know, get back into the good graces of God and partake within His energies. So,
Amen.
yeah, thank you so much. And yes, you were gonna say something.
Amen. And yeah, we'll be reading to you unless you want to stick around for the video and my shilling. I will kick you, or you may.
Nah, I'm gonna just rage quit. I am rage quitting
Again. No. What are we gonna do? All right. What's going on?
That's really nice.
Oh, I did not want to play it right away. Oops. Okay, my bad. Forgot how those things worked. What am I doing? Yes. What am I doing? A couple things. We've got a debate coming up this Saturday. It's at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Competitive debate fetishizes intelligence. I am on the negative. Also, as a result of my coverage of the Great Debate, I have been approached by not one but two podcasts on Twitter. One is Nora Christine's, and the other one is Master Swag King. I'm not really sure what we'll be discussing, but look for some podcast appearances coming up in a couple weeks. In the interim, Cree Dog, are you ready? I'm gonna do it one more time. There you go. Let's watch this.
You are frankly the most charitable and kind theist I have ever debated or interacted with. Literally ever. because frankly, because Joel Sekay's over at Think Institute or Made by Jim Bob or Jay Dyer would call me retarded or whatever and just shit all over me. I'm not kidding. Like, and I love that Avarice is
he's just having a good time. He's like delusional at this point. He's lacking sleep. Like, it's fine.
Stoic AVG. But Emmett, like, I'm not kidding. Like, even people from my former church would like lose their shit over what you just did.
The granting of the it's an actual true statement. What I like. I'm not trying to be mean to you. If I say
you're not, you're honestly not. I think that's actually really kind.
If somebody comes to me and they say something like "I don't know," I'm not gonna be like, "How do you don't know?" Right? It's a true statement. If you say "I don't know," I'm gonna grant it because you are the person. So it makes sense to me.
Well, but the
point is, I cannot.
But Emmett, I want you to see that that's where the kindness is that you're not going to invalidate someone else's experience and psychologize them. You literally stopped speaking at the point at which Jim Bob or the ortho dudes or the hyper evangelicals or the like fivefold ministry prophets would be like, you're demon possessed, or you're so corrupt that you can't know. Like, you literally stopped speaking and just validated me, which is the kindness. So, Emmett, to everyone watching, thank you. And Avarice, get a room. Like,
I'm not. But you know that this.
It hurts.
You do understand that at the same time, I'm completely like removing the argument at the same time, right? Like,
I understand that you might, but I understand that also privately you might be like thinking your own thoughts and having.
No, I don't.
Whatever everyone watched, I don't care. Look, whatever everyone just watched in the last 3 or 4 minutes.
You gotta stop. You gotta
stop. Can somebody get a tranquilizer dart ready for this?
But
I
will also say,
thank you,
that I'm convinced you're being real. So, can we be like the best?
I know Avarice is
buddies today.
Yeah, sure.
Or just today. We're just today.
Just today.
I find it funny that
do you check his proposition?
Not everybody.
I think Avarice just lost his marbles. All right. Woo! And that was the extent of the show.
Woo!
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 Thank you so much to everyone who subscribed this evening, who joined to listen to my prattle and the prattle of others, who donated to the show. We had a great turnout for that this evening, and to everyone who just made me laugh in chat. I think you guys are awesome, and I hope you tune in for my next show, which will be on Saturday, unless I kind of give in to my workaholic instincts. That'll be Saturday again. That is 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is a debate. For now, you are going over to Emmet's, and he's not supposed to be working, so I don't know what that will be like, but go ahead and enjoy your time there. God bless you all if you are believers. If you're not, hope you have a great night. And toodles until the next one. Oh, so we're at 802 subscribers. What? We only started streaming in January. Heck yeah. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.